He spent his entire life being called a useless failure only to die alone on a cold battlefield filled with nothing but regret. Even though he was born into a legendary family of swordsmen, he had absolutely zero talent and was treated like trash by his own siblings for decades. He watched his sister get sold off and his family crumble because he was too weak to stop it, and by the time he finally gained power, it was already too late to save anyone. But fate decided to give him a second chance to fix his mistakes by sending him back to the very beginning. Now armed with the skills of a swordmaster and knowledge of the future, he is about to remind his family exactly why they should have never messed with him. Let's see what happens when the family's biggest disappointment wakes up as its most dangerous monster. Our story kicks off under a blood-red moon on a battlefield choked with smoke. Our main guy is 34, and he's having a full-blown existential crisis about where his life went. He's completely exhausted, covered in blood and grime as he lets out a deep sigh. In his mind, this world has become nothing short of a living hell. He limps through the carnage, wondering at what exact point it all went so wrong. The weight of his regrets is clearly heavier than the massive sword he's dragging along. We see a sword thrust into the earth, bound by heavy, magical-looking chains. He's thinking that if only he'd picked up the blade a little earlier in his life, things might have been different. A flashback shows a young girl being dragged into a dark cosmic void by those same chains. He thinks he could have saved his older sister from being sold off to the Empire if he'd just been stronger back then. He slumps down, his red cape tattered and stained, questioning if he would have even become the monster he is today if things had gone differently. Another memory flashes by, showing a mysterious woman draped in heavy furs. He wonders if taking a different path would have meant never meeting his master. This woman was the one who took him in when he was helpless and taught him everything he knows. And honestly, she looks like a total powerhouse. He remembers her smile fondly, thinking those were the best moments of his entire life. She wasn't just a teacher, she was his savior. Back in the present, he's looking rough with blood dripping from his chin, and he's regretting not treating his master better while he had the chance. He's barely hanging on, leaning heavily on his sword just to stay upright. Every single breath looks like a struggle at this point. Looking out over the field of corpses under the pale moon, it hits him hard. This wasn't the life he ever wanted for himself. But things are about to get worse. Suddenly, someone is sneaking up behind him while he's vulnerable, and we can see the shadow of a sword wielder approaching his back. He senses the presence and whips his head around in shock. Even as a legendary warrior, he didn't expect anyone else to be left alive. It turns out to be a young kid standing over him with a blade drawn. The boy looks absolutely terrified but is still determined to finish the job. The kid's sword is shaking like crazy in his hands. Our protagonist finds it almost pitiful that the boy can barely even hold the weapon straight. He gives a dark, bloody smirk and mocks the boy's resolve, pointing out that he tried to spare the children, yet here one is trying to kill him. The boy shouts that he killed his father, pointing the sword right at our main guy's face. The tension is through the roof. The swordmaster just stares back with those tired yellow eyes, completely unfazed by the accusation. He actually laughs a bit, calling it regrettable with a twisted smile. He's completely embraced his role as the villain in this kid's story. The boy screams that he's a monster, his eyes watering from pure rage and fear. He's literally trembling with every word he says. The swordmaster has heard that insult so many times it doesn't even register anymore. To him, being called a monster is just another Tuesday. He starts coughing up a massive amount of blood, clutching his chest. His body is finally starting to give out, and the pain is becoming unbearable. His sword lies in a pool of blood nearby. His brain is screaming at him to just give up and let it all end right here. The kid is sweating bullets, telling himself he just needs to hold on a little longer. He's trying to work up the courage to strike, and this is just the beginning. Our guy smiles through the blood and repeats the word monster back to the kid. He's about to give this boy a serious reality check. He starts listing his achievements, killing masters, destroying empires, and ending entire bloodlines. Yeah, calling him a monster is an understatement. He gets right in the kid's personal space and asks if he has any idea how many thousands of people have died by his hands. Talk about a terrifying flex. He stands tall, towering over the boy despite his injuries. He tells the kid that it should be obvious he's a monster after everything he's done. He tells the boy to look at himself. The kid is shaking so hard you can practically hear his teeth rattling. Looking at the trembling kid with his fancy sword, it reminds our guy of how he used to be when he was young. He casually asks the kid for his name. The boy manages to choke out his first name, Jack. Jack Stewart, the boy clarifies. The swordmaster's eyes widen as if he just heard a ghost. He starts chuckling at the strange coincidence. It turns out his name is Jack too. What are the odds? He looks the kid dead in the eye and admits he has no idea who his father was. He's killed so many people that the name Stewart means absolutely nothing to him. The kid's face is a mask of pure horror. Imagine finding out the man who ruined your life doesn't even remember your family. The boy yells that even if his father wasn't perfect, he was the father he needed. It's a heartbreaking moment of honesty. Our swordmaster actually feels a pang of envy hearing that. He never had a father figure like that in his own life. He tells the boy he won't apologize for the killing, but he's going to give him a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He points a finger right at his own chest, indicating the target. He's literally handing the kid his life. He commands the boy to pierce him with the sword he's holding, giving him the revenge he came for. The pressure is getting to the kid, and his breathing is becoming erratic. This is a lot for a child to handle. The sword master thinks this is the perfect opportunity to finally end his long, painful journey. He's ready to check out. His legs are barely holding his weight anymore, shaking with every second. He's literally on death's door. But fate had other plans. He tempts the kid with the glory of being the hero who finally put down the monster. It's a pretty sweet deal for a grieving son. Internally, he knows he could actually survive this if he wanted to. He has the power to heal his organs and fix his legs, but he's just done with living. The boy finally snaps and lunges forward with a scream, swinging his sword with everything he's got. But the sword master has made up his mind. He simply doesn't want to live anymore. The sword stops just inches from his chest as the kid's hands fail him. The boy just can't bring himself to do it. The blade clatters as it hits the ground. The boy has officially given up on his revenge. Young Jack falls to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably right in front of the man he's supposed to hate. The swordmaster looks down at him, thinking about how simple the result was. The boy just wasn't a killer. He looks down at the crying child with a surprisingly soft expression, but, he thinks to himself, there's more to it. He reaches out his hand and tells the boy he did well. He's actually proud of him for not becoming a monster like him. He tells the kid that living as a hero after killing someone is an exhausting, regret-filled life. He's trying to save the kid from his own fate. He warns the boy not to live a life of regret, pointing out that the kid is still young and has a whole future ahead of him. In a rare moment of tenderness, he places a hand on the boy's head to comfort him. The monster is showing some humanity at the very end. He feels his own resolve weakening as he looks at his blood-stained surroundings. He's fading fast. He tells the boy to go and tell the world that the demon is finally dead. The war is officially over. Jack looks up with tear-filled eyes, asking why someone with so much power would choose to live such a miserable life. The swordmaster just gives a weak, mysterious smile and says who knows. He doesn't even have the answer himself. As his vision starts to fail, he repeats the question in his head. Why did he live like this? He collapses forward, his head resting on the boy's shoulder as the snow starts to fall. It's a strangely peaceful end. He slides down onto the cold ground, knowing that this is finally the end of his story. He describes the feeling of death as losing sensation in his fingers, like air escaping a balloon. It's surprisingly clinical. His eyes are closing on their own, even though a part of him wants to stay. Everything is fading to black. As he takes his last breath, the world around him goes completely silent. The battlefield is finally still. In that final moment, a sudden thought crosses his mind. He's wondering about the what-ifs. He thinks that if he could just start everything over, he might be able to change this pitiful ending. This decision would change everything. The image shifts to a beautiful, sunlit garden with magical gears turning in the background. It looks like our guy is about to get a second chance at life. Our hero is literally free-falling through a dark, bubbly void. It's super cinematic, but also kinda terrifying to look at. A big text box pops up saying it felt like he was dreaming. Yeah, no kidding, falling through the abyss usually feels that way. Suddenly, we're looking at a kid with massive brown eyes who looks completely lost. He's dressed in some high-tier noble gear, so you know he's loaded. We see portraits of his parents who, unfortunately, checked out right when he was born. Talk about a rough start to life. Then there's his drop-dead gorgeous sister and a middle brother who apparently was a total jerk to him. He remembers every single bit of his past life, though. Check out this edgy shot of a guy in a red cape standing on a mountain of bodies. After dropping his name, he became known as the Sword Ghost, which is a pretty metal title. He wakes up in a room with this massive, fancy window. He's seriously questioning if what he's seeing is real or just another crazy dream. He's checking himself out in the mirror and realizes he's back in his tiny kid body. He's wondering if he's actually dead, and this is just his life flashing before his eyes. Poor kid is clutching his head and sweating buckets. He thinks he's going crazy, and honestly, I would be too if I suddenly shrunk. We see a flashback to a grand academy, and then a city in total ruins. This is the war he started in his previous life, not exactly a hero move. A bloody sword tip drips as the text calls him a merciless tyrant. He was literally a monster among monsters back in the day. Adult Jack is just chilling on a literal pile of corpses under a red moon. He wiped out an entire empire and everyone associated with it. Dude was absolutely ruthless. We get a close-up of his older, tired face. He achieved all his goals and always won, but he doesn't look particularly happy about it. Then we see him just lying there, face first in the dirt. He was totally ready to embrace the big sleep and leave it all behind. There were literal skeletons scattered around him. He had absolutely zero reason left to keep living in that world. Then, the screen goes dark with the text saying that's how his heart stopped. Dramatic, right? Back to the present, and little Jack is clutching his chest in total shock. He can't believe he actually regressed to the past. He's wide-eyed and sweating, asking how any of this is even possible. Welcome back to the tutorial level, buddy. We get a shot of this massive, posh estate behind a wrought iron fence. It looks peaceful, but knowing this story, it probably isn't. A stained glass window shows a legendary warrior with a sword. Turns out Jack was the third and youngest child of the famous Volantier family. Little Jack is dwarfed by a giant statue in the garden. Being a marquis at that age is a pretty big flex, though. Some pretty red roses are shown while the narration explains he could have lived a cozy life if he wasn't greedy for power. Just living the easy life, right? He reaches out to pick a rose in what they call the rose garden. It looks like a high-budget fairy tale scene. He's sitting alone in a gazebo at the edge of the estate. It's basically a fancy annex tucked away from everyone else. The garden looks beautiful, but the text drops a bomb. It's actually known as exile. This pretty place is basically his prison. He's just a small kid in a big, empty gazebo. The whole point of this place was to keep him shut off from the rest of the family. He's slumped on the floor, looking out at the world. He's completely isolated, which is a pretty lonely way for a kid to grow up. Just a plain white screen with the words, that is, this place, the rose garden. Simple, and to the point. Suddenly, someone calls out to him with a drink. Jack looks up, probably surprised to see anyone bothering with him, and that's when everything changed. A quick cut to a bright, clear blue sky. It's a nice change of pace from all the dark flashbacks. Jack looks at him with a bit of a smirk, thinking Ron was always a little sly. He's already analyzing people with his adult brain. He jokingly asks Ron if he poisoned the drink. Ron looks absolutely horrified, like he's about to have a heart attack. Jack gives him a dazzling smile and tells him he's just kidding. He says he's always thankful to Ron, which is a nice touch. Ron looks super relieved and proud of himself. In the background, you can see Jack just chilling while Ron stands by his side. As he takes a sip, his eyes get serious again. He notes there are exactly 11 people in the garden with him, not just Ron. We see the garden path and learn that, besides Ron, there are 10 soldiers lurking nearby. They're basically his babysitters and guards. Jack decides he only needs to care about Ron and can ignore the rest. Now he's stuck wondering what his next move should be. An overhead shot of the fountain and the gazebo area. It's a nice setup for a prison, I guess. He's swirling his drink and realizing that this regression is 100% real. The problem is, he has zero plans for what to do now. A pigeon is just vibing on a tree branch nearby. Jack thinks about how it's only been an hour since he realized he traveled back in time. He looks a bit bored, honestly. He thinks there's obviously nothing he has planned. Relatable. He realizes he's currently 14 years old. That's a lot of life to live all over again. He checks his hand. It's smooth with 0 calluses, and he has no mana heart yet. He's basically starting from level 1. He smirks to himself, calling his current self really inadequate compared to other noble kids. Little do they know who's really inside that body. A dark, menacing silhouette appears right behind him. The text says there's a reason he didn't have any power yet. We see a close-up of some boots stepping onto the gazebo stairs. Someone is definitely crashing the party. Jack looks totally caught off guard as he recoils. He's probably not expecting visitors in his little exile garden. He's wide-eyed with shock as the shadowy figure looms over him. He wonders what's going on as things take a turn. Ouch, someone just clocked him in the head. He's clutching his hair and groaning about how careless he was being. We see a close-up of a super angry eye with a cracking sound effect. Somebody is having a major tantrum. The glass of tomato juice is shattered all over the floor. Some jerk is mocking him, saying you shouldn't bother a dog while it's eating. It's his older brother, Phelan, looking like a total schoolyard bully in a blue uniform. He's screaming at Jack for not greeting him properly. Jack just stares back with this ice-cold look. You can tell he's already thinking of 10 different ways to end this guy. This is Phelan Valantier, the second-born, who's 3 years older than Jack. He looks like the classic arrogant noble villain. Jack's jaw is literally grinding together in rage. We find out the real reason he couldn't do any mana training. Phelan is towering over him, looking down with total contempt. This dynamic is toxic as hell. It was all because of this jerk's threats and abuse. Man, talk about a major grudge. Phelan is definitely on the hit list now. Phelan is looming over Jack in the gazebo, looking like he's about to blow a fuse. Jack just stands there taking it, but you can feel the tension rising. Check out Jack's eyes here. He's clenching his jaw so hard it's a wonder his teeth aren't cracking, and those golden eyes are burning with pure hatred. Phelan looks down on him with so much disgust, it's actually nauseating. Decades might have passed in Jack's mind, but this jerk's face still makes his skin crawl. A flashback to a fireplace where Phelan's verbal abuse is playing on loop. He casually drops the word lowlife like it's Jack's given name. We see a hand heartlessly pouring out the contents of a cup. Phelan's voice echoes, threatening Jack that he can end him whenever he feels like it. A younger, broken Jack is literally dripping with tea and tears. Phelan is telling him he's useless and shouldn't even bother trying to learn magic or the sword. The bullying was constant. Here's Phelan pouring more tea on a defenseless Jack while promising to kill him if he ever tries to better himself. This guy is a straight-up villain. Phelan's cold eyes look down as he tells Jack to live like a dead rat as long as he's in this household. He really wanted Jack to stay as small and pathetic as possible. Phelan is lounging back and laughing while Jack is hunched over in misery. It's a sick power trip for the second-born son. He sips his tea with a smug grin, talking about how he'll eventually be the Marquis. He might consider Jack his brother then, but only if Jack stays beneath his boot. Young Jack's legs are soaked and shaking. He remembers being so weak-kneed back then, unable to stand up for himself against the constant torment. Even the servants were in on it, snickering and pointing behind his back. Being called the shame of the household was just part of his daily routine. Jack would walk away while everyone laughed and whispered. He was a laughingstock not just to his family, but even to the commoners in the estate. But things are about to get worse. Back in the present, the two brothers are still squaring off. Phelan's maternal family, the ManhwaCapped family, were the ones who really pushed this toxic behavior. A quick shot of the grand estate building under a bright sun. It looked beautiful, but it was a total hellhole for Jack. Phelan looks absolutely annoyed just having to talk to his younger brother. He thinks his sister being the firstborn is a joke since she's just a woman. We see Jack's older sister standing by a window, looking elegant but lonely. She was the only person in that entire house who actually gave a damn about him. She's incredibly beautiful, but in this sexist world, she can't inherit the family title. It's a waste of her talent and heart. She looks out at the grounds, trapped by the expectations of her noble blood. She's the first child, but she's essentially a prisoner to tradition. Her fate was sealed from the start, represented here by beautiful blue roses trapped in a tangle of sharp white thorns. She's destined for a marriage of convenience, likely ending up trapped in some mansion just to carry on another family's line. It's pretty bleak. Jack looks up at Phelan, and his blood is starting to boil. He realizes Phelan is the one who wants to use their sister the most for his own gain. Phelan's face is calm, which makes his plans even more disgusting. He sees his own sister as nothing more than a political tool. Jack's fist is clenching his shorts so hard he's shaking with rage. Hearing that Phelan is basically trying to sell her off to playboys and royals is the final straw. Jack's eyes start glowing with a dangerous light. He's thinking that Phelan honestly deserves to be put in the ground right here and now. Phelan loses his cool and winds up a punch, screaming about Jack's eyes. He really can't stand it when his victim stops looking scared. Boom. Jack catches Phelan's wrist midair with zero effort. The look of pure shock on Phelan's face is absolutely priceless. The guards in the back are completely stunned into silence. Nobody expected the weak youngest child to actually fight back, let alone block a hit. Phelan is freaking out, his face contorting as he realizes his arm is stuck. He's calling Jack an insect because he's losing control of the situation. Jack just stares him down with those intense, glowing eyes. He's perfectly calm, which is way more terrifying than if he were shouting. Jack moves like a blur, grabbing Phelan and flipping him over his shoulder. It's a clean judo throw that sends the older brother flying. Phelan slams into the floor with a massive grunt and a heavy thud. He's definitely going to be feeling that one in the morning. Jack stands over him, looking totally unimpressed. Ron is in the background looking like he just saw a ghost. His jaw is practically on the floor. Jack gives him a mocking little smirk and asks if he should have lent him a hand to help him up. The level of disrespect is off the charts. Phelan scrambles up, and he's glowing with mana now. He's absolutely livid that a lowlife like Jack just embarrassed him in front of the help. He's baring his teeth like a rabid animal, ready to use his mana. The guards are backing off, knowing that Phelan is about to go on a rampage. Jack just looks bored, sighing seriously like this is all such a chore. He's not even slightly intimidated by Phelan's power-up. Phelan is gathering a ton of mana, creating a swirling aura around himself. It looks impressive, but to a former swordmaster, it's probably amateur hour. Ron rushes in, throwing his arms out to try and stop the fight. He's terrified that Phelan is actually going to kill Jack this time. Ron is pleading with Phelan to calm down and not use mana against his own brother. Phelan just looks even more murderous, his eyes glowing red with rage. Phelan doesn't care. He backhands Ron across the face, sending the poor butler flying. Ron grunts in pain, now out of the way, and this just got personal. Jack watches Ron hit the floor, and his eyes go ice cold. He isn't worried about himself in the slightest, but hurting his only friend was a huge mistake. He gives a small, dark smile as he looks at Phelan. He knows exactly what Ron is capable of, but he's going to handle this himself. Phelan is screaming like a maniac, calling Jack an arrogant bastard. He's threatening to kill both Jack and his arrogant servant together. Jack's eyes are narrowing as he thinks about how Phelan just talks way too much. He's ready to shut that mouth for good. He hits Phelan with a come here finger gesture, taunting him. He asks if Phelan fights with his mouth, which is such a legendary burn. Phelan snaps and draws his sword, which is glowing with mana. Jack sees the blade and realizes it's not just an ornamental piece. This guy is playing for keeps. We get a close-up of someone's boot as they prepare to move. Jack notes that he hasn't trained at all and has zero mana in this body. Phelan lunges forward with a horizontal slash, his sword leaving a trail of light. Jack is already moving in, closing the distance before the blade can hit. Jack gets right inside Phelan's guard, the blade passing harmlessly over his head. He's not confident of losing. He knows exactly how this is going to end. He dodges the wild swing with perfect timing, the mana-infused blade humming as it misses his chest by an inch. Phelan is a third circle mana user, but Jack thinks that's all he's got. To a real warrior, Phelan is just a kid swinging an expensive toy. Jack is suddenly behind him, leaving Phelan swinging at nothing. Ron is watching from the ground, his eyes wide with disbelief. Jack grabs Phelan from behind, his hand ready to strike. He briefly wonders if he should just throw him, but decides on something more educational. He gets right in Phelan's ear and whispers that he needs to be educated. Phelan is frozen, his eyes wide with total paralyzing shock. Jack grabs Phelan by the collar and throat, pinning him. Phelan tries to struggle, but Jack's grip is like iron despite his small size. Ron is staring in absolute shock, unable to process what he's seeing. Jack thinks about how mana users should learn to use their brains too. Jack gives a terrifying, predatory grin and says in that case, okay. He's about to deliver that education he mentioned. With a loud crack, Jack slams Phelan's head straight into the gazebo railing or the floor. The impact is brutal and completely shuts Phelan down. A close-up of Phelan taking the hit, his mouth open in a pained grunt. He looks completely dazed and broken after that hit. Jack stands over his unconscious brother, looking like a total menace. He thinks it's only fair to return a tiny fraction of the years of humiliation he endured. Justice served. Jack slams Phelan into the gazebo railing with a sickening thud, holding him by the throat like a rag doll. He's officially done playing the victim, and he's making sure every impact counts. Phelan is gasping for air, his face turning red as he sputters out a terrified "you." He's never seen this side of his younger brother, and the pure shock is paralyzing him. Jack tosses the unconscious bully to the ground like a piece of trash. He stands over him with a cold stare, casually checking if his big brother is still breathing. Not that he really cares. He turns away, looking completely unfazed by the violence he just handed out. He mutters now then, already looking for the next problem to solve. Ron and the armored guards are standing by, completely frozen in disbelief. One of the knights starts to step forward, clearly unsure if he should intervene against a literal child who just wrecked a mana user. We see a close-up of the guard's hands tightening on his weapon. These guys are trained professionals, but they've never seen a kid move with that much lethality. Jack doesn't even look at them, just raising a single hand and commanding them to stop. The authority in his voice is enough to make a veteran soldier hesitate. His eyes glow with a menacing golden light as he gives them a fair warning. He tells them not to move, if they don't want to become like this, that is. The guards literally gulp in unison, the sweat dripping down their helmets. They know a monster when they see one, and they aren't getting paid enough to die today. Good, Jack says, satisfied that they've got some common sense. He turns back to the groaning Phelan and grabs a handful of his hair with a sharp sound. He starts dragging his older brother across the gazebo floor by the hair like he's taking out the trash. He even has the audacity to complain that Phelan is so damn heavy. Phelan can only manage a weak groan as his head is yanked back. Jack is showing zero mercy, treating the future Marquis like a discarded toy. Jack looks at the garden fountain and thinks it's the perfect place to wrap things up. He asks with a twisted bit of politeness if the weather isn't sweltering today. He drags the semi-conscious Phelan to the edge of the water, offering to cool his head for him. It's a terrifyingly calm way to handle a public execution, and this is just the beginning. With a loud splash, he dunks Phelan's head straight into the fountain water with a violent shove. No more talking, just pure, cold reality. Bubbles rise to the surface as Phelan sputters and struggles underwater. The gurgling sound effect tells you everything you need to know about how he's feeling. Jack holds him down firmly, wondering how Phelan could be so surprised that he forgot to use his precious mana. It's a pathetic display from a supposed elite. He thinks back on all the misery this son of a gun caused him in his past life. Every second Phelan spends underwater is a tiny bit of payback for years of abuse. Flashbacks of the family's downfall play out. His sister married off to an empire, his father poisoned, and Phelan ruling as a tyrant. He remembers the atrocities committed once this jerk became the Marquis. The result of Phelan's greed was the complete ruin of their home. We see a cobwebbed, abandoned dining hall where all their family history used to be. The Valantier Marquis house eventually just disappeared without a trace. This empty, dusty room is all that was left of their legacy because of Phelan's incompetence. Adult Jack, the legendary sword ghost, looks back on it all with cold indifference. He doesn't care about avenging his father or the house, but there's one thing he'll never forgive. He remembers his older sister reading her books. She was the smartest person he knew. She was the one who actually sacrificed everything for the family. Jack's teeth bared in a snarl as he thinks about the idiots who wasted his sister's sacrifice. Phelan's arrogance threw away the one chance they had to survive. We see her in better times, walking down the mansion stairs with her refined, elegant nature. She was the soul of the house. She spent her days laughing and learning, never knowing the cruel fate her family would force upon her. Jack still can't wrap his head around how she must have felt. He remembers her grand wedding, which was really just her being sold off for the glory of a house that didn't deserve her. It was a beautiful prison sentence. She looked so sad as she was taken away, her eyes searching for a help that never came. Someone asks if something is wrong, but she can't even speak the truth. Enter the 4th Imperial Prince, a man known for his disgusting and sadistic acts. He's the one Phelan and their father handed her over to. The prince leans in with a vile smirk, asking her if she's anxious. This guy is the definition of a creep. He commands her to keep her head down, nod, and smile like a doll. Her life in the Empire was nothing but mistreatment and misery. While they feasted at home, she was suffering in silence for their sakes. The contrast between this fancy table and her pain is sickening. She endured it all because she thought she was protecting her family. Jack realizes that if his father or Phelan ever knew how she really ended up, they probably wouldn't have even cared. Back in reality, Jack pulls Phelan's head out of the water before he drowns. He's so angry thinking about the past that he's worried he might actually kill the guy too early. Phelan is a total mess, gasping for them to spare him between coughs. He's gone from a tyrant to a shivering mess in minutes. Jack yanks him up by the hair, forcing him to beg for mercy. "Spare me," Phelan cries, his pride completely shattered alongside his nose. Jack looks at him with total boredom, saying he's quite familiar with this look. He's seen this exact face on thousands of people right before he ended them. A flashback shows the sword ghost standing over a pile of corpses. In his past life, he was the one who made people beg for their lives every single day. It's the expression that those engulfed in the fear of death make, he muses. He's an expert in identifying the exact moment a person's soul breaks. He whispers into Phelan's ear, telling him to think very carefully about everything he's done up until now. The mental torture is clearly working better than the water. He fake apologizes, saying Phelan probably doesn't even remember the future crimes he hasn't committed yet. He asks with a chill what he should do to make him remember. Jack leans in with a terrifying grin as Phelan shudders in pure terror. He wonders if Phelan experienced it directly. Maybe then he'd be able to understand the value of family. Phelan is screaming for him to stop, totally losing his mind from the fear. Jack just looks at him like he's a particularly annoying insect. Ron finally finds his voice and begs Jack to stop before he does something he can't take back. He's terrified for both of the brothers at this point. Jack stops, his face going neutral as the bloodlust fades. He's had his fun, and Phelan has clearly learned his lesson for the day. He gives a dismissive huff, looking totally bored again. The switch between murderous monster and uninterested kid is insane. With a loud crack, he lands one final brutal punch right to Phelan's jaw for good measure. That's the education he was talking about. He tosses Phelan's limp body toward the guards like he's throwing out the trash. The transition from master to dead weight is complete. He points a finger at the lead guard and simply says, "You." The soldier snaps to attention with a terrified, "Why, yes." Jack casually steps on Phelan's chest or head as he walks past him. He's literally stepping over his brother to get on with his day. He commands the guards to get rid of this. He's done with the rose garden and this pathetic excuse for a brother. He looks back one last time, telling them Phelan isn't dead yet, so they should take him and get out. Absolute savage behavior. Ron rushes over, asking if Jack is alright. He's still trying to process the fact that his weak young master just dismantled a mana user with his bare hands. Jack just brushes him off, looking totally clean while Ron is the one sweating and worried. The power dynamic in this house just shifted forever. Ron watches as the guards carry Phelan's unconscious body away. He looks at Jack with a mix of awe and genuine fear. Everything has changed. Jack stands tall as cherry blossom petals drift through the air. He looks like a true nobleman now, calm, collected, and incredibly dangerous. Word of his actions spread across the house in an instant, the narration says. The volunteer house was just flipped on its head, and Jack is the one holding the lever. Phelan looks like a total mess as the guards carry his limp body away. He's completely out of it after that brutal beatdown Jack handed him in the garden. Phelan wasn't just some random jerk, he was the official heir with the powerful Mantis Count family backing him. You can see his mother, the madam, freaking out in the background and screaming for help. The whole mansion is in a total panic as Phelan is tucked into his sickbed. Everyone expected him to naturally become the next Marquis without any issues, but those plans just hit a massive brick wall. He's stuck in bed with a head injury, and the trauma actually gave him a permanent fear of water talk about poetic justice. It's no surprise the entire house is being flipped upside down after what Jack did. Meanwhile, Jack is just chilling in a chair, acting like he didn't just start a civil war in his own family. Ron is standing by his side, probably wondering how the weak youngest son turned into such a menace overnight. He's literally eating strawberry shortcake while the rest of the house burns. Man has his priorities straight, honestly. He's savoring that strawberry like he doesn't have a single care in the world. Ron looks like he's about to have a nervous breakdown just watching Jack act so casual. The rumors are spreading like wildfire among the staff, with everyone whispering behind their hands. They're all wondering how a third circle mana user like Phelan got taken down by a kid who hasn't even started training yet. They're questioning if Jack was hiding his true strength all along. Why reveal it now is the million-dollar question on everyone's lips as they gossip in the halls. Phelan is out cold with heavy bandages around his head, looking absolutely pathetic. He was planned to be named the official heir next year, but that's looking real doubtful after this humiliation. One of the servants is totally stressed out, clutching her uniform while the whispers continue. They're starting to wonder if the youngest son is actually coveting the position of heir. A noble lady with brown hair looks genuinely shocked by all the commotion. She's demanding to know what the hell is going on, clearly out of the loop. The rumors are just starting to swell, and they definitely aren't going to die down anytime soon. This is just the beginning of the chaos Jack's about to cause. Everyone inside the Marquis house is on edge, and for good reason. They're all waiting to see how the big boss is going to handle this situation. The Lord himself is standing in his grand study with his back to us, looking very imposing. He's definitely got some heavy thoughts weighing on him right now. He gives a cold command to his servants to bring the third child to him immediately. He's clearly not happy about his designated heir being turned into a fountain ornament. The people in the house are basically holding their breath, wondering how the Lord will react. It's a countdown to a massive explosion, and everyone's trying to stay out of the blast zone. Back in his room, Jack is finishing up his meal with a smirk on his face. Delicious today as well, he says, completely ignoring the storm that's brewing in the main building. Ron informs Jack that the Lord has summoned him to the main building right this second. You can tell the butler is terrified that this is going to be the end of the line for his young master. Jack just looks up calmly, looking completely unfazed by the summon. He's already seen everything this house can throw at him in his past life. He asks right now with a totally bored expression that would drive any other noble crazy. Ron looks like he's ready to drag Jack there if he has to for his own safety. Jack stands up and starts heading for the door without a second thought. Ron tries to follow, pleading to accompany him so he can at least try to help. Jack just waves him off with a dismissive hand, telling him it's fine and he's not a baby. He's clearly ready to handle his father on his own terms. Ron is left standing there looking pretty helpless and worried. He's genuinely scared for Jack, even though Jack clearly doesn't feel any pressure at all. Jack heads out, telling Ron to just take care. He looks like a man on a mission, despite being stuck in a kid's body. The mansion's grand staircase shows off just how opulent this family is. It's a huge place where every wall has ears, and right now, everyone's listening. As Jack walks through the halls, the whispers follow him like a shadow. He can practically feel the judgment coming from every servant he passes. People are literally staring and muttering under their breath as he goes by. They're all curious about the failure who suddenly decided to grow a spine and wreck the air. Jack just lets out a tired sigh, looking completely over it. To him, it's just been way too long since he had to deal with this petty household drama. He walks through a gauntlet of judging eyes, but he couldn't care less. He's used to being ignored or mocked, so this new attention is just a minor annoyance. He finally reaches the Lord's study, but he's already losing his patience. He's more annoyed about how people are gawking at him than the actual trouble he's in. He hopes this meeting ends as soon as possible so he can get back to his cake. He starts to reach for the door but stops when he sees the guards. The armored guards suddenly cross their massive halberds, blocking his path to the Lord. Talk about a warm welcome from your own father. They're treating him like he's totally invisible, which is a classic move to humiliate him before a meeting. Jack just thinks to himself how preposterous this is. Jack lets out a mocking scoff and calls their behavior absolutely preposterous. He stares them down, wondering if these knights have actually lost their minds. He stands his ground against the two giants in full plate armor. The silence in the hallway is deafening as they try to intimidate the small kid. Jack doesn't even hesitate and delivers a sharp, armored kick to one of the knights' shins. He's done being ignored and is forcing them to acknowledge him the hard way. He thinks that his past self would have just turned around and left after seeing their expressions. But not now, he thinks, his eyes burning with a new, dangerous resolve. He grabs the guard's helmet or armor and tells him to stop making that face before he folds his body in two. This kid is absolutely savage with the threats, and he clearly means it. The guard is totally bewildered, stammering out a confused pardon. He can't wrap his head around being bullied by the family's supposed failure. With a loud crunch, Jack stomps down on the knight's armored foot with everything he's got. The guard lets out a massive yell in pure, unfiltered agony. The guard falls to his knees, clutching his foot while Jack just walks on by. He says he won't ask twice, making it clear that he's the one in charge of this conversation. He looks back at the guards and asks why they aren't letting him in when he's the one who was summoned. He's completely flipped the script on their little power play. The other guard is shaking like a leaf, stammering that he literally can't tell him why. They're stuck between their orders and a very scary kid. Jack's eyes glow as he realizes what's actually happening. He knows his father ordered them to make him wait outside as a form of repentance or punishment. He sighs, figuring out the plan to make him wait until he's worthy to be inside. He thinks to himself that his father hasn't changed a single bit in all these years. Instead of waiting like a good little boy, Jack just turns around and starts walking away from the study. The guard is totally lost, stammering another pardon as Jack retreats. He tells the guard to let his father know he can come to him if he has something to say. He's totally over being summoned for stupid things like this power game. The guards are left staring in total disbelief, wondering if their young master has finally gone insane. Nobody walks away from a direct summons from the lord of the house. Inside the study, the word finally comes in that he left. It's basically the ultimate act of disrespect, and the messenger looks terrified to report it. The lord stops mid-sentence, his quill hovering over the paper in shock. He left, he thinks, showing that this is the first time anyone has ever defied him like this. The servant confirms the news, looking like he's about to faint from the sheer audacity of the youngest son. He has to apologize for the fact that Jack actually just walked out. Instead of exploding in rage, the lord actually gives a dark, intrigued little smirk. He says he sees, seeming genuinely fascinated by Jack's new attitude. He stands tall in his grand study, looking absolutely imposing in his noble red cape. He notes that the youngest has changed quite a lot, and he seems to actually respect the move, and that's when everything changed. He tosses his quill onto the desk with a sharp click, satisfied with what he's heard. The power dynamic in the volunteer house has officially shifted, and the Marquis is ready to see what happens next. Jack is just chilling in the garden, thinking to himself that his old man should be showing up any second now. He's got the perfect view of the massive estate, just waiting for the drama to start. Suddenly, he hears something and whips his head around, looking super alert. Those golden eyes aren't missing a single thing moving in his direction. We get a beautiful shot of the stone bridge at sunset with flower petals drifting through the air. It looks peaceful, but we know the storm is about to roll in. Check out those high-tier boots. Someone powerful just stepped onto the scene with a heavy thud. You can tell just by the footwear that this person means business. Jack takes another sip of his drink, totally unbothered. He thinks speak of the devil as he realizes his father is finally here to confront him. And there he is, the Marquis himself, marching in with a whole squad of servants and guards. He looks absolutely stone-faced and ready to drop some hammer of justice. Jack looks at his father and thinks his face screams stubborn as hell. He can't help but laugh internally because, after everything he's seen, his old man hasn't changed a bit. The Marquis stands right in front of him, looking down with total authority. Jack just stays seated, which is a massive power move in this world. He looks at his father's profile and admits he basically thinks of the guy as non-existent. He remembers how this man literally tried to kill him in his past life, so the love is definitely lost. He thinks about how this father sold out his own child to some ruffian just for a bit of extra power. He's got zero respect left for a man who treats his family like bargaining chips. Jack notes that his father was always greedy for power way beyond his reach. Worst of all, the guy didn't even have the actual skill to make his big ambitions happen. Jack finally speaks up, asking what brings him here with the most casual tone possible. He's not even pretending to show the respect a son should show his father. The Marquis is already losing his patience, demanding to know why Jack did it. He's clearly talking about the brutal education Jack gave his older brother. Jack just gives him this blank, intense look and plays dumb, asking, "Do what?" He's a total pro at pushing people's buttons without breaking a sweat. The stepmother starts shrieking at him for being disrespectful to the Lord. Jack doesn't even look at her, internally dismissing her as just some dog barking somewhere. He kicks his feet up on the table, which is basically the ultimate middle finger to noble etiquette. He asks why they don't just head inside if they've come all this way to talk. He stands up, drink still in hand, and starts walking toward the mansion. He casually asks if they were really planning on having this whole conversation out here in the dirt. Suddenly, a saucer goes flying through the air. Someone is definitely throwing a tantrum and letting their frustration out on the tableware. The whole entourage is looking absolutely horrified at Jack's behavior. They can't believe a commoner's child like him is acting so bold in front of the Marquis. The plate hits the ground and shatters into a million pieces. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a sword. The Marquis is absolutely fuming now, letting his massive yellow mana aura flare out. He's trying to use pure intimidation to put Jack back in his place. Check out that grip on his cane. He's clenching it so hard that mana is literally swirling around his hand. The pressure in the air must be insane right now. Jack just stands there looking completely bored by the whole display. He's wondering if his old man is trying to see if he's secretly developed a mana heart. The Marquis looks down at Jack and finally realizes the truth. He doesn't have a mana heart at all. He looks genuinely surprised by this discovery. He concludes that Jack must have a hidden talent for martial arts instead. He's actually starting to think his useless son might be worth keeping around after all. The Marquis asks why Jack kept this a secret for so long. Jack just sips his juice, thinking there's no way this guy would believe him if he said he regressed from the future. The stepmother is losing her mind again, calling Jack a mere commoner's child and an impertinent brat. She's literally vibrating with rage in the background. The Marquis puts a hand up to shut her down, admitting he thought Jack was a waste of space. But he sees Jack has some use, he says, which is such a typical jerk thing to say. Jack's eyes turn that terrifying yellow as he glares back at his father. He's clearly not a fan of being described as something that has use. Jack asks a cold, loaded question. Is he not his child if he's useless? He's exposing exactly how hollow his father's love really is. The Marquis responds with an even colder question, asking if Jack even wants to be acknowledged as his child. This guy is a straight-up villain, no doubt. Jack just looks away, thinking he's not even slightly interested in that kind of acknowledgement. He's done seeking approval from people who don't deserve his respect. He turns his back on the whole group and starts walking away, leaving them all stunned. The servants are whispering like crazy behind him. The Marquis just says very well, acting like he's totally fine with being blown off. He's playing it cool, but he's taking notes on this new version of Jack. The onlookers are totally baffled, wondering why Jack is leaving without even getting angry. They can't understand why he's so calm about everything. Jack stops for a second and looks back at the stepmother, calling her second mother. He's got a nasty little insult loaded up for her. He tells her that her wrinkles have gotten worse and that she should really take better care of her appearance. She looks like she's about to literally explode from the disrespect. Jack has this smug little grin as he walks away, thinking that seeing her face like that actually makes him happy. He's a total savage, and I'm here for it. He gives a final, mock polite, "Please excuse me," as he leaves them all stewing in their anger. He's definitely winning this round. He tells them to have a good evening and even asks them to send his regards to his brother. The one he just sent to the infirmary. The screen goes gray with the text. Ah, what a harmonious family. The sarcasm is so heavy it's practically a physical weight. We get a night shot of the academy buildings under a starry sky. Looks like the story is shifting gears as time passes. Jack is looking at a notice sentencing him to 20 days of solitary confinement for the commotion he caused. Hey, at least it's quiet time, right? He's in his room painting, complaining about what a massive fuss they're making. These things can happen, he says, like beating up your brother is just a normal Tuesday. He finds it ridiculous that he gets solitary confinement when they used to just ignore it when Phelan would pummel him. The hypocrisy is real in this house. He's casually sketching while trying to figure out what solitary confinement even looks like here. He's not even slightly worried about the punishment. He realizes he's already basically in exile in the Rose Garden, so what's another 20 days of staying inside? He's just focusing on his flower drawing. Ron looks super worried while Jack is still busy with his charcoal sketch. Jack's wondering if his old man is just trying to force him to stay put for a while. Suddenly, something clicks in his head and he yells out, "Ah, Academy." He totally forgot that he was supposed to be a student. We see the Kingdom's Academy, a massive fortress of a school. Jack is 14 now, so he's right in the middle of his mandatory education years. A flashback to a classroom reminds us that every noble kid in the kingdom has to attend. Compulsory education is a real pain, even for a regressed swordmaster. Students are seen hanging out on the academy grounds. It's a 4-year course, and Jack is currently a first-year student. A beautiful shot of the academy windows at sunset. Turns out it's actually summer vacation right now, which explains why he's been at home. Jack is laughing at his easel, thinking about the fact that he's actually a student again. Wow, to think he's a student. He finds the whole situation hilarious. His face gets serious as he thinks about his master, who's closely tied to the academy. He realizes he can't waste any more time messing around with the Marquis family. He finishes his drawing of a vase and decides he has to head back to the academy. He's got much bigger things to worry about than family drama. He does the math, he's got 27 days of vacation left, and his confinement is 20 days. Since the trip takes 6 days, his father is basically forcing him to go straight back to school once he's out. Ron is standing there looking a bit awkward. Jack turns to him and asks if he's finally finished with whatever he was doing. Jack stands up and asks where the solitary confinement room is. He's ready to serve his time so he can get on with his real mission. Ron looks super hesitant, his eyes shifting away from Jack. Jack asks if the cat got his tongue and demands to know where the room is. Ron leans in and whispers that there's only one place in the whole house that could be called a solitary confinement room. This is starting to sound real bad. He tells Jack it's actually the place for criminals who've committed a crime within the territory. Ron looks genuinely pained to have to tell him. Jack starts sweating as the realization hits him. He thinks it can't be. He's starting to realize his father didn't just give him a timeout. The word prison appears in big text as Jack looks absolutely horrified. His father actually sentenced him to actual jail. Ron confirms it with a sad yes. Jack is just staring into space, completely shell-shocked by the news. Jack slumps down, looking totally defeated. He yells out at his terrible geezer of a father to just wait and see. He's definitely not going quietly. His angry scream echoes out across the estate. He is 100% done with his father's games, and things are about to get even crazier. Most noble kids spend their vacations doing fancy social work, but not Phelan. He's currently stuck in bed with his head wrapped up like a mummy after that fountain incident. While everyone else is out at grand balls, dancing, and networking to secure their future as heirs, Jack's life is taking a way different turn. Academy breaks for these kids are basically just work part 2. The scene shifts drastically from ballrooms to cold iron bars and heavy chains. This is Jack's reality now, and it's a far cry from any party. We get a close-up of Jack's bare feet shackled to a stone floor. He's not even mad about missing the parties because he never wanted the heir position to begin with. He's just sitting there in his jailhouse whites, looking completely over it. He spent his whole life feeling like he has no real place in this mansion anyway. It's just what people in the Marquis house tell me. Ouch! Talk about a toxic upbringing where even the help makes you feel unwelcome. Jack's looking at his reflection, or just staring into space with pure contempt, thinking about that terrible geezer. Yeah, I think it's safe to say the relationship with his dad is beyond repair. The dude actually had so much swagger that he walked into the prison on his own before the guards could even come grab him. He's treating this whole arrest like he's checking into a hotel. The shackles snap shut around his wrists with a heavy metallic sound. It's official, our main guy is behind bars. Poor Ron is in the background losing it, literally wiping away tears as he watches his young master being taken away. The contrast between Jack's chill and Ron's panic is hilarious. Look at Ron's face. He looks completely devastated. Jack thinks he looks inexplicably pitiful, which is a pretty cold way to describe the only guy who actually likes you. Jack finally tells Ron to knock it off because it's getting embarrassing. He's being marched off by fully armored knights like he's a dangerous criminal, but he's just worried about looking cool. Jack's sitting in the dark, checking out his new one-star accommodations. He's definitely seen better days, but he's taking the solitary confinement in stride. He notes that his dad gave him a bed and a bucket toilet, so he thinks the geezer actually has some sliver of consideration. I mean, the bar is pretty low if a bucket counts as a perk. He even gets 3 square meals a day, though square might be a generous term for whatever's in that bowl. It looks like mystery green sludge. Jack's face says it all as a fly buzzes around his head. The realization of just how gross this cell is finally starting to sink in. He looks down at his blanket, which probably hasn't seen a washing machine in 500 years. This place is definitely a health hazard. A close-up of the soup shows flies literally landing in it. Jack thinks even peasants would turn their noses up at this garbage. Jack's sitting there with his arms crossed, thinking that even for a punishment, this is a bit much. He spent all day brooding in the dark, which is a great way to build up some villain energy. We get a wide view of the prison, which looks like a massive stone pit. It turns out nobles who own territory can basically make up whatever laws they want, making them kings of their own little patches of land. The heavy lock on the iron gate is a grim reminder of his situation. In this kingdom, a vassal has absolute power within their own borders. Jack looks at a vision of the Marquis turning his back on him. Even though his father abandoned him in this pit, Jack still considers himself the man's son for now. He gives a dark little smirk. He hasn't even done anything crazy like start a rebellion yet, but his dad still chose to throw him in a cage. He starts wondering what kind of fake story his dad is going to tell the public to cover for Phelan. He imagines some trivial excuse like poison or a forbidden artifact. Looking out the tiny window of his cell, Jack starts imagining the perfect scenario his dad would cook up. It's probably going to be something that makes him look like a total monster. He imagines a flashback where Chibi Phelan discovers Jack doing something shady. You can tell Jack has zero respect for the narrative they're likely building. In his imagination, he's a chibi dark wizard cackling over a bubbling green cauldron. Jack Valantier, the disgrace of the house, learned black magic. Yeah, that sounds like a headline his dad would love. The imaginary scenario continues with heroic Phelan trying to talk some sense into his wicked little brother. It's so over the top that it's practically a parody. Imaginary Jack zaps Phelan with a wand, shouting for him not to order him around. The propaganda version of this fight makes Jack look like a total brat. The fake story ends with Phelan lying on the ground, wounded but still forgiving his brother. Jack is basically rolling his eyes at how nauseating this version of events is. In the imaginary, gut-wrenching scenario, Phelan is depicted as an angel forgiving his brother. It's basically a fairy tale where everyone is a saint except for Jack. Jack figures this is exactly the kind of stuff the Marquis and the Marchioness are talking about right now. They're probably patting themselves on the back for their brilliant PR strategy. Jack slumps down, literally feeling sick to his stomach just thinking about them. He realizes he can't afford to waste his precious vacation time in this disgusting hole. He looks completely disgusted, shadows covering his eyes. The family drama is one thing, but the living conditions are the real crime here. He lies back on the dirty bed, trying to refocus. He's got 3 major things on his mind that are way more important than his dad's lies. He closes his eyes and thinks of his sister, Ron, and his master. These are the people he actually cares about, the ones worth fighting for. The text doesn't mince words. He's currently an extreme weakling. Hard honesty is the first step to a training arc, right? He checks out his thin arms, noting he's 168 centimeters tall and only 55 kilograms with 0 muscle mass. In this world, that's basically a death sentence. A vertical panel shows skulls and a spectral figure, representing the survival of the fittest nature of this world. He knows that only the strong actually get to survive and thrive. He clenches his teeth, determined. He doesn't plan on a massacre like in his past life, but he still has a massive list of people who need to get what's coming to them. He looks at the basic supplies in his cell and thinks about the academy. He needs two things, time and power. He knows the academy is the only place he can get both. The image of a powerful lion appears behind the text. He plans to buy time while discovering new talents to boost his power back to what it was in his past life. He reaches out into the dim light of his cell, thinking about how he needs to regain his power to protect the people he cares about. He's done being helpless. He clenches his fist hard, the resolve clear in his eyes. It's time to start the grind. He sits up on the edge of the bed, muttering then. He's ready to start the first step of his transformation. Suddenly, blue energy starts sparking around him as he focuses. He decides he's going to take exactly what he needs from this world. A glowing hand represents the different ranks of mana users. He knows exactly how the power scale works in this world, and this is just the beginning. We get a handy chart of the mana circles. 1st to 3rd are beginners, and 4th to 6th are experts. He's clearly aiming for the top of that pyramid. The chart continues up to the 10th circle, where people are called masters or superhumans. These guys are basically walking gods. Blue mana starts to swirl around Jack's chest as he begins his training. This dark cell is actually perfect for this, because nobody's around to see what he's really capable of. He's glowing bright blue as he forms his first circle. It only took him 2 hours, and he thinks to himself that being young again definitely has its perks. He starts playing with little balls of blue light, looking impressed with his progress. He started training way earlier this time than in his past life, so he's ahead of schedule. Suddenly, a sound startles him, and the mana around his hand flickers. Someone is approaching his cell. He panics and tries to hide the mana, flailing his arms around. He can't afford for anyone in the house to find out about his powers yet. The click-clack of high-heeled shoes echoes through the stone corridor. Jack wonders if it's the Marchioness coming to give him another lecture. He huddles under his dirty blanket, listening intently. He realizes the footsteps are too light to be the stepmom's. The sound of heels clicking on stone gets louder as someone walks down the long, torch-lit prison hallway. The suspense is real. A pair of fancy shoes stops right in front of his bars. He waits with bated breath to see who it is. He peeks out from the blanket and hears a soft, familiar voice whisper his name, Jackie. His eyes widen in total shock. That voice is, he thinks, scrambling to the bars, looking like he's just seen a ghost from a dream. He sees a vision of long, flowing hair, someone he only remembers from his past life and dreams. It's Elizabeth Falentier. She's looking through the bars with a worried expression, her eyes welling up with tears. She reaches through the iron bars to touch his face, her voice trembling. She asks if he's not hurt anywhere. Jack looks at her with wide, watery eyes, whispering a soft sis. The cold killer is gone, and he's just a little brother again. The screen goes bright with pink flower petals as the text calls her his kind and beautiful sister. This family reunion is definitely going to be a tearjerker. We start off with a shot of the tiny, barred window of Jack's cell. It's night out, and the only light coming in is from the moon. A hand gently reaches through the bars and cups Jack's face. He hears that soft voice calling him Jackie, a name he hasn't heard in decades. Jack looks up at his sister, Elizabeth, who is looking at him with so much worry. He gives her a small smile and tries to reassure her that he's completely fine. Elizabeth is heartbroken, asking why he would ever resort to using black magic. She tells him through the bars that she would have taught him any kind of magic he wanted. She's literally begging for his forgiveness, saying he should have just stayed at the academy for a bit longer. She's clearly blaming herself for him being in this mess. Jack just looks at her, a bit stunned. Hearing his name and seeing her like this is really hitting him hard. Elizabeth is crying now, her eyes welling up as she peers through the iron bars. She's terrified that he might actually be hurt somewhere that she can't see. Jack gives her a bright, genuine smile, his eyes turning up at the corners. He tells her no, he's just so incredibly glad to see her. He suddenly stands up and walks right over to the bars, which catches Elizabeth totally off guard. He's got this intense, serious look in his eyes now. Bathed in the moonlight, Jack's face is full of emotion as he looks at her. He admits that he's just so glad that all of this is actually real. He slumps down against the bars while Elizabeth keeps her hands near him. She's still not convinced, asking him one more time if he's really all right. Jack looks at her with a daring expression and asks the big question, should they run away together? Elizabeth looks totally shocked by the suggestion, her eyes going wide. She starts daydreaming about living in a forest with nomads and starting a simple farm together. She looks down, her expression becoming more serious as she says his name. She's clearly weighing his offer against the reality of their situation. Jack is leaning against the wall of his cell, practically begging her. He says they should just abandon this whole noble life and find somewhere peaceful where they'll actually be treated right. Elizabeth suddenly shouts Jack's name. Her face is full of shock and even a bit of anger at what he's suggesting. Jack is totally startled by her reaction, just standing there with his mouth hanging open. He didn't expect her to snap at him like that. She tells him to never say anything like that again, reminding him that the Marquis is their father. To her, that bond is something that can never be broken, no matter what. She grabs the bars tightly, her knuckles turning white. She claims their father loved their mother and that's why they were born, so Jack shouldn't be so disrespectful. She turns her back to him, leaning against the cold stone wall. She admits she knows their father despises him, but she promises to try and change his mind no matter what it takes. She gives him a sad, hopeful smile and tells him to just endure it for a little while longer. She asks him if he still trusts her, which is just heartbreaking given what he knows. Elizabeth reaches her hands back through the bars towards him. Jack looks down at her hands, realizing that he really has returned to the past. Things take a lighter turn in this cute little panel where Jack is laughing and Elizabeth is patting his head. She calls him a big baby, and it's a nice moment of sibling bonding. Jack looks down at his hand, ready to make his next move. The time for talking is over. He suddenly gets serious and asks Elizabeth to take a step back for a second. She looks completely confused, wondering what he's up to. She stumbles back, looking totally lost. She asks if this is what he means, not knowing she's about to witness something insane. Jack starts glowing with a massive blue mana aura, his eyes burning with power. He says, "Yeah, that's perfect," as the energy swirls around him. He raises his glowing hand towards the cell door, and you can see the mana pulsing through the air. Elizabeth is just watching in total awe. With a massive boom, Jack blasts the cell door right off its hinges with a huge surge of mana. The entire room is filled with bright blue light and dust. The door is completely shattered, lying on the ground in pieces. Elizabeth is just standing there in the background, totally speechless. Elizabeth is in total shock, her eyes wide as she looks at the empty doorway. She can't believe her little brother just blew his way out of prison. She's looking at the broken bars, asking when he even made a mana circle. The reality of his power is finally starting to hit her. Jack steps out of the cell and immediately pulls Elizabeth into a tight hug. It's like all the years of pain are just melting away in this moment. He's holding on to her so tightly as the smoke from the explosion clears. He's finally free, and he's not letting her go. Elizabeth is just frozen in his arms, still trying to process everything. Jack whispers that he's really sorry into her shoulder. Close-up of Jack's face, and he's actually crying as he hugs her. He's repeating how sorry he is, clearly carrying a ton of guilt from his past life. Elizabeth pulls back a bit, still looking super worried about him. She asks if he's really okay and even checks if he ate anything weird in there. She looks him right in the eye, her expression so full of concern. She just needs to hear him say it again. Jack looks back at her with a soft, tearful smile and simply says, "Yeah, he's more okay than he's been in a long time." He pulls her into another hug, squeezing her like he's never going to let her go again. Jack looks off into the distance, his eyes full of determination. He tells himself that things are going to be different this time, no matter what. Close-up of his face as he hugs her, and his expression is dead serious. He promises himself that she'll never have to make another sacrifice for this family. Jack's eye is wide and intense as he makes a vow to himself. He's going to make it so she can do whatever she wants with her life. A quiet shot of them from behind as they just hold each other in the prison hallway. Suddenly, Jack's expression goes totally dark and vengeful. He's thinking about a horrifying truth he learned from interrogating the 4th Imperial Prince in his past life. A big text panel appears. From this point on, things are about to get real. We see a shot of a heavy prison door at the end of a dark, stone corridor. It's a pretty ominous sight. Jack is thinking back to the dungeon in his past life. He learned a secret that changed everything for him. Close-up of Jack's fist, and he's clenching it so hard his knuckles are white. He's shaking with rage just thinking about that truth. We see his boots as he walks down a stone hallway, the heavy thud of his steps echoing through the air. A dark flashback shows a man tied to a torture rack, being interrogated by a hooded figure. This is Jack in his past life, getting answers the hard way. The man on the rack is screaming, looking totally terrified. Hooded Jack just looks at him with cold, dead eyes. Broken shards of memory show his sister, and he's thinking about the worst future that only he knows about. The man on the rack is trembling and begging, his eyes full of pure fear. Past life Jack is calling them terrible bastards, and you can feel the hatred. Hooded Jack is holding a torture implement, his face a mask of rage. He asks how they could do such a thing to his sister, calling it completely unforgivable. The man is screaming in agony as Jack swears he will never forgive the Tulkun Imperial family. This is the moment he truly became the monster everyone feared. The scene ends as he says they were quite the fraternal bastards, which is just chilling. 10 years after Jack left his home at the age of 17, he reflects on how much the world has changed in that time. The entire landscape of power had been completely rewritten. The Teglin Kingdom, a major power, had completely disappeared. And along with it, his own family, the Volunteer House, was utterly destroyed. From the ashes of the old world, the Tulkun Empire rose to become the greatest power on the continent, unifying all the lands under its single, dominant rule. Of course, the Volunteer House was destined for a short existence from the very beginning. Jack knew this truth better than anyone. He flashes back to a memory of his sister kneeling and begging before the 4th Imperial Prince of Tulkun. The scene is filled with desperation and helplessness. Back in the present, Elizabeth is reeling from the news. What, she thinks, did Sis lie? My family is in prison, she thinks, a teacup trembling in her hand. In his memories, Jack sees his sister pleading with the 4th Imperial Prince, begging him to spare her family. She's on her knees, completely at his mercy. The prince looks down on her from his throne, cold and dismissive. Jack remembers the horrible truth. His sister wasn't even the prince's legal wife. The prince backhands her, shouting at her not to annoy him with such trivial matters. The sheer cruelty of the moment is still burned into Jack's memory. Even after being struck, his sister refused to give up. The 4th Imperial Prince simply ignored her pleas, showing no hint of compassion. She continued to beg, offering to do anything, even offering up her own body if it would grant them mercy. She was willing to sacrifice everything. He remembers his sister begging on the cold, hard floor of the palace for 3 days and 3 nights straight. Her devotion to her family was absolute, even when they didn't deserve it. The prince just looked on with amusement, finding it interesting that a mere political hostage would go to such lengths. He saw her pain as a form of entertainment. That was the story he was told. He had to suppress the memories of her suffering for a long, long time. But the real story, the worst possible future, is a truth that only Jack himself knows. He's the only one who understands the full extent of the horror she went through. We're back at the academy, where a large building stands under a clear sky. A new chapter of Jack's life is beginning. 2 students are talking as they walk. One thanks the other for showing him the way to the representative's office. Suddenly, Jack feels a menacing presence, and his eyes widen in alarm. He whips his head around, instantly on guard. A hand grabs his shoulder from behind, and a voice says he seems to be misunderstanding something. Jack's eyes glow with a dangerous light. It's the 4th Imperial Prince, Ian, grabbing Jack from behind. He tells him he could learn some things about the Ballantyre house, but it just isn't now. The prince leans in with a smug, terrifying smile. He tells Jack he'll let him live, as long as he listens to him. In the future, Jack knows. His sister became the 4th Imperial Princess's toy. For the prince, people were just pawns to be used like a blade. In that kind of desperate situation, Jack knew what was bound to happen. The powerful prey on the weak. What happened then was simple and horribly predictable. He remembers seeing his sister, broken and used. She was eventually prosecuted and executed by the legal wife after the 4th Imperial Prince became the emperor. Her tragic end was sealed. Jack roars in agony, the memory of his sister's fate tearing him apart. It's a pain that has followed him through death and back. About a year after that, the Ballantyre Marquis house was completely destroyed. The ruins of his family home are a stark reminder of his failure. Everything and everyone connected to the name Tolkien became a target. As long as they had even the slightest connection to the Empire, he annihilated them. After he heard that story, after he learned the full truth of his sister's suffering, he turned into a monster. It was the catalyst for his bloody rampage, and this is just the beginning. He vowed to eliminate even the faintest trace that they ever existed in this world. However, back in the present, Elizabeth gently touches Jack's face. That future is too cruel, too painful to even imagine. She gives him a soft, reassuring smile and asks, "Okay?" She's trying to put his mind at ease. Jack returns her smile, telling her not to worry. He's determined to protect that smile this time around. He tells her to take her time, no matter what happens. The night sky is visible outside the window as they share a quiet moment. A close-up of Elizabeth's feet shows her taking a step. The narration notes that the child who did nothing but avoid and hide has changed. Jack gently holds Elizabeth, a new resolve in his eyes. Elizabeth looks out the window, a thoughtful expression on her face. She wonders to herself if it's a good change. She thinks about the rumors, finding it hard to believe that Jack used black magic. He seems so different now. She knows he's a 6th Circle user, a powerful mage in her own right, and she can't sense even a trace of black magic on him. She concludes there's no way a 7th Circle user, let alone a beginner, could hide it from her. The story just doesn't add up. She stands before the door to her father's study, thinking it must be the Marchioness's influence at play. She prepares herself to confront him. She enters the study, where her father is sitting by the fire. She tells him to please let Jack out of prison, getting straight to the point. The Marquis looks up from his drink and asks a simple why. He's completely unfazed by her request. Elizabeth explains that, in the first place, black magic has only been passed down through legends. She finds it hard to believe that such a young child could learn something so complex. The Marquis sips his tea, musing that it must be a problem to reveal the true reason to the public. He's already thinking about politics and appearances. Elizabeth remains silent, waiting for her father's response. The tension in the room is palpable. The Marquis correctly guesses her thoughts. He says she must already know that Jack has no talent in the heir's position, and then tells her to continue. Elizabeth continues, her expression firm. She knows this is a crucial moment. The Marquis clenches his fist, a dark look in his eyes. He says that this must be her warning to him. He gives a sinister smirk, admitting her move wasn't bad. He says you're smart, acknowledging her political maneuvering. Elizabeth thinks about the life of a fool, the Marquis' illegitimate child. She knows her father wants her to quietly live out her own fate. The Marquis tells her it's a warning of what will happen to Jack if she does something stupid or rejects her own fate. He's using Jack as a hostage to control her. Her hand trembles as she realizes the truth. This entire situation is a warning directed at her. The Marquis continues, saying that when Jack becomes of age, he'll officially be dead. He plans on letting Jack live a normal life somewhere else while erasing his identity. Elizabeth is shocked by this revelation. She asks if that's true, her voice trembling as she looks at her father. The Marquis turns to his massive dog, petting it as he speaks. He tells Elizabeth not to forget her own duty until then, and that this plan is also for her future. Elizabeth asks him to please not worry, her voice barely a whisper. She feels trapped by his cold calculations. She thinks it's too cruel to be a coincidence. She recalls Phelan as a third circle user, while the youngest, Jack, doesn't even have one. Her mind flashes back to the image of Jack breaking out of his cell with a massive blast of mana. Then, what did I see earlier? She wonders, completely bewildered. The Marquis dismisses her concerns, saying it's in the past and doesn't matter. He tells her as she's requested, he'll let him out, sipping his tea nonchalantly. Elizabeth thanks him and asks to be excused, leaving the study with a heavy heart. The Marquis coldly replies very well. As the heavy doors to the study close, a heavy silence falls. The deal has been struck. The Marquis watches her leave, a calculating look on his face. He's won this exchange, or so he thinks. Elizabeth stands outside the door, her hands clasped together as she processes what just happened. She's filled with a sense of dread. Her mind flashes back to Jack's desperate plea to run away. His words echo in her mind, now heavier than ever. She clutches her chest, whispering, "That's impossible, Jackie." She feels utterly trapped. She sinks to the floor in despair, covering her face. There's no way to run from a fate that's already been decided. The sun rises over the Marquis's estate, with birds taking flight from the castle tower. It's a new day, and things are about to change. Inside his cell, Jack lets out a massive yawn. After everything that's happened, he's feeling the exhaustion catch up to him. He rubs his eyes, wondering if he's so tired because of the dream he had last night. It felt so real, almost like he was reliving his past life all over again. A guard appears at his cell door, apologizing for waking him. He informs Jack that he's being released, but Jack just glares at him, clearly not a morning person. The guard, a fully armored knight, repeats himself, asking if Jack can even hear him. He's got a real attitude for a guy talking to a nobleman, even an exiled one. Jack gives a sly smirk, noting the guard's informal and disrespectful tone, but he decides to let it slide for now, thinking, well, whatever. Now out of the cell, Jack stands before the knight. He sarcastically remarks that the prison was quite cozy and that as someone who dominated the continent, he finds the knight's attitude narrow-minded. The knight hands him a fresh set of clothes. Jack takes them, giving a quick thank you for getting these, though it's dripping with sarcasm. The knight seems surprised by his demeanor. Jack gives him a cold, intense stare, his eyes glowing. A memory of his master's voice echoes in his head, chiding a man for being impolite. The knight is clearly intimidated by Jack's piercing gaze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Jack calls him out, asking why he's staring and telling him to get lost if he doesn't have any shoes for him. The knight is taken aback, stammering a confused pardon. He can't believe the kid he's supposed to be guarding is this aggressive. Jack gets right in the knight's personal space, his eyes narrowed. He asks if the knight thinks they're buddies, his voice low and threatening. The knight can only stammer, completely losing his composure. The knight is internally freaking out, unable to comprehend the sheer pressure coming from this kid. Jack's hand begins to glow with mana as he tells the knight to speak properly, calling him a son of a gun. With mana swirling around him, Jack's eyes burn with a furious light. He's not the weak, helpless boy this knight was expecting. A wide shot shows the beautiful and sprawling Volontiers estate. From the outside, it looks like a paradise, hiding the toxic family drama within. Now dressed in his proper noble attire, Jack stands at the entrance to his annex, looking every bit the part of the Marquis's son. Ron peeks out the door and spots him, completely surprised to see his young master back so soon. The loyal butler rushes out to greet him, his face a mixture of relief and concern. "You're back," he says, his voice filled with emotion. Ron immediately starts fussing over him, grabbing his shoulders and asking if he's hurt anywhere. Jack, looking a bit overwhelmed by the affection, calmly tells him he's completely fine. Ron still looks incredibly worried, his eyes scanning Jack for any sign of injury. The poor butler has clearly been losing sleep over this whole ordeal. He continues to panic, asking what in the world happened and pointing out the bloodstains on Jack's prison clothes. Jack has to clarify that it's not his blood, trying to calm the frantic butler down. Jack finally gets a word in, changing the subject. "Anyway," he says, noticing a new presence, asking if there aren't more people here now. And he's right. A squad of 10-foot soldiers and a page from the Iron Blood Knight Order have been stationed at his residence. It seems his father is beefing up his security. A handsome, blonde knight steps forward. This must be the page from the Iron Blood Knights, assigned to be Jack's personal guard. Ron looks at the knight with pity, calling him a poor guy. Apparently, this knight's dream was to join the order, and now he's stuck on babysitting duty. The knight kneels before Jack, but his introduction is anything but respectful. He claims he has no dream of taking care of him and only feels bad for him. "Big mistake, buddy." The knight's face drains of color as a horrifying realization dawns on him. What? He thinks. He must have found out what I did in the prison. Yep, he's the same disrespectful guard from the cell. He starts trembling uncontrollably, the sweat pouring down his face. He knows he's in deep, deep trouble now. Jack and Ron just look down at the pathetic, kneeling knight. He addresses Jack as third young lord, but the damage has already been done. The knight starts babbling, asking if it's not true that Jack was in prison. Ron can't believe what he's hearing, thinking the knight has completely lost his mind. The knight recalls hearing the voice of Mantis, the faction that supports Phelan. He arrogantly thought that Jack, as an outcast, would know his place and stay quiet. Ron tries to intervene, telling the knight his words are too harsh, but the knight doubles down, asking what's wrong with calling a fool a fool. That's the last straw. Jack's expression turns icy as he confronts the knight. He tells him to stay right here and look after him, asking if that isn't all he was ordered to do. Jack leans in, his voice dangerously low. He tells the knight to do his job and stop talking about things he doesn't understand, giving him a simple choice. You want to die, or do you want to shut up and do as you're told? The knight is completely shaken. He was told he was being sent to observe Jack and thought he held all the power. He expected Jack to be begging him, not threatening him. Thoroughly put in his place, the knight finally submits. He says yes, he apologizes, his voice trembling with fear. Jack is absolutely losing it, laughing his head off because the knight actually showed a bit of common sense for once. He mocks the guy, calling him a dog who finally figured out how to use his brain. Jack is already bored with the conversation and starts walking away with Ron following close behind. He tells the knight he's too lazy to keep talking and orders him to go settle his own business before reporting back. He stops for a second just to drop a legendary flex over his shoulder. He tells the knight that if he's got a problem with how he's being treated, he's more than welcome to go complain to the Marquis. Then comes the ultimate disrespect, with a cold, predatory smirk. Since calling him a page is too much effort, Jack decides the knight's new name is Chick, and he better come running the moment he's called. Jack casually tells Ron it's time to move on, leaving the situation behind without a second thought. The newly dubbed Chick is left in a total panic, scrambling and shouting as he tries to keep up with his new master. The proud knight is left standing there, looking completely devastated by his new status. He repeats his humiliating nickname Chick while surrounded by imaginary baby birds. His dignity is officially non-existent. With the knight dealt with, Jack pats Ron's hand on his shoulder, his attention now completely on his loyal butler. He turns to Ron with a warm smile, the menace completely gone from his face. Ron, he says, he's craving something great today, ready to put the morning's drama behind him. Ron is overjoyed, bowing respectfully. He says yes, young master, he will prepare it for him once he is changed, happy to be able to dote on him again. And what a meal it is. Ron lays out a feast fit for a king, complete with perfectly cooked steak and an assortment of delicious side dishes. Jack eagerly licks his lips, his mouth watering at the sight of the incredible spread. He is definitely ready to eat. A cute chibi version of Jack appears, absolutely loving the food. The text confirms what we already know, this meal is delicious as heck. Jack takes a bite and is blown away. As expected, he exclaims, "Your cooking skills are top-notch." Ron simply smiles, saying he's flattered. Ron gets a little emotional watching Jack eat, and Jack has to tell him to stop looking as he's just a card. Ron looks away, trying to compose himself. "It's nothing," he says, clearly moved by Jack's kindness after all he's been through. Jack just gives him a warm, knowing smile. He asks if Ron isn't hungry, offering up his fork. "There's plenty, so shall we eat together?" he asks. Jack lets out a hearty laugh, looking over at the knight who's now standing at attention. "That's good," he exclaims. "This dog at least knows how to think." He turns back to Ron, waving a dismissive hand. "Anyway," he says, he's too lazy to keep talking, telling Ron to report the incident with the knight to the Marquis on his own. Jack slides a plate of food over to his loyal butler. He asks Ron if he isn't hungry with a kind smile, telling him there's plenty, so they should eat together. Ron looks at him, his expression filled with a deep, unspoken emotion. He's clearly been worried sick, and this simple act of kindness is almost too much for him to handle. The butler immediately objects, completely flustered. He asks how he could share a table with him, telling him to just sit down as he has something to say. He's trying to maintain his professional distance, but Jack's offer has clearly touched him. Ron bows his head, finally giving in to his young master's request. He says yes, if you say so, unable to refuse such a heartfelt invitation. As they share a meal, Jack gets down to business. He asks how his sister is these days, his voice casual but his eyes full of concern. Ron replies that Lady Elizabeth is doing as she usually does. Jack suddenly slams his hand on the table, a flash of anger in his eyes. He demands to know if Ron is calling her for him, his sudden intensity catching the poor butler completely off guard. Ron is completely taken aback by the accusation. Jack says Ron, of all people, should know how much his sister is suffering, leaving Ron to stammer out a confused pardon. Jack immediately realizes he's said too much, revealing knowledge from a future that hasn't happened yet. He clutches his head, trying to backtrack. "I don't know," he mutters. "What could?" An awkward silence hangs between them. Jack's slip-up has created a tension that wasn't there before, and Ron is clearly trying to process what just happened. Trying to smooth things over, Jack changes the subject back to the meal. He says he'll say it again with a small smile, that Ron's cooking skills were always good. He begins to explain, drawing on memories from his younger days. From what he can remember, he starts, a steaming pot of stew appearing in his mind's eye. The flashback continues with an image of freshly baked bread on a rack. It's clear that these memories of food are tied to something much deeper. The reason he could always eat without a worry in the world, even as the despised third son, was because of one person's constant vigilance. He reveals the truth he's carried for so long. It was because Ron always checked whether his meals were poisoned or not before he consumed them. The flashback shows Ron, ever the loyal guardian, tasting Jack's food in the kitchens. Ron is absolutely stunned into silence. "Young master, so you know that much," he says, his voice filled with awe. "But Jack isn't finished yet." "That's not the only thing," he replies, a mysterious glint in his eye. Jack leans forward with a sly, knowing smile. "Let's see," he says, preparing to drop another bombshell on his unsuspecting butler. And that's when everything changed. He looks Ron dead in the eye and makes an impossible statement. He asks if Ron is a 9th circle mage right now, his voice calm and confident. Ron can only stare back, his composure completely shattered. Jack has just revealed his deepest, most guarded secret. Jack explains his line of thinking, starting with his parents. He mentions that while his father is from a prestigious family, his biological mother was a commoner who passed away when he was born. He looks at Ron with a soft smile. But, he deduces, seeing his sister, who people say resembles his mother, she must have been a good person. Back in the present, he tells Ron, this is what he truly feels. He's laying out all the pieces of a puzzle that only he can see. He poses the critical question that connects all the dots. He asks if Ron protected his mother from the sidelines, knowing the answer already. Ron's gloved hand tightens, his silence a confirmation of Jack's words. He doesn't need to say anything, his reaction says it all. Jack states the unbelievable truth plainly. His mother, a supposed commoner, was protected by a 9th circle mage, one of the most powerful beings in the world. He sips his tea with a small smile, finding the whole situation absurd. If this was a novel, he muses, he would have torn away the book, considering how unrealistic it is. His smile fades as the weight of reality sets in. But, he says, his voice turning serious, it actually happened. He reveals a memory from his past life. He confesses that when he ran away from the house, he wasn't alone, showing himself on horseback, fleeing into the unknown. The memory continues, showing him with another small figure on the horse. He was being chased by assassins sent by his own father. The flashback shows his younger self, terrified but determined, galloping through the rain and darkness, running for his life. The MARQUIS had sent a formidable force after them, including the fearsome Redgates, who were known for their ruthless efficiency. Leading the charge was the captain of the Night Order, a powerful 8th circle swordsman, a truly terrifying opponent. But Jack wasn't alone in that fight. The memory shows Ron unleashing his incredible power to defend the young master. And the other person with him, the one he called a child, was his future master. She sacrificed herself to protect him during that desperate escape. The memory ends with a desperate cry of Ron's name as the battle raged on, a pivotal moment that shaped Jack's entire previous life. Back in the present, Jack explains his hesitation. He was afraid to ask Ron about his past, knowing the truth about his immense power and his connection to his mother. He thinks back to a time when things were simpler, or at least when he was more ignorant of the truths hiding in plain sight. He reveals the biggest secret of all. His mother wasn't actually a commoner, and the MARQUIS had no idea. In fact, it's likely his mother never even told the Marquis her true identity. She carried that secret with her to the grave. Jack looks down at his tea, a determined expression on his face. But, he begins, ready to move on from the past. He decides that knowing the full story of his mother isn't what's important right now. He resolves to just keep living on without knowing, focusing on the future he can change. He finally makes his request. He tells Ron that he doesn't trust anyone else in this house and asks him to do one thing. Ron, protect my sister. He acknowledges Elizabeth's own strength, noting that she's already a 6th circle mage at the age of 18, a true prodigy. But Ron knows her fatal flaw. No, he says, shaking his head, she's excessively kind. Sacrificing herself is nothing to her. Jack agrees completely. He knows that his sister's kindness will be her downfall if she's left to fend for herself in this family of snakes. He lays out his plan. He declares that he's planning on heading to the academy as soon as tomorrow, and he won't come back unless it's something serious. He gives Ron his timeline. Just 4 years, he says, his gaze steady. Please stay with my sister during that time. He looks out the window at the estate, a symbol of their gilded cage, and after that he promises Ron can live his life. Ron is stunned by the offer, his hand instinctively going to his chest. My life? He whispers, the concept of living for himself something he hasn't considered in a very, very long time. Jack clarifies his offer. He's not just talking about a life free from being a butler, but a life where Ron can finally pursue his own dreams. He says he can protect his sister in 4 years and asks Ron who he'll be protecting her from. Just as the conversation reaches its most critical point, the knight formerly known as Chick interrupts, asking to be excused as he enters the room. Jack looks over, his annoyance barely concealed. He mutters, "Well, of course," under his breath. The door creaks open, shattering the serious atmosphere Jack and Ron had built. Talk about terrible timing. Jack is visibly frustrated, clenching his fists. He yells that this was an important moment, then tells him to come in, his patience completely worn out. The knight, James, enters and begins his report. He informs them that the guard who was injured earlier has been given first aid and is now undergoing treatment. Jack raises an eyebrow, completely unimpressed. He asks if that's it, his tone dripping with sarcasm. James gives the official story, and it's a ridiculous one. Apparently, the guard accidentally cut off his own fingers during training and then dropped his dagger. Jack smirks, finishing the fabricated tale. The dropped dagger then conveniently stabbed the guard in the eye, and since Jack was in the annex, that's how the story was wrapped up. He pats James on the shoulder with mock praise. "Good work," he says. "Once you're the Marquis's dog, I'll make you the leftover captain." James can only mutter that he's okay. Jack calls out to him, "Hey, Chick." The knight grits his teeth and corrects him. "It's James Canta." Jack ignores him and gets straight to the point. He announces that he'd like to train in the sword, so bring me 1 real sword and 1 wooden sword. Jack glares at him and just says whatever, clearly not caring about the knight's job description. James puffs out his chest, trying to regain some authority. He states that errands are not his job, drawing a line in the sand. Jack picks up a fork and points it at him threateningly. "Hey, Chick," he asks, "you don't like me, right?" He asks if he's caring that he at least makes himself look like a human. He throws down the gauntlet with a wicked grin. He offers to give him a chance to beat him up, much to the knight's surprise. Both Ron and James are completely shocked by the proposal. "Young master, are you serious?" they exclaim in unison. Jack confirms that he is, in fact, very serious. "Of course," he says, holding out his hand. "You see my hand?" He lays out the terms of the duel with a condescending tone. He asks if they think he's ever held a sword before, telling James he can just beat him however he wants in a duel. James is still trying to wrap his head around the offer. He asks, bewildered, if Jack is telling him to become his swordsmanship scope. Jack can't hold it in any longer and lets out a small laugh, trying to stifle his amusement at the knight's cluelessness. He completely loses it, bursting into hysterical laughter. He cackles that's the 3rd most interesting thing he's ever heard in his life, then tells him to just go bring him a sword. Ron looks at Jack with genuine concern. He asks if he will be alright, clearly worried about the upcoming duel. Jack just looks at him, completely unbothered, and replies with, "What?" They're sitting down to their meal, and Ron explains his worries. "That man is a 4th circle user," he says, his voice laced with anxiety. Jack just casually replies so, as if the knight's power level is completely irrelevant. Ron presses the issue, asking if Jack is sure he can do this. He's terrified that his young master will get hurt, but Jack just turns it into a game, asking with a grin if he wants to make a bet on it. The bet is simple, whether he can beat that chick or not. Jack is oozing confidence, but Ron is still on the fence. The knight, James, who's been standing guard nearby, clears his throat awkwardly. He's clearly been eavesdropping on the entire conversation. Ron looks at Jack, a thoughtful expression on his face. He begins, formulating the terms of the bet. He decides that instead of betting on who will win or lose, they should wager on how many hits Jack will receive. Jack looks a bit annoyed by Ron's lack of faith in him. He lets out an exasperated sigh, clearly not a fan of the new terms. But his mood quickly changes, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. "That'd be fun," he says, leaning forward eagerly. "What do you want to bet?" He reminds Ron that James is an incredibly skilled knight, on a completely different level from his brother Phelan. He asks if Ron is seriously going to do this, testing his resolve. Jack slumps back in his chair, feigning disappointment. "Jeez," he says, "you have absolutely no faith in me," trying to guilt-trip his loyal butler. He leans forward again, a playful glint in his eye. "Then let's do this," he proposes. "If I get hit even once during the duel with the chick, you win. How's that?" Ron looks away, still hesitant. He remains silent for a moment before adding that there's something he wants from him, and all Jack has to do is promise that one thing. Jack is intrigued. "1 hit, he clarifies, then adds another layer to the bet. "How about the loser grants the winner's wish?" He smirks, his eyes gleaming with a mix of confidence and affection. "I'm this Marquis's servant after all," he says, playfully reminding Ron of his place while also hinting at a deeper bond. He holds up his fork, the tines glinting in the light. As he's told him already, he says, his voice dropping to a serious tone, there are only 2 masters in this Marquis's house that he trusts. He reveals his 2 masters, his sister, and Ron. "That's you." Ron is completely taken aback by the heartfelt confession, his eyes widening in surprise. "Young master," he whispers, his voice filled with emotion. Jack continues, his expression earnest. "Ron," he says, "you seem to be avoiding something," sensing a hidden burden in his loyal servant. He looks at Ron with a gentle, understanding smile. You see, he explains, he doesn't order around the people that he trusts, so he will rephrase his request then. Ron looks down, completely moved by his young master's words. The weight of his past seems a little lighter in this moment. Jack just grins, leaning back in his chair. He says if Ron says it like that, it's hard for him to refuse, accepting the unspoken terms of their bed. James, who has been watching this entire exchange, clenches his fist in frustration. He's clearly not happy about being the subject of their wager. He kneels before Jack, his pride completely shattered. He has no choice but to go along with this humiliating duel. Third young lord, he says, his voice laced with a newfound respect. Forgive me for my rudeness earlier. If you need a sparring partner, then I will gladly be your target. Jack waves a dismissive hand. So please retract what you said earlier, he says. There are countless people like that chick whose disrespect is imprinted on my face. He explains that while he can tolerate disrespect, laying a hand on him is a completely different story. James must be afraid of what might happen if he crosses that line. Jack leans forward, a confident smirk on his face. He says that's why he's kneeling and wants him to see him. He asks when James wants to go somewhere quiet and see them, then catches himself with a pardon. James looks up, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Could it be, he thinks, you're afraid of losing to me? Jack gets right in his face, his eyes burning with intensity. He voices the knight's deepest fear. You're afraid of losing to me? James grits his teeth, his pride wounded. He tries to deny it, but the fear is written all over his face. Jack leans back, a triumphant smirk on his face. I'm not afraid, he declares. Is that so? Really? James finally snaps. Then, he says, accepting the challenge, I guess you'll have to see for yourself if I'm bluffing or not. You'll face this old geezer's sword anyway. Jack turns to Ron, a playful glint in his eye. Ron, he asks, do you know if there's a place where I can train in our basement? Ron can only reply with a confused pardon. Ron racks his brain, trying to think of such a place. He seems to have a faint memory, but he can't quite place it. Suddenly, an image of a hidden door flashes in his mind. Whoa, he exclaims, a forgotten memory bubbling to the surface. He leads Jack and James down a set of stairs to a hidden part of the estate. He says he never knew they had a place like this in their basement, completely amazed. Jack looks at the hidden training ground, a thoughtful expression on his face. In this manner, he asks, then corrects himself. No, it's the place that your mother, Lady Valantier, and our 2 children. He asks Ron why he didn't know about this place. Ron explains that it's because Jack never worked out, so he never had a reason to come down here. Come to think of it, the place is remarkably clean. Jack runs a hand over a nearby railing, not a speck of dust in sight. He realizes that someone must be periodically cleaning this place. There's no other explanation for its pristine condition. He turns to Ron, a grateful smile on his face. He knows who's been taking care of this hidden sanctuary. He bows his head slightly, a silent thank you to his loyal butler. Thank you so much, he says, his voice filled with a quiet sincerity. Ron just smiles, happy to have been of service. A cute chibi version of Jack playfully calls out to James, Hey chick! Jack holds out his hand, his expression serious now. He asks what the hell he is mindlessly staring at, and tells him to hand over the wooden sword. James approaches, his face a mask of determination. He tells the 3rd young lord that they should start with the wooden swords first and to hurry up, ready for the duel to begin. He hands the wooden sword to Jack, their hands briefly touching. He says, yes sir, here you go, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Jack takes the sword, his grip firm and confident. The weight of the wood feels familiar in his hand. He looks at the sword, a small smile on his face. James observes that the 3rd young lord has gotten used to holding a sword, surprised by his natural stance. Jack's smile widens into a confident grin. Adept? He asks. If I pile up all the humans and other species I've killed in my past life, it would reach the heavens. He gives a small nod, accepting the compliment. Yeah, sure, he says. Thanks for the compliment, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. He tosses the real sword to James. And take this seriously, even if it's a wooden sword, he says, then lunges forward, shouting Chick's name. James barely has time to react as Jack's wooden sword comes swinging towards his head. He raises his own sword to block, the impact sending a jolt through his arm. The 2 wooden swords clash with a loud crack. James is pushed back, completely caught off guard by the sheer force of Jack's attack. He grunts in exertion, surprised by Jack's strength. He thinks that he easily blocked it away, as expected. It feels like he is a novice. Since he's afraid to get hurt, he'll just scare him a bit. But Jack is relentless. A red mark appears on James's face as Jack's sword finds its mark. And he thinks, his confidence wavering. Jack's attack is a blur of motion, his sword moving with a speed and precision that defies his age. James is completely on the defensive, struggling to keep up. The duel ends as quickly as it began. Jack stands over a defeated James, a look of confusion on his face. He says, as if he didn't just completely dominate a 4th circle knight. James is on his knees, clutching his arm in pain. He can't believe what just happened. Young master, he stammers, you'd be dead if this was a real sword. Jack just grins, a terrifyingly confident look in his eyes. He asks if he didn't tell him this precisely, reminding the knight of his earlier warning. James can only stare in disbelief. He wonders just where he learned to move like this, asking himself if it was not the third young lord's first time holding a sword. Just look at this move. Jack goes for a full power thrust with that wooden sword, but James manages to smack it aside just in time. Even though it was just a simple deflection, James is already sweating bullets. He can't believe a 14-year-old kid has that much weight and power behind a single swing. James is standing there trying to regain his composure, thinking this whole thing should have ended the moment he parried. He's starting to realize he's in for a way tougher fight than he thought. The wooden sword hits the floor with a heavy thud and a clatter. It looks like a simple drop, but in a duel, that's usually game over. But wait, Jack isn't done. He's moving like a literal blur, weaving around James with what the narration calls perfect movements. He's completely outclassing a trained knight in pure agility. Ron is watching from the sidelines, and his jaw is practically on the floor. He's 100% sure now. If Jack was holding a real blade right now, this duel would already be a crime scene. And there it is. Jack has his sword pointed right at James's throat while the knight is flat on his back. The text says the page may have died, and honestly, he looks like he just saw his life flash before his eyes. Ron is having a full-on existential crisis in his head. He remembers Jack never even touched a sword before today, so how the heck is he moving like a grandmaster? He's staring at Jack with this look of pure disbelief. He's wondering if genius is even a strong enough word to describe what he just witnessed. We get this epic shot of Jack's eye glowing with that predatory yellow light. Ron is convinced that even the most gifted prodigies in history couldn't be this skilled at such a young age. Jack stands over the fallen knight, totally casual, and asks Chick if he's in his mid-20s. James is just lying there in shock, stuttering out a confused pardon. James manages to choke out that he's 23 years old. Jack follows up by asking when he started training with mana, and James admits he started at 18. Jack looks genuinely impressed, or at least he's doing a good job pretending to be. He realizes James reached the 4th circle in only 5 years, which is actually crazy fast for someone who started late. Jack's eyes narrow as he starts analyzing James's potential. One eye is glowing blue as he stares deep into the knight's stats, searching for any hidden talent. He looks around the basement at the target dummies, thinking that considering the late start, James actually has some useful talent. High praise coming from a former sword ghost. Jack envisions a powerful silhouette of James as a captain. He thinks this guy could easily reach the 7th or even 8th circle and lead a noble family's knight order if he keeps at it. Jack starts walking toward the weapon rack with a determined stomp. James is struggling to get back up in the background, looking completely dazed. Isn't this hilarious? Jack thinks as he reaches for a real steel sword. He finds it a total waste that someone with James's talent is being reduced to babysitting a child like him. Jack gives a wicked little grin, telling the knight he's actually starting to like him now. He's clearly getting a kick out of this training session while holding his sword ready for round 2. James tries to play the concerned adult, warning Jack that he's gonna get hurt if they keep this up. Jack just finds the whole thing absurd and bursts into a fit of hysterical laughter right in the guy's face. The kid is literally losing it, cackling like a total madman. To a former legendary master, being warned about getting hurt by a 4th circle knight is basically the best joke he's heard in decades. He finally catches his breath and lets out a final sigh, looking at the knight with total contempt. He caps it off by calling him a chick again, just to keep the humiliation train rolling. Standing tall over the fallen knight, Jack decides to drop some cold, hard wisdom. He warns James that there's a hair's width between being conceited and being actually confident, asking if he really thinks that last exchange was just luck. James is left staring down at his wooden sword in absolute silence. He looks completely broken and confused, unable to wrap his head around how a supposed weakling is totally dominating him. Jack points a finger and tells James he's just a chick for now. He taunts him to come at him one more time, his face a mask of cold arrogance. James has officially reached his breaking point. His face is turning red, and he's baring his teeth in pure, unadulterated rage at being mocked by a kid. He lets out a scream and rushes forward, swinging his blade with everything he's got. The motion lines show he's moving with some serious speed this time. Jack just gives this terrifyingly calm smirk as James charges. He mocks him for falling for such a basic taunt, saying that's exactly why he's still just a page. This decision would change everything. With a loud kang, the two swords clash with a massive impact. The sound effect practically vibrates off the page as they lock blades. But Jack is way too smooth. He slips right through James's guard like he's made of smoke. James looked absolutely horrified as he realizes he's missed his mark. And just like that, it's over again. Jack has his sword tip hovering right at James's throat. That's 2 deaths in 1 day for the poor guy. James's wooden sword clatters to the floor as he gives up. He's completely defeated, both physically and mentally. Jack breaks into this huge, mischievous grin and holds up 2 fingers. Looks like you've died twice today? He laughs. The level of disrespect is legendary. James is sweating bullets, asking how he did that just now. He literally can't comprehend the technique he just saw. Jack turns away like it was nothing, casually explaining that he just changed the direction of the sword the exact moment they clashed. It sounds simple, but that's high-level master stuff. James is staring into the void, totally broken. He's starting to realize that he isn't just fighting a talented kid, he's fighting something else entirely. Close up on James's face, and he is trembling with a mix of frustration and fear. He's probably questioning every single life choice that led him to this basement. Jack gives a little wave and calls it an advanced technique. He even has the audacity to ask if James wants to see it again. Talk about rubbing salt in the wound. James snaps and draws his real sword, looking absolutely murderous. "I'll use a real sword as well this time," he growls. Jack just gives a bored, sure, whatever. Jack looks back at Ron, who is standing there looking incredibly stoic. The tension in the room is high enough to snap a wire. Jack gives Ron a cheeky wink and a thumbs up. "I won the bet, okay?" he says. Ron just lets out a tired sigh and accepts the result. Jack reminds Ron of the wish he requested earlier. We see a vision of Elizabeth, looking beautiful and innocent, Jack's entire motivation for this second life. Ron looks down, his expression serious. He knows exactly what's at stake here. "Yes, young master," Ron says, bowing his head. He promises to put his entire life on the line to make Jack's wish come true. Now that's loyalty. James is back in his stance, and he looks like he's playing for keeps now. He tells Jack that this time it'll be different, but Jack just responds with a skeptical, "What?" Jack starts glowing with a massive surge of blue mana. He gives a predatory grin and tells the little chick that he'll allow him to use mana this time. He leans in with this terrifying look in his eyes and says he'll use it too. The air around him is literally sparking with power. James is fully charged up now, his body humming with mana. He gives a grim, very well, "Come ready to settle this once and for all." Boom! Jack lunges forward with a two-handed overhead strike. Blue lightning is arcing off his blade as he brings the hammer down. The swords collide with a massive boom. The impact is so strong it creates a shockwave that lights up the entire training room. James is struggling hard, his face contorting as he grunts. He's realizing that Jack's mana pressure is way beyond anything a first circle user should have. James's eyes go wide as his guard starts to buckle. He gasps, realizing he's actually being overpowered by a child. With a loud crash, James is sent flying back, hitting the ground with a massive grunt. He's completely lost his footing and his dignity. Jack doesn't let up, immediately stomping his boot down with a heavy thud to pin James to the floor. It's a total dominant finish. Jack stands over the defeated knight with his sword held low. "Over already?" he asks with a cold, bored expression. Total savagery. James is lying there thinking this is impossible. He can't wrap his head around how a first circle mage just absolutely dismantled a fourth circle knight. Jack leans over him and says it's actually quite simple. He's about to give this chick a lesson in high-level mana control. He explains that instead of the usual method of spreading mana evenly across the whole body for a physical buff, he focused every single drop of his mana into a single region. He asks James if he really has to become an official knight, sounding almost like he's offering him a better job. James looks up, totally bewildered. "What do you mean?" he asks. He can't imagine any other life besides being a knight. A quick cut to the Marquis's study where he's chilling with his massive black dog. He asks what, echoing James's question. The Marquis pets the dog's head, calling it a hound, a very loyal hound. The comparison is pretty dark considering what Jack is about to say. Jack is looking down at James with this terrifying, shadowy grin. James is literally trembling as he gasps out a pardon. Jack tells James he should become a hound that only follows his orders. He promises that a life as Jack's secret enforcer will be way more entertaining than being a boring old official knight. The recruitment drive has officially begun. James is looking absolutely stunned after that beatdown. Jack repeats his offer, telling him that being his personal hound will lead to a way more entertaining life than being some boring official knight. The knight isn't totally sold yet, asking what exactly he'll gain from all this. Jack just stares him down with those intense, glowing yellow eyes, letting the silence do the talking. Jack eventually just laughs it off, telling James he should be asking what he'd be doing before worrying about the paycheck. Even Ron is in the background looking a bit skeptical about where this is going. Jack paints a pretty sweet picture of the perks, power, authority, basically anything James wants. We get this cool visual of a hound leaping through a snowy forest to really drive the point home. When James asks what a hound actually does, Jack literally puts his boot on the guy's chest. Talk about a dominant move. He tells him the answer should be obvious. And there it is, the job description. Jack wants James to assassinate anyone who gets in his way and act as his personal bodyguard while they're still down in that training basement. James is totally losing his mind at the word assassinate. He's sitting there on the floor looking completely overwhelmed, asking who he'd even have to kill. Ron is just watching the whole exchange from the sidelines, looking pretty deep in thought. You can tell he's calculating how this new addition to the team changes things. Poor James is still reeling, just sitting there in his armor and repeating the word assassinate like he can't believe it. The reality of Jack's ambition is finally starting to sink in. Jack stands over him one last time, telling him to figure it out on his own. He calls him Little Chick again, which has to be the most humiliating nickname for a trained knight ever. We get a shot of Phelan looking absolutely miserable in bed after his encounter with the fountain. Jack says he'll give James exactly 1 day to make up his mind. James looks up at Jack with this mix of fear and genuine intrigue. Jack just gives him one final look, saying he hopes James makes the right decision. Cut to the next day at the mansion, and Ron is calling out to Jack. The weather looks great, but you know there's more drama brewing inside. Jack is getting ready for the day, and Ron is right there telling him he's being way too reckless. He's clearly worried that Jack is playing a dangerous game with the knight. Ron asks point blank if Jack actually trusts James. He's looking at a glass of water, probably wondering if Jack has finally lost his mind. Ron starts giving Jack a shoulder massage while Jack takes a sip of his drink. He warns Jack that his little recruitment speech in the basement might have already reached the Marchioness's ears. Jack just gives this smug little smirk, totally unbothered by the warning. He's just chilling and enjoying the massage like he doesn't have a care in the world. Ron is not amused, telling Jack that this is definitely not the time to be laughing. He's convinced the Marchioness is just waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. He asks Jack if he isn't worried she might actually try to kill him. We see some candles flickering in the room, adding to that heavy, tense atmosphere. Ron keeps going, saying there's no telling what she'll do if she finds out Jack is leaving tomorrow. We get this menacing shot of the Marchioness looking like she's ready to commit a crime. Jack just laughs it off, pointing out that his beloved brother is still terrified of water. He thinks she won't be able to do much since her favorite son is currently broken. He explains that while the Marchioness wants him gone, she can't kill him because the Marquis is keeping a very close eye on everything. He's got the whole political situation mapped out. We see a visual of the family power structure, the Marquis, Elizabeth, and the Marchioness. Jack knows they still need him alive just to keep Elizabeth in line. Ron looks dead serious as he asks, "Are you certain?" He's having a hard time believing that Jack is truly safe in this house. Jack is just lounging back while Ron works on his shoulders. He asks if Ron really thinks the Marquis would ever let his own wife murder his son under his roof. He figures she'd probably just stop at breaking a few of his limbs rather than actually killing him before he heads to the academy. Talk about a brutal family dynamic. Jack gives a dark, confident smirk as he takes another sip. He knows exactly how much he can push his luck with these people. The liquid in his glass swirls as Jack thinks back to his previous life. He remembers that literally nobody in the entire world was able to take him down back then. He thinks about legendary monsters like the Harpy Lord, Orc Lord, and Dragon Lord. All of them failed to kill him. He's a veteran of 1,000 wars. So the idea that a mere Marchioness could kill him? Jack just bursts out laughing. To him, it's the funniest joke he's heard all day. Jack finally thanks Ron for the massage, admitting he's a bit sore after all that exercise with the knight. Ron just stares at him with a totally blank, "I'm over this" face. Ron calls out to Jack as he starts getting dressed. Even with the attitude, you can tell Ron is 100% loyal to his young master. Jack looks incredibly determined, stating that as long as he doesn't choose death himself, he'll never die. That's some serious main character energy right there. Ron asks if he's planning something big for tomorrow. Jack just gives a mysterious, "You could say that," without revealing any of his cards. Check out these cute chibi versions of them. Jack tells Ron that if he's so curious about tomorrow, he's welcome to follow him, but only secretly. Ron looks totally blindsided, asking if he's not supposed to be coming with Jack. Jack is already walking away, clearly ready to handle things solo. Jack gives him this sly, knowing look over his shoulder. He definitely has a plan that Ron isn't fully aware of yet. Jack firmly says, no. He tells Ron he can't come along openly and makes him swear that if he does follow, it has to be in secret. Jack puts a finger to his lips, telling Ron to keep the whole thing hush-hush. He asks okay with that signature manipulative charm. Ron reluctantly agrees, bowing his head with a "yes, sir." He's clearly not happy about being left in the dark, but he follows orders. Jack closes a door or a cabinet with a sharp creak. He's already focused on the next step of his plan. He suddenly stops and turns back, asking, "Oh, right, did you need something else?" Like he didn't just drop a massive bombshell on the poor butler. Jack tells Ron he's gonna go make his second circle right now. He gives a strict order to make sure absolutely nobody enters his room while he's training. Ron is sweating bullets, thinking about how reaching the second circle is supposed to be a massive ordeal. He can't believe how casually Jack is talking about it. He just keeps repeating second circle to himself in total shock. It took most people years to achieve what Jack is planning to do in an afternoon. Chibi Jack just thinks to himself that it's easy for him. When you've already been a master once, the early levels are just a speed run. Ron manages to choke out an "I see" as he walks away. He's completely overwhelmed by the sheer genius of the kid he's serving. We get a shot of James's boots as he stomps through the mansion. You can tell by his gait that he's in the middle of a major internal conflict. The poor guy is still clutching his sai from the duel. He's convinced Jack has to be a third circle mage already, given how hard those hits were. James is sweating and stressing out, thinking that while Jack is a genius, the Hound proposal is just totally absurd. He's trying to talk himself out of it. We see Jack in a sharp red uniform, looking every bit the noble. The narration reminds us that he has no family backing or powerful vassals to support him. James is standing in the grand hallway, looking completely lost. He realizes that the third young lord literally has nothing but his own talent. He remembers Jack's promise of a more entertaining life. It's a tempting offer compared to the boring, restricted life of a regular knight. James shakes his head, trying to snap out of the trance. He tells himself he was just being swept along by the crazy words of a child. He decides he should probably just tell the Marchioness everything. He remembers hearing the rumors about Elizabeth and Jack's martial talent and thinks he has a big scoop. James gets this creepy, greedy smile on his face. He thinks this is his golden ticket to finally stand out to the Marquis and Marchioness. We see a maid or an attendant reacting with a shocked, "Oh my." James is convinced he's found the perfect opportunity to climb the social ladder. He calls Jack a terrible brat in his head. He's certain that no matter how much of a genius Jack is, he can't beat the Marquis house unless he's a literal monster. Check out this super fancy room. This has to be the Marchioness's private quarters. The pink and lavender decor is a bit much, honestly. We see the Marchioness's hands resting on her lap. She's giving Elizabeth a lecture, reminding her that her mother was just a mere commoner. The Marchioness is chilling with a glass of wine, totally dismissing Elizabeth's talent. She thinks being a potential archmage is completely unimportant compared to social status. Poor Elizabeth is sitting there looking absolutely miserable. The Marchioness tells her that as long as she has her mother's face, nothing else about her matters. Elizabeth just looks down with this sad, empty expression. She's being systematically broken down by her stepmother's cruel words. The Marchioness gives this fake, sweet smile and asks if Elizabeth would like a glass of wine. She's playing mind games with the poor girl. Close up on that red wine, and it looks an awful lot like blood. It's a perfect visual for how toxic and dangerous this family meeting really is. Elizabeth is clearly terrified of her stepmother, asking how she could possibly dare to drink in her presence. The Marchioness just gives her this condescending smirk, enjoying the power play. "No," the Marchioness says as she watches the wine swirl in her glass with a soft clink. The tension in the room is thick enough to choke on. She takes a long sip, casually mentioning that the eldest son of the Malone Duke house is interested in Elizabeth. It's clear she's already treating her stepdaughter like a piece of property to be traded. She sets the glass down with a sharp sound, adding that the second son of the assembled Duke house is also interested. She's listing options like she's picking out furniture. She lets out a disgusted sound and crosses her arms, complaining that he's a mere second son. This woman's greed for higher status knows absolutely no bounds. She leans in with a look that could kill, telling Elizabeth she'll keep looking for partners. She leaves her with a final, menacing warning to make sure she behaves. The Marchioness asks if Elizabeth has someone she likes, and poor Elizabeth practically jumps out of her skin. She quickly denies it, looking absolutely terrified of what would happen if the answer was yes. The Marchioness just smiles and says it's a relief, because anyone Elizabeth liked would disappear without a trace. That is some cold-blooded villain energy right there. She casually changes the subject, mentioning that Jack seems to be thinking of something very amusing. Elizabeth's face turns pale, immediately worrying about what her brother is up to now. She chokes out a shocked pardon as her heart starts racing. She knows whenever Jack is involved, things get complicated fast. We see a flashback of James in the training basement. The Marchioness assumes Jack tried to win over a page, but she thinks he's walking right into a trap. She's convinced that Knight is still on her side, supported by her own son. She has no idea that Jack has already turned the chick into his loyal hound. Elizabeth is clutching her skirt so hard her knuckles are turning white. She's trapped in a nightmare, and she knows it. The Marchioness just starts cackling with a loud laugh. She thinks Jack's attempt to win over the Knight is a shallow idea and finds it absolutely hilarious. Elizabeth looks down with those tired, watery eyes. She knows that Jack's actions are all a desperate reaction to the abuse from their father and stepmother. She's internally screaming, telling herself she has to restrain her emotions. She believes if she doesn't play along, the pressure on Jack will only get worse. The Marchioness finally stops laughing, saying her tummy hurts from the joke. She tells Elizabeth she's glad she's being understanding, which is just a fancy way of saying obedient. She stands up to leave, looking down at Elizabeth with total contempt. She tells her to just keep doing what she's doing while she handles the marriage arrangements. As she walks away, she adds one final thing just in case. "You know this is going to be bad." She places a cold hand on Elizabeth's shoulder, making the poor girl shiver in fear. It's like a predator marking its territory. She looms over her, a dark shadow crossing the room. She warns Elizabeth that showing interest in another man would be a huge mistake. She leans right into her ear, whispering with a terrifying smile, "You know what will happen, right? This woman is pure evil." Elizabeth is sweating bullets, her eyes wide with pure, unfiltered terror. She can barely breathe with the Marchioness standing right behind her. The screen goes dark as Elizabeth whispers back her submission. She knows she has no choice but to obey for now. The Marchioness walks out like she didn't just mentally break a girl, calling Elizabeth a sweet girl. She tells her to hurry down for dinner as if everything is perfectly normal. Elizabeth is left sitting there in the empty room, looking like a broken doll. It's a heartbreaking shot of total isolation. The scene shifts to a beautiful sunset over the estate. The colors are gorgeous, but the mood is anything but peaceful. The maids are busy preparing a massive feast in the dining hall. This family clearly doesn't hold back when it comes to luxurious living. A close-up of a perfectly plated dish with fresh veggies. It looks like a high-end restaurant meal, but the atmosphere at this table is going to be toxic. The Ballantyre family is gathered for dinner, and the silence in the room is deafening. Nobody is saying a word while they eat. Bam! The dining room doors are kicked open with a massive boom. Talk about making an entrance. Jack strolls in looking totally bored, asking, geez, like he's the one being inconvenienced. The Marchioness and Elizabeth look absolutely stunned to see him crashing their formal dinner. Jack gives this wide, cocky grin and mocks the somber mood. He asks why everyone looks so depressed, especially since the nation isn't doomed yet. Elizabeth jumps up in total shock, gasping his name. Meanwhile, the Marquis is sitting there looking like he's ready to strangle someone. Jack puts a hand on his chest and demands a spot at the table. He reminds them that he's the precious third young lord and thinks it's about time he had a meal with his family. We get a quick magic lesson. There are 2 ways to use mana. The first is physical reinforcement, where you spread mana evenly to buff your strength and speed. A text box flashes a few minutes ago, taking us back to Jack's room before the dinner crash. Mana reinforcement is basically the ultimate athlete buff. It boosts your senses, intelligence, and most importantly, your raw strength. Then there's the flashy stuff. Formulas for fireballs and ice arrows are how mages like Ron operate. This second method is all about injecting mana into systematic formulas to materialize magic in the real world. This is why people are divided into mages or swordsmen depending on how they use their mana. It's the standard power system for this world. Jack is sitting by the window in his room. He thinks to himself that even though he's a swordsman, he can still use magic if he needs to. He states it clearly, and I am a swordsman. He's focused and ready to level up his new body. A close-up of Jack's eyes as he centers himself. He's about to pull off something that shouldn't be possible. Jack is sitting on his bed, glowing with a massive aura of blue mana. He's successfully formed his second circle in record time. He looks over at Ron and asks what he's staring at. Ron is looking at him with a face of pure, unadulterated shock, muttering, "It's 2 months." Jack flops back onto the bed. 2 months? What is? He asks, feeling the exhaustion from the fast breakthrough. Ron looks down, serious. The time it took for me to achieve the second circle, he explains, still unable to believe Jack's speed. Jack lies on the bed and admits that for a normal person, it usually takes about 4 months to go from the first to the second circle. Ron is totally stunned, realized that unless someone had regressed like Jack, reaching the second circle that fast is basically a miracle. Jack just gives this wide, happy grin and compliments Ron for being amazing. He's totally oblivious to how much of a flex he just pulled. Ron starts laughing at the absurdity of it all. He notes that he shouldn't be getting praised by a kid who just reached the second circle in 5 freaking hours. Jack suddenly remembers the time and asks Ron what it is. He's been so focused on training, he lost track of the day. Ron pulls out his pocket watch and calmly informs him that it's 5:48 p.m. The clock is ticking. Jack jumps up with a shocked what? He can't believe he spent that much time meditating and that dinner is almost served. His stomach starts growling, and Ron asks if he should go whip up a steak as always. Jack has a better and way more chaotic idea. He waves Ron off with a forget it, already planning his next move to annoy the family. He realizes the haughty main building family should be having their dinner right about now. The gears in his head are turning. Jack jumps out of bed with a manic look, while Ron tries to stop him from doing something crazy. Too late, buddy. Jack has made up his mind. He stands in front of the mirror, fixing his look. He wants to make sure he lets the family know he's leaving tomorrow in the most annoying way possible. Back at the dinner table, the maids look absolutely horrified. Jack just grabbed a whole roasted chicken leg right off the platter. A close-up of Jack absolutely demolishing that chicken. You can practically hear the loud munching sounds. He's stuffing his face with zero shame, noting that the main building really does have some high-quality food. The rest of the family is just staring in disbelief. He lets out a satisfied hum but still mocks them by saying Ron's cooking is actually better. The Marchioness is fuming in the background. Jack lets out a long sigh and thanks them for the meal after cleaning his plate. Elizabeth is just looking at him with wide, worried eyes. The Marquis finally speaks up, calling out Jack's name. Jack stops mid-lick with a huh and a face covered in grease. The Marquis looks at him with this stone-cold expression and asks if he actually came here to say something important. Jack casually licks his fingers and asks why else he would come to this dull-as-dirt place. He's showing absolutely zero respect to his father. We get this menacing, shadowy close-up of Jack's mouth with a dark smile as he prepares to drop his final bombshell. The Marquis is absolutely fuming, staring Jack down with pure disappointment. He really thought Jack was going to keep his head down, but now he's convinced his kid has officially lost his mind. Jack just flashes this cheeky, innocent-looking grin back at him. He casually asks why his dad is making such a scary face, pointing out that he's making the whole dinner vibe super awkward. Check out the contrast here. We've got Jack on the left, looking smug and totally enjoying himself, while the Marquis on the right looks like he's about to have an aneurysm. Elizabeth is panicking, begging Jack to stop and talk outside before things get worse. But Jack just raises a hand, signaling her to be quiet. He's got this whole situation exactly where he wants it. The Marquis finally relents, crossing his arms and telling Jack he'll hear him out. You can tell he's just waiting for a reason to snap, but he's playing it cool for now. Jack gives this dark, wide smirk that's honestly pretty terrifying for a 14-year-old. He's about to drop a bombshell on this happy family gathering. Jack drops the news. He's heading back to the academy tomorrow. In the background, you can see the Marchioness practically vibrating with rage, probably wondering how he's still acting this bold. The Marquis doesn't even hesitate, giving Jack the green light and telling him to leave bright and early. He looks like he's just relieved to get this headache out of his house. Jack gives him this sly, mocking look, letting him know that he wasn't actually asking for permission in the first place. He's totally flipped the power dynamic at this table. Jack stands up to leave, thanking his dad for the permission with a level of sass that would get any other kid grounded for life. He's done with the main building and ready to move on. But wait, he's not done yet. He turns his attention to brother Phelan, who is looking incredibly rough after their last encounter. Phelan is literally sweating bullets and trembling, clearly traumatized by the fountain incident. Jack leans in with a mock-friendly look, asking how he's been doing lately. Jack pulls out a wine bottle and starts pouring, mentioning he heard Phelan can't drink anything because of his new phobia of water. He mocks him by saying he must be thirsty. He gives Phelan a chilling look, reminding him that even though Phelan used to beat him up whenever he was bored, they're still family. Talk about a cold-blooded reminder. We get a shot of Phelan's hands shaking like crazy on the table. Jack calls it quite unfortunate, but his eyes say he's loving every second of this payback. Jack pours the wine directly onto the table, splashing it all over Phelan. He tells him not to worry because it's wine, not water, and asks if he'd like a sip. Absolute savage. The wine splashes everywhere as Phelan starts gagging and choking from the shock. Jack has officially ruined the most expensive dinner in the kingdom. The Marchioness finally snaps, standing up and screaming "You rude brat" at the top of her lungs. The whole table has officially descended into total chaos. Jack doesn't even look back, dismissing her screaming as a dog barking somewhere. He said what he came to say, and he's ready to make his exit. Elizabeth is looking on in total despair and worry. While Jack is enjoying the chaos, she's the one who has to live with the fallout of his actions. The Marchioness is leaning on the table, calling Jack a vulgar son of a gun through gritted teeth. She is absolutely livid that a commoner's child humiliated her like this. Her eyes are glowing with a terrifying purple mana as she swears she won't let this go. You can tell she's already planning 10 different ways to make Jack suffer. Jack stops for a split second, sensing her killing intent from behind. He's not scared. If anything, he looks like he was expecting this. He gives one last smirk over his shoulder, telling her he'll look forward to it. He's basically inviting her to try something, knowing he's ready for whatever she throws his way. We get a dialogue box from the household staff, all gossiping about the disrespectful brat who just trashed the dining hall. The rumors are going to spread fast. The Marchioness is still heard screaming off-panel about ripping Jack's neck off. The maids are terrified, just standing there and listening to her total meltdown. More gossiping in the hallways. One maid wonders if Elizabeth was the one who taught Jack how to anger the madam that much. Nobody can believe the change in him. The maids decide it's probably best to just start cleaning up before they get caught in the Marchioness's line of fire. Smart move, honestly. The next morning arrives, looking bright and sunny outside. The narration tells us that surprisingly, nothing out of the ordinary happened during the night. Contrary to the Marchioness's words, the text says, making it sound like her threats were just empty bark for now. Check out this hilarious cheapy panel. Elizabeth is literally slapping Jack across the face while he apologizes. She's crying because she was so worried about him, and he's just taking the punishment like a good little brother. Jack is looking out the window of his carriage at the passing forest. He's finally leaving that hellhole of a mansion behind for a while. The carriage is rolling down the road with a small escort. The narration notes that while the preparations were simple, they were still surprisingly luxurious for an exile's departure. Inside, Jack is looking bored out of his mind. To him, this carriage isn't a symbol of status, it's just a comfortable place to sit while he travels. Outside, we see a knight riding alongside. You can tell by his posture that this isn't just a regular guard. Meet Raison, a sixth circle knight with white hair and a serious scar on his face. He's the one in charge of this march, and he definitely looks like he means business. Raison gives a suspicious sideways glance toward the carriage, letting out a dismissive scoff. He's clearly not a fan of the kid he's supposed to be protecting. Jack smiles to himself inside the carriage, knowing exactly what Raison is thinking. He's 100% sure the Marchioness ordered this guy to take care of him during the trip. Even James, the chick, is there, riding along and looking incredibly nervous. He's stuck between his old orders and his new master. Elizabeth leans into the carriage window, asking Jackie if he will really be alright. She's been riding alongside him this whole time because she's still so worried. Jack gives her a calm look and says he's fine. We see her riding a white horse next to the carriage, looking like a dedicated older sister. She's still stressing out, suspecting that the second mother is definitely scheming something. She really wants to go with him just to be safe. Jack gives her a sly, knowing smile and repeats that he's fine. He asks if he didn't already tell her that things are going to be different from now on. He leans back, looking totally confident, and tells her not to worry about him. He's already seen everything this world can throw at him. He gives her a soft look, reminding her that there's no way they'd dare kill him. He's got the political situation all figured out. Elizabeth looks super dejected and sad, her shoulders slumped. She knows she can't protect him forever, but it's still hard for her to let go. The carriage continues along a beautiful river path under the bright sky. It looks peaceful, but there's definitely a storm brewing within the group. Jack finally tells her she should head back now, asking how long she plans on following the carriage. It's time for him to start his own journey. Elizabeth reluctantly says okay, but gives him one last warning to be careful. She's finally pulling away, leaving him to his fate. Ron is riding alongside now, looking very serious. He asks Jack if he'll really be alright, noting that the air from the main building has been pretty toxic lately. Jack tells Ron he'll be fine and reminds him of their promise from yesterday. He's counting on Ron to keep things safe at home while he's at school. We get this montage of Jack's mouth as he practices saying his standard noble greetings. He's getting ready to play the part of a student again. Ron closes his eyes and gives a respectful "of course, young master." He understands his orders and is ready to carry them out to the letter. In the distance, we see the carriage and horsemen turning a corner. The departure from the Valentier estate is finally official. Ron looks toward Raison and confirms that he remembers the request. The secret plan is officially in motion. Jack looks out from the carriage window one last time, telling Ron to head back and take care of Elizabeth. He doesn't want her left alone with those snakes. Ron turns his white horse around and starts heading back toward the mansion. The Guardian is heading home, leaving Jack with his escort. The narration tells us that Ron will be following the march from the rear in secret, just to see what kind of mess the Martianus tries to start. A simple text box appearing, "This is it. The calm before the storm is officially over." Jack is lounging back in the luxury carriage, calling all of this his gift to Ron. He's giving his loyal butler a chance to see just how much he's changed. Jack lets out a huge yawn, complaining that the weather is so good he's actually falling asleep. Man is way too relaxed for someone being escorted by a potentially murderous knight. We get this gorgeous overhead shot of the carriage traveling through the lush green hills. It looks like a high-budget fantasy travel scene. The carriage wheel keeps spinning as the clip-clop of horse hooves continues. Raison is still riding right alongside, watching like a hawk. Raison looks into the carriage through the mirror or window, his expression dead serious. He's definitely waiting for the right moment to make his move. The sun is finally setting over the mountains, painting the sky in deep shades of orange and red. It's a beautiful view, but in this world, a pretty sunset usually means things are about to get dark real fast. The scene shifts to the deep blue of the night sky, with a bright moon hanging over the rocky peaks. The journey is well underway, and the quiet of the wilderness is starting to settle in. Inside the carriage, Jack slowly wakes up from his nap, blinking his eyes as he tries to shake off the grogginess. He lets out a sleepy hum while shifting around on the cushioned seat. He looks out the window and realizes the world has gone dark while he was out. He wonders if it's evening already and questions why none of his bodyguards bothered to wake him up. Outside, the carriage has come to a full stop as the soldiers begin setting up camp for the night. Jack watches them unload supplies, thinking to himself that this is where the real fun probably starts. James is standing right outside the carriage door with a smug, knowing look on his face. Jack steps out to meet him, looking completely unfazed by the sudden change in atmosphere. James stares Jack down with a serious, almost grim expression, his blonde hair catching the faint light of the rising moon. He doesn't say a word at first, just letting the tension build between them. Jack matches the night's silence, looking him dead in the eye with a bored, analytical expression. He's already figured out exactly what's going on without James having to open his mouth. Suddenly, Jack gives a small, mysterious smile that would make anyone else nervous. He's clearly playing a much deeper game than these knights realize. Jack lets out a little laugh and calls James our little chick, asking if he finally decided to go through with that. James just sighs and admits that things ended up going that way. Jack steps forward firmly, leaning slightly on his cane as he accepts the situation. He tells James it's his decision to make and that he has zero plans to try and change his mind now. He walks past the knight, muttering about how he shouldn't have expected much from a little chick anyway. As he heads toward the center of the camp, the rest of the knights start surrounding him like a pack of wolves. Raison, the white-haired captain, stands at the front of the group looking incredibly cocky. He tells Jack that since he's already caught on to the plan, they don't need to waste any more time talking. Jack just grips his cane and tells the captain to keep talking for a bit because he wants to hear the official version of his execution. Man, this kid has some serious guts to taunt a Sixth Circle knight like this. Raisin explains that for the next 4 days of travel, they'll be setting up camp every night just like this. Jack just gives him a dry and wanting him to get to the point. Raisin gets a truly twisted, evil grin on his face, his eyes lighting up with malice. He's clearly been looking forward to this part of the job all day. We get an intense close-up of Jack's glowing yellow eyes as Raisin drops the hammer. The plan is to break Jack's limbs every single night and then heal him with potions just so they can do it all over again the next day. Raisin looms over the boy, confirming that the Marchioness herself ordered this brutal treatment. Jack just looks up at him and calmly asks, "Do what?" like he didn't just hear a horror story. Jack tightens his grip on his cane, the thud of his hand connecting with the wood echoing in the quiet camp. He's not scared, he's just waiting for the captain to finish his monologue. Raisin reveals that they know all about Jack secretly forming a mana circle. He looks at the boy with total contempt, thinking he's caught him red-handed. "We're going to destroy it," Raisin sneers, leaning in close to Jack's face. Destroying a mana circle is basically a fate worse than death in this world. The entire camp is silent as Jack just stares back at the small army of knights and asks, "What?" with a tone of pure disbelief. It's a classic, "Are you guys for real?" moment. The narration explains that breaking a heart-located mana circle is basically a death penalty. Even if you survive, trying to recreate it is a 1,000 to 1 shot that usually just ends in misery. Jack looks down at the grass, realizing they plan to leave him as a permanent cripple for the rest of his life. He can't believe they're actually planning to do something that vile to their own family member. Jack puts his hand on the hilt of his sword as Raisin mocks him, saying James told him about Jack's talent. He dismisses Jack's skills as nothing much compared to a real veteran. With shadows covering his eyes, Jack listens as Raisin calls his talent nothing special. It's a huge mistake to underestimate a guy who was literally known as a monster in his past life. Raisin draws his sword with a sharp sound and tells Jack not to resist. He claims that fighting back will only make the limb-breaking sessions more painful. Deep in the bushes, a couple of commoners are watching the scene unfold in terror. They decide it's way too dangerous to interfere in a fight between nobles and resolve to just stay hidden. Jack thinks to himself that this atmosphere feels just like home. He reminds himself of his true identity. "I am the Sword Ghost." Jack stands his ground in front of the carriage, drawing his own blade. He wonders internally if Ron is still watching from the shadows like they planned. A quiet shot of the wildflowers in the camp provides a brief moment of peace before the explosion of violence. It's the literal calm before the storm. Jack starts telling a story, mentioning that he once spent 10 years stuck on a mountain. Raisin and his men look at him like he's finally lost his mind from the pressure. Raisin pauses for a second, totally confused, and asks pardon. He has no idea that Jack is talking about the training from his previous life. Jack continues his monologue while walking slowly toward the knights, explaining how he met his master on that mountain. He admits that by the time he came down, his family house and the kingdom had already fallen, but he didn't care back then. Raisin and the other knights just burst out laughing at Jack's nonsense. They mock him, asking what in the world he's talking about, thinking he's just babbling in fear. Jack's eyes glow with a fierce, dangerous light as he draws his blade fully. He says that despite his indifference back then, there was still one thing on his mind. With a sharp swing of his sword, he reveals the only thing that mattered to him: what happened to my sister. The regret from his past life is finally fueling his current strength. Jack remembers Elizabeth looking out from the mansion balcony, smart and full of talent. He thought that even if she had no luck with their family, she'd at least find a good husband. He pictures her looking sad and lonely by the window, wondering if her little brother is okay. He truly believed that as long as she was happy with someone she loved, he could move on. The memory of her tear-filled eyes is heartbreaking as he thinks about how he would have forgiven everything else for her sake. This is the moment Jack decides he's done holding back. Raisin keeps taunting him, asking if he's gone mad from fear while brandishing such a flimsy sword. He tells Jack that revenge is a sweetness that will eventually drive him insane. Jack just agrees with Raisin, noting that he can't do anything with just simple talent or swordsmanship. Suddenly, a massive swirl of blue mana starts manifesting around him. Jack gives a terrifying smirk as electricity arcs across his face. He admits he could have handled the broken limbs, but trying to destroy his mana circle was a step too far. He holds his sword vertically, the blue energy spiraling upward in a massive column. He mocks them, saying that while talent is one thing, they're about to see what overwhelming power actually looks like. With mana sparking wildly around his head, Jack looks like a literal god of war. He tells them he's going to demonstrate his true power right here, right now. Jack moves as fast as a tempest, releasing a shockwave of blue energy that tears up the ground. The sheer pressure of his mana is enough to take your breath away. The knights are absolutely shell-shocked, their faces twisted in pure terror. In that single moment, every one of them instinctively realized they were in way over their heads. Jack charges forward with a roar, his blade glowing with lethal light. The narration makes it clear, if these knights don't kill this child immediately, they are all going to die. Jack raises his sword high for a killing blow, calling out his technique, violently thrashing winds. The air itself seems to be screaming around him. Everything becomes a blur of motion and blue light as Jack enters a state of perfect focus. You can see the pure, cold determination in his glowing blue eye. A massive boom echoes through the forest as Jack's strike connects. He shouts for the winds to shred everything before him, leaving the knights completely overwhelmed. The scene briefly shifts to a calm shot of Jack in his noble attire, looking like the perfect young master. It's a sharp contrast to the unremarkable third son everyone thought he was. James is frozen in place, his heart feeling like it stopped the moment Jack released his power. The visual of a reaper behind Jack shows that the sword ghost has truly returned. A massive flash of light consumes the camp as Jack's world-ending power is unleashed. The text says it all. For these knights, the world is officially over. Jack is gripping his broken sword hilt as the blue sparks of his massive attack slowly fade away. You can tell that last move took everything he had left in the tank. The ground is a total mess of blood and bodies. In the middle of all those dead knights, a discarded sword sits in a pool of blood, marking the end of the fight. Jack stands alone in the center of the carnage, surrounded by a thick, glowing mist of mana. He looks like a tiny god of death standing over the results of his own rampage. He senses someone nearby and calls out to Ron, telling him to quit hiding and just come out already. The blue energy is still crackling around him as the bushes start to rustle. Ron steps out from the trees, looking absolutely horrified. His face says it all. He literally can't believe the level of destruction a 14-year-old just caused. Ron just stands there in a daze, staring at the field of corpses. Jack is looking back at him, totally silent, letting the weight of the scene sink in. Jack leans in close to Ron, his face half hidden in the shadows. He admits that what Ron just saw is his real secret, and Ron can't help but gulp in response. Jack mentions that this move was one of the first 4 techniques he mastered when he reached the realm of a transcendent in his past life. We get a glimpse of his master's long, flowing hair in his memories. He gives a tired sigh, noting that even if he explained it, Ron probably wouldn't understand what being a transcendent even feels like. His eyes are glowing with a scary, distant light. Ron notes that it looks less like a sword technique and more like a high-level mana application art. Jack starts to wobble on his feet, his body finally beginning to give out. Jack suddenly slumps forward, completely losing consciousness. Ron rushes in to catch him, screaming "Young Master" as the adrenaline finally wears off. Close-up of Jack, and it's worse than it looks. He's coughing up massive amounts of blood. His 14-year-old body was never meant to handle that much mana at once. Even while dying, he tries to flex, telling Ron this is nothing. He manages to choke out a request for a potion if Ron has one handy. Ron doesn't waste a second, reaching into his vest to pull out a life-saving medicine. He's all business when it comes to keeping Jack alive. Ron holds Jack up and helps him drink the potion. Jack is leaning heavily on his butler, looking like a total mess after that stunt. Check out this fancy vial. Ron is pouring the glowing pink liquid into Jack's mouth. This stuff looks like it costs more than a whole village. Jack gulps it down, desperate to stop his organs from failing. You can practically see the life returning to his face as the potion starts to work. Ron lets out a relieved breath, telling Jack that if he hadn't had a potion on him, he would have been a goner for sure. Jack's body is literally steaming from the internal repairs. Jack smirks, knowing Ron would never let him down. He knows Ron always keeps a spare potion just for him instead of using it on himself. Now that's a real wingman. Jack looks up at the sky, remembering a similar situation from his previous life. He's covered in blood, but he's actually smiling. We get a dark flashback of Ron carrying a battered, unconscious Jack through a rainstorm. It turns out Ron has been saving this kid's life across multiple timelines. Back in the present, Jack sits by the carriage and admits he never had a chance to say this before. Ron is just listening quietly, looking a bit emotional. He looks Ron dead in the eye and gives him a genuine, heartfelt thank you. It's a rare moment of vulnerability for our edgy protagonist. Ron is taking the news of time regression surprisingly well, but you can see the wheels turning in his head. He's processing the fact that his master is basically a time traveler. Jack holds the empty vial and thinks to himself that his past self was such a moron for hiding everything. He realizes he should have trusted Ron from the start. The word regression hangs in the air. Jack has officially laid all his cards on the table, and things will never be the same between them. Ron helps Jack back onto his feet with a solid heave. He asks if Jack is feeling all right now, still acting like the world's best guardian. Jack checks his hands and notes the potion must have been top grade since the stinging pain is already gone. He's ready to get back to work. He starts walking through the camp, his white coat stained with blood. He's moving with a purpose now, heading back toward the carriage. Jack starts looking through the bodies of the fallen knights. He's searching for any loose ends before they pack up and leave. Jack stands tall among the corpses, looking completely unbothered by the sight. He mutters that this much damage should be enough to send a clear message to his family. He looks down at a particularly bloodied spot on the grass. He calls out for Ron again, his yellow eyes glowing with a dark intensity. Ron stands by the luxury carriage and confirms the news. The little chick is dead. James finally got what was coming to him for betraying Jack. We see Jack's boot right next to James's dead head. Jack admits he was actually planning on raising the guy to be his personal errand boy, but I guess that plan is cancelled. Jack looks down at the carnage from a distance, calling James's death a wise decision. He notes he didn't have much hope for the guy from the start anyway. Jack turns back to Ron, who looks totally ready for whatever weird question is coming next. The bond between them is getting stronger by the minute. Jack asks Ron if he's really not surprised by the whole returning from the future thing. He's trying to figure out if anything can actually faze this butler. We get this hilarious chibi Ron looking absolutely lost with question marks floating around his head. He's definitely curious, but he's playing it cool. Jack starts listing all the tea. What happens to his sister, or the fact that the entire Volantier house gets wiped out. He's really dropping some major spoilers. Ron is sweating bullets now, hearing that his entire world was destroyed in the original timeline. The reality of the situation is finally hitting him. Jack's eyes are cold as he notes the process of their destruction wasn't exactly a walk in the park. He's seen some things that would give even Ron nightmares. Jack leans in and whispers that he could tell Ron everything, but he'd really rather not. He gives Ron the option to know, but warns him it's not a pretty story. Jack gets annoyed and pokes him, complaining that Ron is absolutely no fun to talk to. Check out this cute chibi panel. Jack is throwing a tantrum and pointing a finger while Ron just stands there apologizing. This kid is such a menace. Jack pivots and asks if Ron is curious about what happened to his future self. He's got this mischievous grin that usually means bad news. Ron wonders if his future self at least managed to survive somehow. He's hoping for a happy ending, or at least a pulse. Ron tries to argue that he's not the type to die an untimely death. Jack shuts him down instantly with a firm "you did." The bluntness is just savage. Jack looks dead serious as he repeats it. You died an untimely death. He's not joking around. It's a cold, hard fact from his memories. Ron looks genuinely dejected, hearing about his own demise. Chibi Jack is patting him on the shoulder, telling him not to get discouraged over a little thing like death. Jack climbs back into the carriage, telling Ron he's going to rest for a bit. He's acting like he didn't just drop the biggest bombshell in history on the poor guy. While Jack sleeps, Ron stays outside to check on the bodies. He's analyzing the aftermath of Jack's attack, trying to understand the technique. Ron reaches down to close the eyes of one of the dead knights. He's showing a bit of mercy to the men he once served alongside. The dead knight's eyes are finally closed. It's a somber moment in the middle of a very violent night. Ron looks out over the 25 corpses. He realized that a single attack from Jack led to all of this. He's not even sure if he can call it a regular sword attack anymore. He notices that every single person had their heart perfectly pierced. It wasn't a standard stab. It was something way more precise and lethal. Inside the carriage, Jack is fast asleep with his hand over his eyes. He's finally getting the rest his battered body needs. Ron watches him from the outside, his face full of concern. He's trying to reconcile the sleeping kid with the monster who just killed 25 trained knights. He looks down at the dead, white-haired captain. Ron is deep in thought, wondering exactly what kind of hellish life Jack must have lived to reach this level of skill. The camera pulls back for an overhead shot of the clearing. Ron is standing alone by the carnage, admitting to himself that he's genuinely worried about what's coming next. Ron is absolutely frantic, screaming for his young master to wake up. Jack's eyes snap open, glowing with that eerie yellow light as he finally returns to his senses. Jack gasps for air, jolting upright in the carriage as the adrenaline finally settles. Ron is right there with a worried look, checking if the kid is actually alright after chugging that high-tier potion. Jack looks pretty drained, sweating and admitting that his body hurts like hell despite the healing. Ron is standing by with a sack of loot, probably thinking his master is a total lunatic for pushing his body this far. Check out the haul. Ron went through the dead knight's pockets and found 5 high-grade potions, 63 gold and 40 shillings. Hey, if you're gonna survive an assassination attempt, you might as well get paid for it. Jack just gives a tired smirk, finding it funny that even the Marquis's dogs carry around such an absurd amount of pocket change. He's already thinking 3 steps ahead while covered in the blood of his enemies. Jack hands the money bag back to Ron, acting like it's no big deal. He tells Ron it's pointless to drink more potions now that the immediate danger is over, much to the butler's surprise. Ron looks pretty dejected holding the stolen potions. Jack tells him to keep the loot as payment for the life-saving potion Ron used on him earlier. Talk about a fair trade. Jack stuffs his belongings into a trunk while Ron grumbles in the background. Ron is jokingly complaining that Jack turned his 1 top-grade potion into 3 high-grade ones. The exchange rate in this house is brutal. The sun is coming up over a literal field of corpses. Ron asks what they should do about the bodies, and Jack just coldly tells him to leave them for the wild beasts to find. We get a grim shot of the armored corpses lying in the grass. This isn't just a battlefield, it's a message to everyone back at the manor that Jack isn't a victim anymore. Jack points out the obvious problem. If Ron returns home as the only survivor, people are going to get suspicious. He's teaching the Ninth Circle mage a thing or two about cover stories. Ron asks who would even dare to question him. Jack's answer is simple and terrifying: the Marquis. Even a butler this powerful has to play the game of noble politics. Jack heaves his heavy suitcase into the carriage, looking ready to move on to the next stage of his plan. He's confident that even if his father gets suspicious, the old man won't be able to do anything about it. Ron looks dead serious as he watches Jack. He warns that if he were the Marquis, he would summon Jack back to the mansion the very moment he heard about this incident. Jack just laughs it off while chilling in the carriage, calling Ron smart for predicting the move. He knows his father well enough to know he's not walking into a trap he can't handle. Jack gives Ron a challenging look and asks, "Want to bet?" He's got that high-stakes gambler energy again, completely unfazed by the threat of his father's wrath. The two of them share a quiet, intense moment as the carriage sits among the carnage. Jack is essentially telling Ron to trust his vision for the future. Ron kneels before Jack, his expression softened. He tells Jack that he needs to believe in something, to have a core conviction that keeps him moving forward in this second life. Jack gives a sly, predatory grin and asks Ron if he's absolutely sure no one else knows he followed the carriage. He's making sure their secret alliance is airtight. Ron closes his eyes and gives a confident of course. A Ninth Circle mage doesn't make mistakes when it comes to stealth and secrecy. Jack leans forward and asks Ron one more time if he's absolutely certain. He's about to drop a plan that requires total, unquestionable loyalty. Chibi Ron is out here being a hard worker. He explains that he's set up an illusion back at the annex, making everyone think he's just doing his regular cleaning duties. Jack is impressed by the Ninth Circle magic, noting that Ron has essentially created a perfect clone. Only the most powerful monsters in the world could see through a spell that high level. Jack imagines the Marquis questioning Ron about the massacre. He's visualizing the upcoming interrogation and how they're going to spin the story to their advantage. In Jack's vision, the Marquis is surrounded by spears, representing the pressure of the household. Jack tells Ron to admit he was the one who did it if things get too dangerous. Ron is taken aback, asking, "Tell him what?" He's worried about what kind of crazy instructions Jack is about to give him. Jack's eyes glow with a terrifying intensity as he makes his vow. He tells Ron to inform the Marquis that if either Ron or Elizabeth dies, it will be the day the entire Volantier house is wiped off the map. A heavy silence falls over the carriage after that threat. Jack is basically declaring war on his own family legacy if they touch the people he cares about. Jack suddenly breaks the tension with a laugh, saying it was just a hypothetical situation. He tells Ron not to make such a serious face, but we all know he meant every word. Jack looks out with a soft smile, thinking he can only hope. He's hoping his father isn't stupid enough to test his resolve. We see a portrait of the Marquis and Elizabeth, surrounded by flowers. This is Jack's final warning. He's giving his father one last chance to act like a decent human being. The two of them walk together by the carriage. Ron asks what happens if the Marquis summons Jack back to the manor while he's at school. The scene shifts to the massive academy building. Jack explains that once the semester starts, returning to the manor is basically impossible unless someone in the immediate family dies. Jack's eyes narrow as he talks about the academy's rules. He's counting on those strict regulations to give him the 4 years of peace he needs to build his power. Ron stops and gives a respectful bow. He understands his mission: stay behind, play the loyal butler, and keep a close eye on everything for Jack. Jack playfully teases Ron to be careful of monsters on his way back. Ron just sighs, probably thinking that the biggest monster is the 14-year-old currently teasing him. Ron looks at Jack with a mix of loyalty and sadness. You can tell he really doesn't want to leave his young master's side, especially after seeing what he's capable of. Jack wonders if he'll see Ron again in 4 years. He gives a mysterious, "Who knows? The future is unwritten, but he's determined to change at this time." Jack gives Ron one final order: take care of my sister. That's the most important job of all, and Ron is the only one he trusts to do it. Ron vanishes into the forest, leaving Jack alone with the carriage and the dead bodies. The partner arc is over for now. It's time for Jack to fly solo. Jack checks his hand and does some mental math. He's got 4 days of travel ahead of him, and he's planning to spend that time hiking through the mountains. He notes that while the road takes 4 days, walking down it is basically the same as hiking. He's ready to rough it to avoid any more unwanted attention. Jack grabs his heavy suitcase with a determined heave and a grunt. He's leaving the luxury carriage behind and heading off into the wilderness on his own. Standing alone on the dirt road, Jack looks back at the abandoned carriage. He figures there must be a town somewhere nearby where he can gear up. Check out this hilarious fail. Jack is trying to climb onto one of the horses, but he's so small he can't even reach the stirrups. He cries that he can't get on. Even a legendary swordmaster can't beat biology. Jack is finally riding, but he looks absolutely miserable and grumpy. He complains that having a small body is so inconvenient, especially when you have to climb a horse that's twice your height. We get this nice shot of Jack crossing a bridge on horseback as the sun begins to set. He's officially left his old life behind and is heading toward an uncertain future. Night falls, and the forest is peaceful and quiet. It's hard to believe such a violent massacre happened just a short while ago in these same woods. Jack looks incredibly serious as he rides through the dark. He reveals that he's not actually planning on heading straight to the academy yet. He looks up at the massive full moon hanging over the trees. He's calculating the timing, thinking his master should have returned to her original appearance by now. Meet Valentine Milos, Jack's master from his previous life. She's looking like an absolute powerhouse, draped in furs and surrounded by magical energy. Jack admits she is his top priority right now. Jack remembers how she was the one who kept him alive and gave him the power to seek his revenge. She turned him from the world's greatest fool into a person worthy of the title Sword Ghost. She was the master of black magic, a legendary figure who stood at the pinnacle of power before she was forgotten by history. Jack looks at her silhouette with pure reverence. Jack stops his horse on the bridge, his heart pounding with excitement. He's about to reunite with the woman who shaped his entire existence, and he can barely contain himself. It's time for the real training to begin. Jack finally makes it to the town of Arbeloa under a bright full moon. It looks like a cozy little place, but knowing our guy, he's probably just looking for a spot to crash. He spots a nice-looking inn and decides to spend the night there. The place seems pretty lively, which is a good sign if you want to blend in. Inside, it's super wholesome with kids running around and playing with a big dog. It's a complete 180 from the bloody mess Jack left behind in the forest. Jack gives a soft smile, thinking that based on how happy the kids look, this must be a great place to live. Even a former monster appreciates a bit of peace and quiet. He enters the main hall, which is packed with people eating and chatting. It's got that classic fantasy tavern vibe, complete with roasted meats and a very fluffy dog guarding the entrance. People are drinking and laughing everywhere you look. It's a loud, bustling atmosphere that's perfect for someone who wants to eavesdrop on the local tea. Check out those sausages. The food here looks top tier, and you can practically smell the grease and spices through the screen. Jack finds a seat, thinking to himself that he really hopes nobody tries to pick a fight with him here. He's just a tired kid who wants his dinner, but we all know how taverns work in these stories. The inn's dog, Arnold, trots right up to him with its tongue out. Jack looks down at the happy pup and wonders who this goofy guy is. A cheerful woman with some cool scars on her face pops up, asking if he wants a meal or a room. She's giving off some serious, cool older sister energy. She looks genuinely surprised to see a kid Jack's age traveling all by himself. "Wow," she says, noting that he's her first young solo customer. Jack sizes her up, wondering if she's just an employee or a mercenary in disguise. He's always analyzing everyone's power level, even while trying to order a burger. He slides 2 coins across the table, asking for a light meal, a drink, and a room for the night. He even mentions he left his horse and sword outside. Definitely a high-maintenance kid. She gives him a bright grin and says 1 shilling is plenty. She promises to bring him Arbeloa's specialty apple pie and a steak to help him grow big and strong. She asks if he wants some milk or maybe a beer since he's traveling alone. Jack keeps it professional and tells her milk is fine, but he looks a bit annoyed by the question. She tells him to hang out and play with Arnold while she gets everything ready. Chibi Jack is just like, sure, while the dog is already losing its mind with excitement. Jack is busy giving Arnold some good scratches, thinking about how peaceful things are. It's a nice moment of calm before the literal storm of war breaks out. He notes that she didn't even try to scam him, despite him being an obvious outsider. In a world full of assassins, finding an honest innkeeper is a rare win. He looks at the dog and calls it a carefree guy, knowing exactly what kind of hell the future has in store. He's got that classic I've seen things regressor look in his eyes. Arnold is just vibing, totally oblivious to Jack's dark thoughts. Sometimes being a dog is way better than being a time-traveling swordmaster. Jack gives a little smirk, thinking that living carefree without knowing a thing might actually be better. He's really starting to feel the weight of his memories. He starts listening in on some mercenaries nearby who are talking about a big beast eradication mission. They're eating some bread and looking pretty stressed about the whole thing. They're complaining about the 20,000 mana users being sent to the Magic Beast Forest. They're worried they won't be able to earn any money with that much competition around. Jack realizes that his home kingdom has basically become a laughingstock. It's a harsh reality check for the former heir of a top noble family. He remembers the details of this mission, the Iron Blood Knight order being dispatched to the forest. We get a shot of some meat sizzling on a grill to keep the tavern vibe going. It turns out the King of Teslin himself ordered the private soldiers of every house to gather for this mission. Talk about an all-hands-on-deck situation. We see a column of soldiers marching toward a castle in the distance. The plan was a massive subjugation of the Magic Beast Forest along with a bunch of mercenaries. The forest is huge, located near a place called the Grand Canyon. It's one of those neutral zones that looks peaceful but is actually a total death trap. The place is packed with monsters, ogres, orcs, goblins, harpies, and even elves. It's basically a legendary loot drop zone for the kingdom's greedy nobles. Monsters are basically walking gold mines here. Troll blood is for potions, ogre tendons for bowstrings, and monster iron for weapons. No wonder everyone wants a piece of the action. Jack pets Arnold while thinking that the real reason for the forest conquest is just human greed. He's seen how ugly things get when people start hunting for profit. He thinks about how harpies are hunted for their feathers, and elves are raised as pets for their looks. This world is definitely not all sunshine and rainbows. Jack looks down at the table, knowing for a fact that this entire subjugation mission is going to fail miserably. He's wondering exactly how much the kingdom is going to lose this time. Ah, I remember now, Jack thinks as the memories of the disaster come flooding back. The lights of the inn reflect in the window while he broods over the past. We get a flashback of a dragon-like monster torching a group of knights. The Iron Blood Order lost a third of their men, and the private armies of the other nobles didn't fare any better. Because of this epic fail, the king lost all his support and public sentiment tanked. It was the beginning of the end for the current government. The text doesn't mince words, it was a gruesome defeat. This mission was the catalyst for everything that went wrong in Jack's previous life. Jack notes that this loss started the internal division in the kingdom, leading to a civil war just a year later. Talk about a domino effect. That king is the problem, some drunk guy shouts as he slams his mug down. The beer sloshes everywhere as the tavern debate starts getting heated. The drunk guy keeps ranting about incapable people gaining power, while a guy in the back looks totally shocked. Tensions are definitely rising in the inn. The other patrons are staring in silence as the man continues his drunken lecture. Someone mutters about how drunk the guy is, trying to downplay the treasonous talk. Jack thinks the guy is fearless because talking trash about the king usually leads to a meeting with the executioner. He's casually leaning on his hand, watching the drama unfold. Someone brings up the rumor that the third young Lord of Valantyr used black magic. Jack just listens in, hearing himself being called a disrespectful brat by the commoners. They call Jack a moron and start laughing about him going to prison. It's so funny, one guy shouts, right next to where Jack is sitting. The blonde guy mocks Jack, asking how a moron could possibly learn black magic when the black mages have been dead for years. He's got this smug, punchable face. The lady with red hair joins in, calling Jack the fool of a Marquis family. She assumes he probably just stumbled across some old book and thought he was a wizard. The innkeeper woman looks over at Jack and asks what's so funny while he's just sitting there with Arnold. She's caught him enjoying the trash talk a bit too much. Jack is busy stuffing his face, with a funny thought bubble appearing. He's trying to stay undercover while everyone around him roasts his reputation. He puts a hand to his mouth, realizing he was smiling at the insults. It's hard to stay low-key when the jokes are actually top tier. Jack realizes he was grinning without even knowing it. Ah, he thinks, looking a bit surprised that he's actually having a good time. The innkeeper sits down with him, complaining that she's bored because there aren't many customers tonight. Arnold the dog looks happy to have her join them. She repeats the rumor about the third young lord being a moron, giving Jack a sly look. She's clearly testing him to see how he reacts. Jack admits he was eavesdropping because the rumors were just too funny to ignore. He notes that people generally love to judge things they haven't seen for themselves. He asks her what she thinks about people making judgments based on rumors. She looks at him thoughtfully while he sips his milk. She gives a big smile and says she prefers to judge things after seeing them for herself. Rumors are rumors, after all, she says, being the voice of reason. Jack smirks back at her, saying that sometimes the rumors are actually true. He's got that mysterious main character aura working overtime. They share a knowing laugh, while Arnold hangs out in the background. It's a surprisingly friendly moment for two strangers in a tavern. Jack takes a massive, messy bite of his apple pie. You can see the filling oozing out as he goes all in on his light meal. He grabs another piece with a firm grabbing sound. Man is on a mission to finish this pie, and I don't blame him. It looks delicious. He munches away, thinking that while it's not quite as good as Ron's cooking, it's still pretty good. He looks totally satisfied with his choice of inn. The woman leans back and crosses her arms, looking at him with a grin. She says that from where she's sitting, the rumors definitely don't seem right. Jack just keeps eating, his cheeks puffed out like a squirrel. He's completely focused on the food and ignoring her analysis of his character. She gives him a playful wink and says that since the third young lord is actually this attractive compared to the rumors, they must be fake. Jack's looks are finally getting him some credit. Jane winks at Jack, teasing him about the rumors. She mentions that since the third young lord is actually this attractive, the stories about him being a moron must be fake. Jack just keeps munching on his pie, totally unfazed by the compliment. He's got his squirrel cheeks going while he listens to her talk. Jack starts analyzing her like the pro he is. He notices the scar on her cheek, her muscular build, and the fact that mercenaries are her regulars. This lady is definitely not just an innkeeper. Jane cuts up some food for him to make it easier to eat, acting all motherly. Jack hits her with the truth though, asking if she's actually the branch manager of the Adventurers Guild. The look on Jane's face is priceless. She's totally stunned for a second before breaking into a wide smirk. She's clearly impressed that this kid saw right through her cover. Jack takes another bite of his food, cool as ice. He lets her know that his deduction isn't just a lucky guess. He's got her figured out. We get some world building here as Jack explains that mercenaries roam every town looking for work. It's a tough life for anyone without a noble name. These guys get hired for everything from territorial wars to finding lost cats or hunting down monsters. Basically, if you have the coin, they'll do the dirty work. The Adventurers Guild is usually right in the heart of town to manage all these jobs. It's the hub for everyone looking to make a quick buck or hire some muscle. Jack smirks, noting that guild branches are almost always built near inns and hotels. He tells Jane she must have way too much free time on her hands. He calls her out for being a branch manager who moonlights as an innkeeper. For a moron, he's sure doing a lot of high-level thinking. Jane sighs and admits that the guild building next door is her real job. But this territory is so small, there's barely anything to do. She's just trying to make ends meet, you know? Jack realizes that this entire inn is just a fancy lobby for the guild. It's a smart setup for keeping an eye on who's coming and going. Jane laughs, telling Jack he's doing something pretty daring for a guy with his reputation. She's starting to realize the rumors about the Volantier moron might be total garbage. A simple white screen highlights the point. Those rumors are just stories. Mercenaries tell each other over a few drinks. Real, recognize, real. Jack wonders how she managed to recognize him in such a middle-of-nowhere town. He's a long way from the Marquis's estate after all. Jane gives him a knowing look, and Jack realizes it was because of that. Time for a quick flashback to see where he messed up his stealth mission. We go back to several minutes ago at the town's massive stone gate. The sun was just starting to dip behind the horizon. Jack was riding his horse into town, feeling pretty confident. He thought he could just slip in unnoticed. Big mistake. The guards immediately blocked his path and demanded to know his reason for visiting. They aren't taking any chances with outsiders. Jack just casually pulls out his family crest to show them who's boss. The guards nearly have a heart attack when they realize they're talking to a volunteer. The guards immediately drop their spears and start bowing like their lives depend on it. They're begging for forgiveness for not recognizing a noble. They keep groveling, telling him to please enjoy his stay in their town. Jack just gives them a bored, sure, good work and rides past. Back at the table, Jack realizes the gossip must have traveled from the gate to the inn in record time. Jane probably knew who he was before he even sat down. Jane gets serious for a second, warning him that contacting private soldiers without the Lord's permission is super dangerous. She's actually worried about him, which is a nice change of pace. Jack just shrugs it off with a smirk. He thinks it's hilarious that this stranger is being nicer to him than his own family ever was. He thinks about his trash brother and those knights from the forest. Compared to them, this mercenary lady is basically a saint. Jane gives him a genuine smile, her eyes softening. She seems to really appreciate that Jack isn't acting like a typical arrogant noble brat. She reaches out a hand across the table toward him. The tension has totally shifted into something way more friendly. She introduces herself properly, Jane Arbeloa, the manager of the Alaves Guild. She's got a bright, energetic smile that's actually contagious. Jack shakes her hand, repeating the name Arbeloa. He's clearly connecting the dots about who she really is. He realizes that this territory is named Arbeloa, and she has the same surname. This isn't just an innkeeper, she's royalty in this town. Jack asks if she's the first or second born, but Jane just laughs it off. She tells him she's the third child, and her big brother is the one who actually rules the place. Jack is genuinely impressed. He thinks it's amazing that a noble woman is out here doing mercenary work, something usually reserved for commoners. Jane tells him she actually loves this job, while Jack notes that most noble families just sell their daughters off for political marriages. This town is way more progressive than his home. She laughs and says no one in her family ever wanted to sell her off. It sounds like she's got a support system that Jack can only dream of. Jack's eyes go dark for a moment as he feels a pang of jealousy. Her family is so different from his toxic mess that it actually stings. We get this cute shot of Jane playing with Arnold. She really is living her best life out here in the boonies. She gets back to business, asking Jack where his escorts are. She can't believe a high-ranking noble is traveling all alone. Jack just keeps eating, coolly saying a moron doesn't need an escort. He's leaning hard into his bad reputation to stay under the radar. Jane just stares at him, totally blank-faced. She literally doesn't know how to respond to that level of self-burn. She finally laughs, calling him amusing and unexpected. She's 100% convinced now that the rumors are complete nonsense. Jack decides it's time to hire some help, since he's got a long road ahead. He asks her to find him some escorts for the next leg of his trip. Jane leans in, asking exactly how many people he's looking for. You can tell she's ready to provide the best service possible. Jack holds up 5 fingers and lays out his requirements. He wants veterans who know how to camp and, most importantly, have good cooking skills. Priorities, people. The reward, 2 gold up front and 3 more when they arrive. Jane's eyes literally turn into sparkles. That is a massive amount of money for a simple escort job. Jack knows he's overpaying since merchant missions are only 30 shillings. He's basically buying their absolute loyalty with that much gold. He wipes his mouth and thanks her for the meal. He's finished his dinner and successfully recruited a mini army in under 20 minutes. Chibi Jane is celebrating with Arnold, absolutely hyped about the big payday. She promises to have everything ready by tomorrow morning. Jack stands up to head to his room, looking deep in thought. He's still got a lot on his mind despite the productive dinner. He hands her 3 gold coins and asks her to arrange a carriage and horses as well. Man is spending money like it grows on trees. Jane gives a mischievous, predatory grin, calling him a truly generous customer. She's definitely going to make sure he gets the VIP treatment. She hands him his room key and tells him to rest easy. She promises to gather only the best veterans for his journey. As Jack walks away, he thinks to himself that Jane is an amusing woman. He's glad he stopped in this town. It's been a nice break from all the murder. We get a shot of the quiet inn hallway. The rush of the dinner crowd is finally starting to die down. The heavy wooden door to Jack's room creaks open. He's finally got some privacy to process everything that's happened. Jack immediately flops onto the bed without even taking off his boots. He is completely spent after everything he's been through. He stares at the ceiling with tired eyes, admitting to himself just how exhausted he really is. Being a regressor is a lot of work. He knows he should probably wash up before sleeping, but his eyelids are already feeling like lead weights. The struggle is real. And that's it for Jack. He's fast asleep the second his head hits the pillow. Good night to the most dangerous 14-year-old on the continent. We're starting with a heavy flashback to Jack's original timeline. Little Jack is looking absolutely broken, just sobbing his heart out. He's alone in a dark, cold cave with water dripping from the ceiling. His sobs echo through the silence, making the scene feel incredibly lonely. The view shifts to a bright moon through a hole in the cave ceiling, surrounded by heavy chains. A mysterious voice calls him a pitiful child, looking down on his misery. The voice asks a brutal question. Will you keep living so powerlessly forever? Little Jack looks up with wide, haunted eyes, his small hands trembling. A hand reaches down, adorned with chains. It's a moment of destiny as a clatter rings out, the sound of his old life finally breaking. No, no! Jack shakes his head frantically, the tears streaming down his face. He's reaching his breaking point, refusing to stay the weakling he's been. The mysterious woman stands over him among a pile of skeletons. She notes that while being good-natured isn't a sin, being incompetent definitely feels like one in this world. She leans in with a wicked smile and asks the million-dollar question, "Do you want to change?" You can see the reflection of Jack's desperate face in her eyes. Jack falls to his knees, his voice small but certain. "I want to change," he whispers. This is the exact moment the Sword Ghost was born. She reaches out and they clasp hands, sealing a dark pact. She gives a simple, very well, accepting him as her own. She pulls him into a hug, telling him that from today, he will call her master. It's a cold, heavy embrace that changes his fate forever. Jack's eyes snap open in the present, glowing with that intense yellow light. He's sweating and gasping, the memory of his master still fresh in his mind. He sits up in bed at the inn, breathing hard. He's still trying to distinguish between the nightmare and the reality of his regression. Outside, the town is waking up to a beautiful morning. The contrast between the bright sky and Jack's dark memories is super jarring. Jack flops back onto the pillow with a heavy sigh. "Sigh, it's morning," he mutters, clearly not ready to face the day after a night of reliving his trauma. Suddenly, the door is kicked open with a massive thud. Someone is definitely not big on personal space or morning etiquette. It's Jane. She bursts in with a loud good morning, telling him she's prepared everything for his departure. Jack just shouts back at her to knock first, like a normal human. Arnold the dog comes flying in too. He lunges at Jack with a bark, and a massive yell rings out as Jack gets tackled. He eventually makes it out of the room, looking tired while dragging his suitcase. Jane just watches him with a smile, clearly used to being a morning person. They head down the stairs of the inn. The atmosphere is way quieter than the rowdy tavern scene from last night. Jane is in high spirits, assuming Jack had a good night's sleep. Little does she know he spent the whole time in a psychological horror movie of his own making. Jack gives a small, polite smile and thanks her for the high-quality carriage she arranged. He's back to playing the role of the refined young lord. Jane gestures to a group of tough-looking guys in the lobby. She's gathered only the veterans to be his escorts, and they look like they mean business. 2 of the mercenaries are sweating buckets. Jack realizes these are the same guys who were talking trash about him yesterday. They stammer that they'll be in his care, looking absolutely terrified. The captain of the group steps forward. He introduces himself as the leader of the Fire Ant mercenary group and says his name is John Doe. Jack repeats the name John Doe to himself. He's immediately suspicious because that's the world's most obvious fake name. John Doe just gives a calm smile, noting that his name is typically given to unidentified corpses. He's clearly not trying to hide the fact that he's using an alias. They shake hands, and Jack tells him he's happy. John thinks the name is amusing. He thinks to himself that the man is blatantly using an alias, already analyzing his every move. John Doe explains the route. It's a long haul to the Rocky Mountain, and they'll be camping out twice. He points out that there's absolutely nothing but wilderness in between the towns. Jack lets out a huge yawn, asking if it's true that his escorts used to be chefs back in the day. He's more worried about the menu than the monsters. John Doe gives a big, toothy grin and confirms that Jack is correct. These mercenaries aren't just muscle, they're 5-star wilderness cooks. Jack is satisfied and tells them to head out immediately because he's tired. The mercenaries snap to attention with a loud, "Yes, sir." As they walk out, Jack looks back at the inn one last time. Jane and the others are left with question marks over their heads, wondering about the weird kid. Jane watches them go, thinking Jack has introduced her to a quite amusing mercenary. She gives a little wave as her true veteran friend leaves. The scene shifts back to the carriage window. The narration notes that things would be simple if John Doe was just an ordinary mercenary, but fate had other plans. Jack uses his special mystic eyes to peer through the man's cover. He knows that even though his body is different, his high-level senses haven't changed one bit. He thinks about Ron being a ninth circle mage hiding his power. Jack realizes that hiding one's identity and strength is apparently a trend in this world. He looks at John Doe and drops the bomb. This mercenary is actually an 8th circle swordsman. He's wondering why someone that powerful is hiding out in a small town. Flashback to Jane laughing and asking if Jack didn't say he wanted a veteran. Jack just thinks to himself that they'll definitely be seeing each other again. Jane offers to have a beer together next time. Jack just gives a small smile, acting like a polite kid, while the mercenaries look on in the background. He tells her he'll think about it if she's buying as he closes the carriage door with a solid sound. He's got that cool, mysterious, noble vibe down to a science. Jane waves goodbye with a big smile, wishing her dear little customer a safe trip. She's definitely taken a liking to the weird kid. The carriage wheel starts to turn with a clacking sound. The new journey has officially started, leaving the safety of Arbeloa behind. They pass by a beautiful waterfall in the forest. It's a peaceful scenic shot, but you know this story never stays peaceful for long. Jack is lounging inside the carriage with his hands behind his head. He's taking the travel time to relax and recover from his night of bad dreams. He raises a hand, playing with a small ball of blue mana. He thinks to himself that he feels a lot better than he did yesterday. The potion is really doing its work. He looks out at the bright blue sky through the carriage window. He thinks, what a beautiful day, enjoying a rare moment of genuine tranquility. One of the mercenaries is staring at him through the window with a serious look. Jack just blinks back, wondering why the guy is being so intense. Jack calls the guy out, "Hey, you." The mercenary jumps and stammers a why yes. He's clearly still nervous about his trash talk from the night before. Jack asks if the guy has heard the rumors about who he is. The mercenary admits he only heard that Jack is the child of a high noble, but Jane mentioned he's just traveling the world. Jack sips a drink and tells the guy to feel free to ask him anything. He's being surprisingly chill with the people who were insulting him just 24 hours ago. He reaches into his vest, rummaging around for something. The mercenary watches with bated breath, wondering what the kid is about to pull out. Jack pulls out a golden object and tells the guy to take this. He's got this bored expression that makes the gift seem like it's just trash to him. The mercenary holds the object in his hands, his eyes widening. He stammers, wondering if it's a noble house's crest, totally starstruck. Jack just gives him a dismissive look. He tells the guy that based on his expression, he knows exactly what it is and mocks him for being so surprised. Jack looks out at the distant trees as birds fly away. He points off toward his home, calling it a lousy marquee house all the way over there. Jack gives a dark, knowing smirk and drops the biggest spoiler. It's a crest representing that house called Volantier that's going to fall pretty soon. Talk about a terrifying way to describe your own family. Jack is currently lounging in his carriage, casually pointing toward the distant mountains where his home, the Volantier house, is located. He bluntly tells the mercenaries that it's a lousy marquee house that's destined to fall very soon as he flashes his family crest. The entire camp goes dead silent as the mercenaries stare at the golden crest in total shock. You can practically hear a pin drop as the weight of who they're actually escorting finally starts to sink in. Jack leans back with a mysterious look in his eyes, mentioning that he remembers people calling someone in that house a moron. He's really leaning into his own bad reputation just to mess with them. He breaks into a wide, mischievous grin and asks if they know who that moron is. He's having way too much fun playing this game, while the guys around him are probably having internal meltdowns. One of the mercenaries is literally trembling with fear, his hands shaking as he realizes the kid he was talking trash about yesterday is the exact person sitting right in front of him. Talk about a foot-and-mouth moment. Jack's eyes glow with a dark, predatory light as he smirks at their terrified reactions. He thinks it's hilarious that they finally connected the dots, especially since he was nice enough to explain it to them so clearly. Close up on that golden Volantier crest, as Jack brings up the rumors that started after his prison stint. He mentions the stories floating around about him using black magic, which is a pretty heavy accusation in this world. The terrified mercenary is bowing and apologizing for his life, while Jack just gives him a cold stare. He casually admits that the rumors about him knowing black magic aren't actually completely wrong. We get a quick glimpse of Jack's legendary master, the true pinnacle of black magic. Jack points out that even though he's primarily a swordsman, there's no way he wouldn't know a thing or two about the dark arts given who trained him. A quick scenery shot shows a peaceful waterfall flowing during the day. It's a brief moment of calm before Jack gets back to being a total menace to his escorts. Jack leans in close to the shaking mercenary, mockingly asking why he'd even bother with complicated magic when he has fists to settle things. The level of psychological warfare this kid is using is off the charts. Jack suddenly points a finger right at them, making the mercenaries jump out of their skins. They both scream yes in unison, looking like they expect him to zap them at any second. He confronts the guy who was insulting him at the inn, asking why he was brave enough to talk trash about Jack but stayed quiet about the king. He's really calling out their hypocrisy in the most intimidating way possible. Jack suddenly pivots to acting sad, saying it's heartbreaking to be looked at with such fear. The mercenaries are just completely baffled by his rapid mood swings. Is he a killer or just a weird kid? John Doe, the elite swordsman hiding as their captain, keeps a cool head. He claims he's not very well informed about the rumors, acting like just another simple mercenary to keep his cover. Jack watches John Doe intently, figuring out the play. He realizes the guild manager must have only filled John in on the truth while keeping the rest of the crew in the dark for safety. Jack puts a hand on the terrified mercenary's shoulder, telling him to just let bygones be bygones. It looks like a friendly gesture, but you know there's a threat hidden behind that smile. He gives a bright, cheerful grin and reminds them they're going to be stuck together for the next few days. He asks Wright with a face that says, "You better agree if you want to keep your head." The mercenary manages a shaky "why yes," while Jack continues to act like everything is totally normal. They're essentially his prisoners now, even if they're getting paid for the job. Night falls over their mountain camp, and the woods look beautiful but ominous under the blue moonlight. It's the perfect setting for some campfire stories and secret sharing. A close-up of a cooking pot over the roaring flames shows the group is finally settling in. Jack thinks to himself that rumors are truly just that, worthless stories that rarely capture the full truth. The mercenaries are all huddled around the fire, looking a bit awkward. Jack pipes up with a quiet, making everyone turn their heads to see what the third young lord wants now. One of the mercenaries notes that Jack is really unusual for a noble. He mentions that most highborns wouldn't even touch dirty water, yet here's Jack helping out with the dishes like a commoner. Jack looks genuinely surprised by the comment, holding a cup and blinking. That's, he mutters, clearly not used to being called unusual for something as simple as hygiene. Check out this food spread. We're talking beef pie, Yorkshire pudding, and toad in the hole. Jack admits that calling his escorts chefs wasn't an exaggeration at all. This is a gourmet feast. Chibi Jack is basically ascending to heaven from the taste. He looks totally satisfied with the meal, proving that his plan to hire mercenaries who can actually cook was a stroke of genius. He has a brief moment of guilt, thinking about Ron back home. While Jack is out here living his best life with 5-star campfire cuisine, poor Ron is probably dealing with family drama. Jack tells them to consider his dishwashing as payment for the delicious dinner. He proudly declares himself a gourmet, showing a rare bit of his childish side. He asks how they usually handle the night watch, and the guys explain they typically just draw lots to decide who stays up. It's the standard, fair way to handle guard duty in the wild. One of the mercenaries smirks at Jack, acting way more relaxed now. He tells the employer to just go ahead and rest, looking like he's finally warmed up to the kid. He asks if Jack wants to join the draw, but Jack shoots him down with a hilarious logic. He claims a little boy needs his beauty sleep to grow, and asks if they'll take responsibility if he stays short. Jack mentions he's bored, and suggests they share some stories to pass the time before bed. He volunteers to go first, which usually means some crazy lore is about to drop. He sits by the fire, looking thoughtful as he wonders which story to tell first. The mercenaries look on, clearly curious about what kind of tales a noble kid from the capital has. Jack starts off with a massive question: how many dragons are there in this world? He's really going for the high fantasy lore right out of the gate. The mercenaries are skeptical, pointing out that dragons were supposedly exterminated by the founding king centuries ago. Jack just gives a mysterious "exactly," as if he knows the real secret. We see portraits of historic figures as Jack explains that the legend of the founding kingdom is mostly just fluff. He says you have to take out the useless babble to find the real story. We get this epic mural showing King Julius Teslin and his 2 supporters fighting a giant dragon. This is the official version of history that every school kid in the kingdom learns. A statue shows the decline of the realm, explaining how the Teslin Empire shrank into a kingdom and eventually became just a pawn for the Tolkien Empire. It's a pretty grim history lesson. Jack gives a small, knowing smile. He calls everything he just said the truth that everyone knows, implying he's about to drop some truth that absolutely nobody knows. Here comes the bombshell. Jack reveals there are 2 Lord Dragons in the Black Sea, a baby dragon in the Imperial House, and 5 more hiding in the Magic Beast Forest. He's talking like he's read the world's secret manual. He doesn't stop there, claiming there are 8 more dragons roaming the continent in human form. He calculates at least 16 dragons are currently active, which is a terrifying thought. The entire camp goes silent again. The mercenaries are just staring at him, probably wondering if the kid is a genius or just has a very wild imagination. We see a vision of a massive fire dragon breathing destruction. Jack knows they won't believe him since dragons are treated like fairy tales that haven't been seen in ages. Jack asks, "Fun story, right?" with a cheeky grin. He's clearly enjoying the look of pure confusion on their faces after dropping that lore bomb. He explains that dragons don't mix with humans because of a pact that ties their very existence down. It's high-level magical politics that shouldn't be known by a 14-year-old. The mercenary is stunned, asking if that means the founding king was a liar who didn't actually kill the dragons. His worldview is being shattered by a kid with a cup of juice. Jack smirks and calls the founding king a coward. He says the guy didn't exterminate anything, he just managed to survive long enough to negotiate an opportunity with them. As the fire crackles, Jack drops the final piece of the puzzle. He says the ones who actually did all the heavy lifting and everything were the king's 2 unnamed supporters. Jack looks incredibly smug, lounging back while the mercenaries process the info. He's totally owning his role as the world's most dangerous storyteller. John Doe is the only one taking this seriously, his eyes narrowing as he listens. He asks the big question, then what are those dragons doing right now? A map appears showing the western continent and the eastern continent separated by the Black Sea. Jack is about to explain the global security situation of the dragon world. Jack explains that the Lord Dragons have one main mission, guarding the barrier in the Black Sea. John Doe repeats barrier, looking genuinely intrigued by the concept. We see a shot of the vast, churning ocean. Jack explains that this barrier was created thousands of years ago, specifically to keep the 2 continents separated. A silhouette of a massive dragon lord appears, glowing with ancient magic. Jack says they inherit this specific mission of guarding the barrier across generations. Close up on a terrifying dragon face. Jack admits he's actually curious about what's on the other side, the eastern continent that these monsters are working so hard to block off. The camera pulls back to show the quiet camp under the starry night sky. The mercenaries are silent for a beat, letting the story sink in. Suddenly, the whole group bursts out in hysterical laughter. They think Jack's entire lore dump was just a massive, over-the-top tall tale. One guy claps Jack on the shoulder, calling him a storyteller and laughing off the dragon talk. He assumes Jack was just lonely and wanted some campfire entertainment. Jack just gives a small, knowing smile while John Doe looks at him with a much more suspicious, serious expression. John is the only one who might actually suspect the kid is telling the truth. Jack tells the guy to get his arm off him and asks if he's drunk. He thinks to himself that he never really expected them to believe such an unrealistic story anyway. He's playing it off perfectly. Jack gets up from the campfire and starts walking away from the crew. He casually mentions that it doesn't matter if they don't believe his crazy stories about dragons. One of the mercenaries asks if he's heading off to sleep already. Jack stops by the carriage and tells them he's going to wash up and change his clothes first. The mercenaries offer to escort him for safety, but Jack just waves them off with a hand. He tells them it's fine and that he's perfectly capable of washing himself. Jack sets down a small lantern on a rock by a nearby stream. He dips his foot into the water, checking the temperature before diving in. He lets out a long, relaxed sigh as he soaks in the water. It's a rare moment of peace for him after all the madness he's dealt with lately. Jack thinks about how the noisy mercenaries didn't buy a single word of his story. He can hear them laughing and drinking back at the camp. He splashes some water on his face, wondering why he's even running his mouth so much lately. Usually, he's the silent but deadly type. He floats in the stream and asks himself why. Honestly, he thinks the typical protagonist who hides all their power is just boring. He looks up at the sky, feeling totally refreshed. The cold water is doing wonders for his tired 14-year-old body. Jack's eyes get serious as he continues his internal monologue. He realizes there's something more going on with his current situation. Back at the camp, the mercenaries are still having a blast around the fire. They have no idea their moron employer is currently analyzing every move they make. Jack's thoughts shift to John Doe, the mercenary captain. He's starting to suspect the guy might actually be a spy sent from the Tolkien Empire. He sits in the water with his hand on his chin, thinking the whole thing is a bit ambiguous. Even Jane, the branch manager back at the inn, is starting to seem suspicious to him. He leans his head back, feeling like the pieces of this puzzle just don't fit together correctly. Something is definitely off about this random encounter. Jack smirks, thinking it's crazy that he asked for an escort, and an 8-circle mana user just happened to show up. That's like a 0.01% drop rate in real life. He remembers that even the captain of the legendary Iron Blood Knights is only an 8-circle user. Having someone that powerful as a simple mercenary makes zero sense. The text reinforces just how elite an 8-circle user is. You don't just find these guys hanging out in backwater towns unless they're on a mission. Jack stares into the distance, wondering what John Doe's real circumstances are. A guy who would be welcomed with open arms by any kingdom shouldn't be doing grunt work. Close-up of Jack's face as he keeps pondering the situation. He's trying to figure out if John Doe is an ally or a major threat he needs to eliminate. The moon hangs high in the clouds, casting a pale light over the forest. It's the perfect backdrop for a secret training session or a late-night interrogation. Jack starts glowing with a massive surge of blue mana while still in the water. He decides he has something important to take care of before worrying about the mercenaries. He looks at his hand, noting that he's recovered a lot from the after effects of using soul speech. He's been healing up steadily during his travels. Jack finishes washing up, the water dripping off his skin. He's feeling much more like his old sword ghost self now. He lets out a massive yawn while stretching in the water. He knows his master is nearby, and he needs to be at 100% for that reunion. Jack steps out of the stream, his feet hitting the grass with a splash. He's decided that if John Doe is a spy, he's definitely not bringing him along any further. He pulls his shirt back on, his face set in a determined look. He figures he has no choice but to just confront the guy and ask him directly. Back at the camp, the fire is still roaring under the cooking pot. The mercenaries are relaxing, totally unaware that their peaceful night is about to end. Jack walks back into the light of the campfire. The mercenaries look up, surprised that he's already finished washing up. Jack approaches John Doe, holding his sword. He admits that something has been bothering him way too much to let it slide. Jack's eyes glow with an intense yellow light as he stares John down. He asks point blank if the captain is seriously going to play dumb with him. Suddenly, Jack has a dagger pointed straight at John Doe's throat. He tells the captain that he's officially bothering him and needs to start talking. John Doe doesn't even move, keeping his cool. Jack asks him why an elite 8-circle mana user is wasting his time doing mercenary work in the middle of nowhere. Jack makes it clear that the place he's headed is incredibly important to him. He'd rather go alone than bring someone who is clearly hiding their true identity. One of the other mercenaries is freaking out in the background, unable to believe his boss is an 8-circle master. John Doe just tells him to stay quiet and stay out of this. John Doe stands up, facing Jack without any fear. He accepts the challenge, telling Jack to assume he's an 8-circle, and asks what the kid plans to do about it. The captain tells Jack that since he told such an interesting story about dragons earlier, it's only fair that it's now Jack's turn to provide some entertainment. Jack gives a dark, confident smirk. He's more than happy to hear a story from John, provided it's a truthful one. John Doe asks what Jack will do if he refuses to answer. Jack just holds his sword steady, telling the captain that if he can't satisfy him, he'll probably just die. Jack's eyes narrow as he wonders if John is a spy from the Tolkien Empire. The tension in the camp is through the roof right now. John Doe looks a bit taken aback as Jack mentions Jane. Jack asks if he shouldn't be suspicious of her too if the captain is actually a spy. John Doe gets a frustrated, angry look on his face. He demands to know why Jack is suddenly bringing Jane into this mess. Jack remembers Jane back at the inn. He wonders if the last meal she offered him, a beer next time they meet, is actually going to be his last meal ever. We get a quick flashback to yesterday at Jane's inn. The atmosphere was much friendlier back then compared to this forest standoff. Jane was talking to John Doe privately, calling Jack a very fascinating child. She's clearly seen something in him that most people miss. Jane tells John that Jack is way different from the rumors of the abandoned moron. They were eating and drinking while discussing their new employer. Jane notes that from looking into Jack's eyes, you can tell he has a mountain of secrets he's trying to hide. She's way more observant than she lets on. She admits she asked John to take the mission specifically so he could keep a close eye on the kid. She's playing her own long game here. Jane holds John's hand, telling him you never know what could happen. She believes that this boy might actually be the one to change their lives forever. Back in the present, Jack is grinning like a maniac. He asks John Doe if the current situation is entertaining enough for him. John Doe grunts, looking stressed out by the kid's pressure. He's starting to realize he might have seriously underestimated this 14-year-old. Jack notes that even though he's pushed John this far, the man's mana circle hasn't even flinched. He thinks John is either extremely vigilant or just very lucky. Jack admits he can't control his strength perfectly yet, so he can't hold back. He was planning to cut John down the exact moment he felt a mana surge. Jack stands there with a casual pose, telling John it's simple, right? He gives the captain 1 minute to make the right decision, die or live. The screen goes white with the text. He's definitely different from the rumors. No kidding, this kid is a total monster. Close-up of Jack's glowing yellow eyes. John Doe realizes that anyone who looks into those eyes and calls Jack a moron is the real idiot. John Doe gulps, his hand reaching for his weapon or chest. He's trying to find the words to respond to a kid who just threatened to end him. Jack just stands there smiling. Acting like a minute is plenty of time. John Doe is getting a really bad feeling that this isn't a bluff. We get this visual of a lion looming over a deer. John Doe's intuition is screaming at him that he's the prey in this scenario and that Jack is incredibly dangerous. We get a wide shot of the camp as the group stands in silence. Jack is thinking to himself about how strange the situation is now that he has time to actually process everything. John Doe is deep in thought, resting his hand on his chin. He's completely baffled, wondering how a kid like Jack was able to figure out that he's actually a high-tier 8-circle mana user. Jack just gives a calm, slightly mysterious smile. John Doe starts to wonder if Jane, the branch manager from the inn, was the one who leaked his secret or gave Jack a clue. John Doe immediately shakes his head, dismissing the idea. He knows Jane too well. There is absolutely no way she would ever betray his trust like that. We get a quick flashback of Jane looking tough but kind. John Doe reiterates that he trusts her completely and knows she would have told him if she had shared his secret. The scene shifts to a quiet, atmospheric shot of the trees under the night sky. The tension is building as the conversation moves into a dangerous territory. Jack is staring at his blade, noting that there are only 40 seconds left on his clock. He's putting immense pressure on John Doe to give him the answers he wants. John Doe looks Jack straight in the eye, his expression hardening. He asks if Jack truly believes that even if he is an 8-circle master, a 14-year-old could actually take him down. Check out Jack's eyes here. They're glowing with a fierce, predatory yellow light. He asks John Doe point blank if the man thinks Jack would even be able to kill him. John Doe is starting to feel the heat, looking at Jack with a mix of suspicion and unease. He's thinking about how a child's eyes could possibly look that terrifyingly fierce. A lantern sits on a pile of clothes, casting a warm glow in the dark woods. John Doe is questioning if the person standing in front of him is actually a child or something much worse. John Doe is sweating buckets now, caught in a major mental conflict. He's debating whether to keep evading the question or just bite the bullet and tell this scary kid the truth. The captain looks like his life is flashing before his eyes. He's thinking about all the choices he's made in his years as a mercenary, while Jack stands there like a reaper. John Doe gulps, his hand reaching for his neck or chest. He decides he's been lucky his whole career and he's going to take one more gamble on the truth. Jack gives a sharp look and declares the time is officially up. John Doe decides to trust his gut and finally speak up before Jack decides to settle things with steel. Jack starts glowing with a massive blue mana aura, looking like he's ready to commit a crime. He tells John he's not satisfied and that it looks like the captain is going to have to die. John Doe puts his hand up to try and de-escalate the situation. He asks Jack if he wants to know about Jane's circumstances, trying to find common ground. John Doe stands his ground as Jack leans in close with his glowing hand. The captain is finally opening up, asking Jack if he's ready to hear the real story behind the guild manager. Jack sheathes his dagger, or at least lowers his hand, looking slightly surprised. He gives a simple, well, alright, willing to listen to the captain's explanation for now. We get a shot of the camp under the stars as John Doe prepares to tell his tale. He asks Jack to listen carefully because he's about to drop some personal lore. A close-up of some wildflowers as the narration says John Doe's story was actually quite short. It turns out to be a common story that you could hear anywhere in the kingdom. We see a romantic flashback of a muscular man and a beautiful blonde woman. It's the classic trope of a love story between a high-ranking noble's daughter and a commoner. In the flashback, John Doe is watching Jane from a distance while she stands on a balcony. It's clear that these two have been through a lot of drama to stay together. The text reveals that John Doe met a 19-year-old Jane when he was still only a 7-circle user. Apparently, it was love at first sight for both of them, which is surprisingly wholesome for this series. The seeds of love have been growing ever since, as we see John Doe gently petting a sleeping Jane's head. He's been protecting her from the shadows for years. Back in the present, Jack is processing the story while holding a cup. He thinks it makes perfect sense now why someone like Jane was still unmarried despite her status. Jack notes that even if they're a commoner and a noble, an 8-circle master would be a massive deal in the Teslan kingdom. He's wondering why such a powerhouse is content with just doing mercenary work. John Doe looks a bit embarrassed, scratching his head while the other mercenaries gasp in the background. They can't believe their boss has a secret romantic past with a guild manager. Chibi Jane is seen laughing and playing with Arnold the dog. Jack deduces that based on her personality, her family probably wasn't interested in using her for political influence anyway. Jack sums it all up. Jane is a branch manager of a small territory, and John Doe is her secret high-level protector. It's a pretty solid cover for a power couple in hiding. John Doe admits that's the truth, looking totally drained. He confirms that he only got close to Jack to see if there was any benefit to be had, acting like a real mercenary for once. Jack looks toward the carriage, thinking about whether he should actually believe this story. He knows it would be easy to make up a fake romantic tragedy to win over a kid. Jack brings up the dragon story again, asking John if he remembers the baby dragon in the Tolkien Imperial House. He's shifting the conversation back to world-shaking secrets. John Doe looks genuinely confused, asking how he could possibly know anything about fairy tales like that. He's playing the part of a regular citizen who doesn't believe in myths. Jack just gives a little smirk, enjoying the fact that he knows things that even high-tier masters are ignorant of. He's about to drop some even heavier lore. Jack begins explaining what a master really is, someone with 10 circles engraved on their heart. He notes that even the masters themselves don't know about the deeper realms of power. Jack puts a finger to his lips and mentions the transcendence, monsters who use the power of souls instead of regular mana. He's talking about a level of power that shouldn't even exist in history books. John Doe is listening intently, his face set in a serious, almost suspicious look. He's trying to figure out where a noble kid got all this top-secret information. Jack reaches into his clothes, his hand moving toward his waist or pocket. He's acting all casual while discussing the potential end of the world. We see a portrait of Heinkus Beckerman, the Imperial Guardian Knight of Tolkien. Jack reveals that 2 years from now, this guy is going to smash the wall of Master and become the strongest swordsman on the continent. Ankus is shown looking down with a serious expression. Jack says this man will continue the history of transcendence that had previously only existed in forgotten legends. Check out these ladies cheering in a flower garden. Jack adds a twist. He says that man didn't even reach that level through his own strength. There's a much darker secret behind his power. Jack asks John if this is an interesting enough story for him. John Doe is completely hooked, telling Jack to please keep going with the explanation. Jack drops the horrific truth. Ankus replaced his own blood and half his bones with that of a dragon. Because of this insane experiment, he became a totally absurd hybrid that's neither human nor dragon. Jack looks dead serious as he says John's expression tells him everything he needs to know. He's got the captain right where he wants him, reeling from the future information. James, our chick, is sweating buckets and looking absolutely horrified. He's just a normal page trying to survive a trip with a kid who is talking about dragon-human hybrids. John Doe is finally processing everything, asking what this interesting story has to do with their current standoff in the woods. He's trying to find the connection. Jack explained that there is currently only one dragon in the Tolkien Imperial House being used for experiments. He notes that even though they are merely immortal, they can only do so many tests with just one subject. Jack points upward, explaining the Empire's two main objectives, gathering info and confirming the existence of more dragons. He's exposing the Tolkien Empire's global hit list. John Doe gives a small smirk, seemingly impressed by the complexity of Jack's fiction. He's still not entirely sure if he should believe the kid or not. The mercenaries in the back burst out laughing, calling it a believable story for a book. They think Jack just has a very wild and dark imagination. John Doe laughs it off, telling Jack that if he tells this to other guild members, they definitely believe him. Jack just lets out an annoyed huff and turns away. Jack lets out a long breath, thinking to himself that based on John's reaction, the guy definitely isn't a Tolkien spy. He's finally lowered his guard just a tiny bit. Jack starts heading back to the carriage, mockingly telling John to have a nice life with Jane. He even tells him to make sure he gets an invite to the wedding. Absolute savage behavior. As Jack walks away, he adjusts his clothes or sheathes his weapon. He's done with the talk and ready to get some actual sleep. Suddenly, Jack's eye glows with that dangerous yellow light again. He senses something is wrong, and his body reacts with lightning speed. A massive motion blur shows a sword being drawn in the blink of an eye. The peace of the camp is shattered in a single second. Jack is moving like a ghost, his white coat trailing behind him as he lunges. He's faster than anyone in the camp could have predicted. Bam! Jack has John Doe pinned down with a dagger right at his throat. The tables have turned in less than a second, and the captain is totally at his mercy. John Doe is staring up in pure shock, a cold sweat running down his face. He can't believe a kid just managed to get the drop on an 8th-circle master like him. Jack looks absolutely murderous, his eyes burning with rage. He tells John that the only reason he's letting him keep his head is because Jack was the one who doubted him first. Jack has a firm grip on John's collar or armor, showing surprising strength for his size. He's completely dominating the veteran mercenary right now. Jack stands over the captain, his shadow looming large. He warns John that this is the last time he'll tolerate any hidden hostile intent. He leans in and whispers a terrifying threat. If John releases his bloodlust like that again, Jack will turn everyone in the camp into dust. He's not playing games anymore. The other mercenaries are panicking, begging both the young lord and their boss to just calm down and talk it out. They're caught in the middle of two monsters. Jack walks back to the carriage with an annoyed huff. He thinks to himself that he really tried to be friendly, but that ship has officially sunk, back to being the edgy loner. We get a quick exterior shot of the carriage under the evening sky. Things are finally settling down after Jack's terrifying display of power earlier. Inside, Jack is tossing and turning on the seat, trying to find a comfortable spot to nap. He looks like a normal kid for once, which is a complete lie considering he just threatened the mini-army. The scene shifts back to the campfire where the wood is crackling away. One of the mercenaries stares into the flames, finally asking what everyone's thinking. What's the meaning of this? John Doe is looking pretty grim as he talks to his comrade. They're still reeling from the fact that their moron employer is actually a monster, and that their captain is an 8th-circle master hiding in plain sight. The nervous mercenary lets out a heavy sigh, trying to wrap his head around the deception. John Doe notes that they've been together for years, and he's saved the guy's life before, so he shouldn't be too hard on him. The mercenary is totally shell-shocked, clutching his head while John Doe just watches him. The trust in the group has definitely taken a massive hit tonight. The guy manages a weak smile, admitting how reassuring it is to have an 8th-circle on the team. He wonders if they're about to become the strongest mercenary group on the entire continent at this rate. John Doe doesn't look amused at all, asking if the guy thinks the title of Mercenary King is some kind of joke. He knows that raw power alone isn't enough to reach the top of the food chain. John Doe sips his drink, looking off into the distance with a serious expression. He mentions that there are at least 4 known masters out there, making an 8th circle feel a lot less impressive. The youngest member of the crew pipes up with a worried, He asks the captain if everything that child Jack said about the dragons and the Empire is actually true. John Doe looks down, the sweat dripping off his chin as he gives a simple, heavy yeah. He's finally admitting that Jack isn't just some crazy kid, he's a source of terrifyingly accurate information. The young merc tries to stay positive, saying it's a little shocking but ultimately okay since everyone has their own secrets. He gives a nervous little laugh, trying to clear the heavy atmosphere. He asks John Doe why he didn't even react to Jack's threat earlier. He's genuinely curious why an 8-circle master allowed himself to be pinned down by a 14-year-old. We get a quick flashback of Jack's dagger at John's throat. It was a move so fast and precise that even a master couldn't see it coming in time. John Doe just lets out a tired grunt, his face full of lingering dread. He's clearly not ready to admit just how much Jack rattled him. A close-up shows John Doe's hands trembling as he grips a piece of jerky. He admits that even now, his fingers won't stop shaking from the feeling of standing on the boundary between life and death. He wipes his face, thinking to himself that he can't possibly tell the crew he almost wet himself in front of a kid. Talk about a major blow to the captain's ego. The carriage rolls past a quiet river as the night deepens. The narration notes that just like Jane said, Jack is an interesting child, but he's also undeniably dangerous. We get a glimpse of the continental map again. With the Tolkien Empire in chaos over the throne and spies everywhere, Jack's presence is like a wild card thrown into a powder keg. Jack is finally sound asleep in the carriage, looking peaceful for the first time in days. He has a bad feeling about the future, but he knows he needs to rest before he can look into it. A text box jumps us a few days later. The group is deep in a lush green forest under a bright blue sky, nearing their next destination. Jack leans out of the carriage with a wide, mischievous grin. He asks the crew if they want to hear another interesting story to pass the time. Oh boy, here we go again with the lore bombs. The mercenaries look absolutely done with Jack's stories. John Doe asks, what is it this time, with a face that says he's preparing for another headache. Jack brings up the Orc Lord in the Magic Beast Forest, and one of the guys guesses he's probably a 9-circle. Jack just gives a smug no, revealing the Lord is actually a 10-circle monster. The mercenaries are stunned into silence as Jack tells them he's going to talk about the past. They're hanging on his every word, even if they don't want to admit it. John Doe repeats the past, looking confused. Jack checks his mental calendar and decides to start with a story from around 23 years ago in the current timeline. Jack starts counting on his fingers, looking like he's trying to recall a shopping list rather than ancient history. He's got that all-knowing vibe working overtime. He asks if they've heard about the Orc Lord, who only puts on airs having a secret relationship with the Harpy Lord. It's basically high fantasy celebrity gossip at this point. The mercenaries give him a deadpan look, saying they've never heard anything that ridiculous. They think Jack is just making up weird romance novels now. Jack just laughs it off, noting that orcs and harpies usually hate each other's guts. He's setting the stage for a story about a very forbidden love. The narration explains that these two races don't just dislike each other. They go to full-blown war over the smallest trivial things. It's a constant cycle of violence in the forest. The carriage keeps rolling through the woods while the sun shines bright. Jack notes that any mercenary who actually works in the forest would know about this blood feud. We see a portrait of the Harpy Queen and a muscular orc warrior. These two are known as the two strongest, or the guardians of the forest, and their power is legendary. Jack smirks, saying, there's a good reason they have such grand nicknames. They're simply that strong. He's about to explain how these two guardians almost ruined everything for a bit of romance. A beautiful scenic shot of a river in the woods. Jack mentions that surprisingly, their relationship wasn't always this bad, and they used to be nothing more than neighbors. We see a shot of Blackman, the Orc Lord, as he first began his rise to power. He looks like a total beast, ready to conquer anyone who stands in his way. John Doe asks what the issue was that arose after 5 years. Jack is leaning out of the carriage, leading them along like a professional storyteller. The bomb drops. Everyone found out about the secret relationship between the Orc Lord, Blackman, and the Harpy Lord, Valea. The forbidden romance was finally out in the open. Jack gives this sharp, toothy grin as he sees their reactions. He knows exactly how much drama this one reveal caused in the monster world. We see silhouettes of humans, harpies, and orcs. Jack notes that regardless of race, everyone has the same fundamental desire that ruins everything. Yes, it's power, Jack says as he clenches his fist. The desire for more influence and control is what turned a love story into a tragedy for the forest. It turns out a bunch of harpies and orcs conspired together, using the Lord's relationship as an excuse to try and drive them both out of power. We see white feathers scattered on the bloody ground. Jack explains that the coup was a complete failure, but those two are still the Lords for a reason. John Doe is actually hooked on the story now, asking why their relationship is so bad today if they survived the coup. He's finally stopped doubting and started listening. Jack explains that after the internal struggle, Blackman and Valea each made a choice. They decided to prioritize the prosperity of their race over their own love. The carriage goes silent as the mercenaries process that tragic ending. It's a heavy lesson about the cost of leadership and power. John Doe is deep in thought, wondering if this kid's story is actually true. He finds it fascinating, but he's still not 100% sure if Jack is just a genius liar. Jack thinks to himself that the harpies and orcs didn't just suddenly become dangerous. They got stronger over decades and reached their peak exactly 10 years ago. We see a visual of the harpies and orcs exchanging secret techniques. The harpies learned the orcs' battle aura, and the orcs learned harpy spiritomancy. That's a terrifying combo. Jack is sitting comfortably in the carriage, explaining how the two largest populations in the forest basically cross-trained in secret to buff their entire armies. He points a finger and says the ones who started this secret training were obviously Blackman and Bielia. They turned their heartbreak into a massive military advantage for their people. Because of that, the two races started opposing each other even harder and are now the dominant forces representing the entire Magic Beast forest. Jack gives a dark, satisfied smirk while looking at his boots. He's already planning how to use this secret information for his own benefit in the future. Jack laughs and tells John Doe that if he ever gets captured by orcs or harpies, he should try telling them this story. It might just save his life. John Doe just stares at him with a blank, I have no words face. He's completely overwhelmed by the sheer amount of forbidden lore this kid just dropped. John Doe manages a small, shaky smile. He admits he isn't sure how much of that was true, but he'll keep it in mind just in case that time ever comes. Jack suddenly pivots and asks if they want some beef jerky. One of the mercenaries is all about it, shouting aloud, yeah, as he reaches out. They're all munching on the jerky, with Jack noting that Jane made it. It's a surprisingly normal and happy moment after a very intense history lesson. Scene jump. We're back at the Marquis's estate, inside a massive library. Someone lets out a shocked what that practically shakes the room. The Marquis is sitting at his desk, staring at a report in total disbelief. He just found out that every single soldier escorting Jack was found dead near the Arbeloa territory. Gonzalez, the red-haired aide, explains that the experts believe they were killed by very advanced magic. The Marquis looks absolutely stunned by the scale of the massacre. The Marquis notes that this happened exactly when the elites of the Iron Blood Knights were away. The timing is way too perfect to be a coincidence. He wonders who could be behind this. Is it the king? Or maybe a rival duke? He's going through his list of enemies, looking for anyone powerful enough to pull this off. He orders Gonzalez to carry out a professional investigation immediately. He needs to find out who was responsible before his house loses even more influence. The Marquis suddenly realizes Gonzalez didn't mention Jack's body. He asks with a worried look if he could have survived. Gonzalez gives a stoic report, saying that since Jack's body wasn't among the dead, he likely managed to run away during the chaos. The Marquis closes his eyes and gives Gonzalez full authority over the investigation. He's convinced that if Jack survived, the boy must know exactly what happened. The Marquis stares Gonzalez down, commanding him to bring him results. Gonzalez snaps to attention with a sharp, yes sir. Gonzalez turns and starts walking out of the library, looking like a man on a mission. He's about to start a continental manhunt for the youngest Valantier. The Marquis smirks to himself as Gonzalez leaves. He admits he thought Jack was useless, but if the boy can lead them to a rival secret mage, then he might actually be quite useful after all. Gonzalez stops by the door, giving a suspicious, sideways glance back into the room. You can tell he's got his own private thoughts about the Marquis and this whole situation. The sun is shining over the entrance to Rocky Mountain. Our boy Jack has made it through the night and is ready for the next stage of his journey. Jack hands over a heavy-looking bag of coins to the mercenaries. He drops a casual here, like he's just handing out pocket change. John Doe takes the bag and his eyes nearly pop out of his head when he sees the loot inside. It's a literal pile of gold coins shimmering in the pouch. John tells him this is way too much, but Jack couldn't care less. He tells them he only needs 10 gold and some potions for himself. Jack hits them with a wink and a peace sign, looking like the coolest kid on the block. He tells them the rest is on him. Absolute baller move. Jack is all smiles, thanking the crew for making the trip interesting. John Doe is actually apologizing for doubting him, which is a huge shift from how they started. Jack tells them it's time to part ways and to stay safe on the way home. He's got this bright, innocent-looking grin that totally hides the monster inside. The mercenaries just stand there in a daze, not moving an inch. Jack is genuinely confused, asking if they're ever going to leave. John Doe gets this super serious look and asks if he can say one more thing, even if it's out of line. Jack is intrigued, wondering what's coming next. John tries to give him some career advice, telling him that being a mercenary isn't a bad gig. He's basically trying to recruit the kid into the lifestyle. Jack just blinks and hits him with a board, so he's really not seeing where this is going yet. Jack tells him he knows exactly what he needs to know. He's already seen his path, and it doesn't involve being a low-level sellsword. We get this lonely shot of Jack from behind. He's thinking about how noble kids with no support usually end up face down in a ditch. His eyes get that cold, distant look as he mentions he's seen people in his position meet their ends countless times. This kid has zero illusions about his reality. The other two mercenaries are just watching, silent as ghosts. John Doe is about to make his final pitch. Jack laughs, asking point blank if John Doe is telling him to become a mercenary. The idea of the sword ghost doing guard duty for merchants is actually hilarious. John Doe is dead serious, repeating that the job isn't as bad as Jack thinks. He's genuinely worried about the kid's future. John paints this picture of traveling the world and living a comfy life if you avoid the dangerous stuff. He thinks this is a better path than the one Jack is on. Jack smirks, knowing John Doe is the only one who truly understands how dangerous he is. He calls out the captain for keeping secrets from his own men. Jack reminds him of that night in the forest, telling him he could have easily killed him. John Doe just gulps, knowing it's the truth. We see the sun shining through the trees, making everything look peaceful. Jack notes that even without his soul aura, an 8-circle master would have sensed his lethal intent. John Doe looks dejected, admitting he finds Jack's talent unfortunate. He knows Jack is too strong to live a simple, happy life. John admits that in a world where you kill to live, he even had to hide his own strength from his comrades. It's a lonely life at the top. Jack gives a gentle, almost sad smile. He appreciates the concern, but tells John he's going to pretend he never heard any of it. Jack beckons him closer for some top-secret info. He whispers that a massive event is going to shake the whole continent in just a few years. He tells John Doe to just stay hidden when the chaos starts. John Doe is looking at him like he's a prophet of doom. John Doe looks at him with this soft, understanding gaze. He tells Jack that even if he told him now, Jack wouldn't get it, but he'll feel it when the time comes. Jack gives this absolutely wicked grin. He's already practicing how he'll react when things get too big to handle. Total acting pro. John Doe finally walks away, agreeing that money is nothing compared to your life. He's taking Jack's warning to heart. Jack gives him a friendly pat on the shoulder or arm. He's glad they finally reached an understanding. Jack starts walking into the thick brush on his own. He's finally heading toward the place where he'll find his master. He waves over his shoulder, telling them to take care on their way back. The boss is leaving the building. Jack suddenly whips his head around, hearing a call from behind. He's always on high alert, even when leaving friends. John Doe stops and asks for his name. He wants to know who this mysterious kid really is before they lose contact. Jack gives this mysterious look and says John already knows who he is. He tells him, just remember me as Jack. They stand there in the clearing, two powerful warriors in different bodies. Jack asks, and you? It's time for some mutual respect. Close up on John Doe as he takes a deep breath and gulps. He's about to drop his mask. He reveals his true name, Dinas Dismo. It sounds like the name of a legendary hero or a forgotten king. Jack repeats the name with a curious look. He's filing that away for the future for sure. Jack gives this incredibly bright and happy smile. He tells him, let's meet again if our fates ever cross. Classic goodbye trope. Jack doesn't just walk away, he sprints off. You can see him kicking up dirt as he vanishes into the scenery. He's moving like a literal bolt of lightning through the hills. This kid is using everything he's got to reach his goal. Jack is out here doing some extreme mountain climbing. He's scaling a vertical rock wall with one hand while holding his luggage like it's nothing. He reaches the top, panting hard and sweating buckets. He's checking if he's finally close to the destination. He stands on the edge of a massive, jagged peak, looking out over the mountain range. This kid is on a solo mission to the middle of nowhere. Close up of his boot hitting the rock. He's wondering if his body is just too young and weak for this kind of travel yet. He's totally exhausted, leaning over and trying to catch his breath. He admits he can't move like he used to in his prime body. Later that night, Jack is deep inside a dark, creepy cave. He's using a small, glowing orb of mana to light the way. He suddenly stops, his hand glowing bright as he senses something ahead. He's reached the exact spot he was looking for. He stands before a massive, flat stone wall at the end of the cave. He's 100% sure that it's here. Jack touches the cold stone, thinking that if he can just cross this barrier, he'll reach his master. He remembers discovering this place by total accident in his past life. He leans against the wall, looking completely spent. He thinks back to how stifling and tiring his life at the volunteer house was. He pulls out a small potion and pours it over the stone. He remembers his past self being filled with these same desperate thoughts. The wall starts glowing and reacting to the liquid. It looks like he's activating some kind of ancient magical seal. Jack reaches for his sword, gripping it tightly. He knows there's only one more thing he needs to do to open the door. He closes his eyes and pulls the blade across his palm. He's not even flinching at the pain. Blood starts dripping from his hand as he prepares to offer a little sacrifice. This kid is willing to bleed to get back to his teacher. We're starting with a dark flashback to a cave where water is dripping from the ceiling. It looks super lonely and depressing, honestly. Flashback to Jack at 17, before the regression. He's trembling like crazy, holding a dagger to his own throat talk about a dark start. He was simply running and hiding as he had always done. Look at him. He's absolutely broken and shaking in that hooded cloak. After losing Ron, this was the only choice he felt he had left. The field is littered with dead soldiers, making everything feel even more hopeless. His grip finally fails and the dagger clatters to the floor. He's just done with everything. He's slumped against the wall, just sobbing his heart out. Total despair mode for our main guy here. Blood is dripping onto the cold stone floor. It looks like he actually went through with it. He's bleeding out and crying at the same time. This is a heavy scene to witness. The blood just keeps pooling on the ground. It's a grisly sight in this dark cave. Suddenly, Jack's eyes go wide in shock. He feels a presence. Is someone actually there with him? He sees a mysterious cloaked figure sitting deep in the cave. This is the exact moment where everything changes for him. The master is staring him down. Opening that stone cave was a literal miracle for a weakling like him back then. Back in the present, Jack is walking through that same cave. He's got a mana light guiding his way this time instead of just despair. Every step echoes in the quiet cave as we get a close-up of his boots. He's on a serious mission. He's just a small shadow in this massive, dark place. The atmosphere is super tense as he moves deeper. He reaches a set of stone stairs and starts climbing. We're almost at the big reveal. He's sweating and asking himself why he's so nervous. Even a legendary regressor gets the jitters sometimes. It makes sense though. It's been over a decade since he last saw her. No wonder he's feeling the weight of the moment. He finally reaches the top of the stairs. Finally, I'm here, he thinks to himself. He looks out into the dark cave chamber. It's exactly as he remembers it from his previous life. He takes a deep breath to steady himself. This is the big moment he's been waiting for. He drops his luggage and keeps moving forward. He's completely focused on what's ahead. And there she is, his master, tied up in those glowing chains. It's been a while, he says out loud, breaking the silence. He calls her master. She's staring back with these huge, intense eyes that are honestly a bit terrifying. Everyone dies eventually. Kings, dragons, everyone. It's just the natural order of absolute and inevitable causality. That includes the person in front of him. His master is a powerful being from the distant past. She's actually lived for at least 400 years. Look at the reflection of Jack's face in those huge eyes. She's using magic to keep her soul and body connected, even though they should be separate. It's some high-level soul magic to keep her tethered to this world. But even this magic is failing as the chains start to vibrate. In his last life, she only had 10 years left when they met, but the situation is way different this time. This means the time he gets to spend with his master has increased to no less than 13 years. He's determined to make every second count. She asks, "Master, you say?" with a confused look. Jack just gives her this warm, relieved smile that tells 1,000 stories. She's completely bound by those chains, asking him who the heck he is. To her, he's just a random stranger who broke in. Jack just hits her with a, "Would you like to guess?" He's being playful with the most dangerous person he knows. She's not amused, asking if he thinks this is funny. She's definitely got that scary teacher energy down. She warns him she won't ask twice. "Who are you?" She's getting serious and the pressure is building. Jack just laughs it off and says, "Wow, Master's temper sure went down a lot. He's really pushing her buttons," and she is fuming. He tells her he's missed her for a very long time. When she asks me, he just confirms it simply, "Yes, Master." She finds it interesting that she has a disciple she doesn't even know. She asks if he even knows who she really is. He gives her a polite bow and says, "Yes, I do." The respect he has for her is undeniable. He looks at her with such a soft expression. "There's no way that I wouldn't," he says, knowing her whole history. All those years they spent together in his past life. There's no way it was just a dream. He remembers the training, the bond, everything. Even if he's the only one who remembers, it's still real to him. He's clutching his chest because the emotions are finally hitting hard. He calls her the unique hero who ended the Age of Glory and opened the gates for humans. He's reciting her legendary titles like it's common knowledge. He finally says it, "Valentine Milos, I am your disciple from the future." Absolute mic drop moment right here. She just gives him a, the future. She thinks he's totally lost his mind. She's just sitting there in her chains, completely baffled. The idea of time travel is a bit much, even for a 400-year-old legendary mage. She says she doesn't like storytellers and asks if he knows why. Jack is just laughing like a total goon in the corner. She shouts that stories are full of lies and brags that distort the truth. She's definitely not buying his from the future story yet. She tells him she'll just call him a child with the potential to be a storyteller. She demands he answer her properly now. She asks the child from the future what a person like her would say in this exact situation. It's a total loyalty test. Jack bursts out laughing and says she'd probably say, "Get lost." Yeah, that sounds exactly like her. She looks totally stunned by his answer. Jack teases her, saying she's got a knack for this and should make it her career. She snaps back that she is not his master. Jack just smirks, thinking about how she hasn't changed a single bit. He's sitting right at her feet now, accepting that she's exactly the same person he remembers. He knew it wouldn't be easy to convince her. Jack draws his sword with a sharp sound. What is he planning to do with a blade in front of her? He swings his blade right at those glowing chains. He yells for her to please forgive his insolence as he goes for the break. Talk about a bold move. We get a close-up of those heavy magical chains binding the master. You can see they're dug deep into the cave walls, looking absolutely unbreakable to any normal person. Jack grips his sword, and blue soul aura starts surging through his hand and into the blade with a sharp surge. The man is officially done playing around. The master looks completely stunned, staring at the boy with wide eyes. She chokes out a simple "you" as she senses the massive power level he's putting out. Jack stares her down with those intense, glowing yellow eyes. He confirms the source of his power, letting the air vibrate with his overwhelming presence. Jack gets into a low stance, his blade glowing with mana. He admits this might be disrespectful, but he's willing to take whatever beating she gives him later if it means saving her now. Master panics, realizing Jack is actually going to swing. She screams for him to wait, warning that if he breaks those chains, the entire cave is going to come down on their heads. Jack doesn't even flinch, giving a cold, determined look. He knows exactly what happens next, but he's already made his choice, collapsing cave and all. Jack launches into the air with a massive leap. He's putting every ounce of his strength into this one strike to sever her bonds once and for all. The master is reeling from the shock, her mind racing. We find out the one who originally trapped her here was none other than the legendary hero, Julius Teslin. A flashback shows a pinky promise between two hands. Julius had promised her that he would come back soon, a lie that she clung to for far too long. We see Julius Teslin turning his back and walking away in his white cloak. Jack's narration doesn't hold back, calling the man a nasty son of a gun for what he did. We get a montage of the moon changing over the years while Master waits in the dark. It's a heartbreaking visual of a promise that was never intended to be kept. 10 years pass, then 20. Finally, after 50 years of sitting in silence, the Master realized the truth she had been avoiding. She closes her eyes in the dark, finally accepting the words that hurt most. I was abandoned. The betrayal is still a raw wound even after all this time. Back to the action. Jack lets out a thunderous yell as he brings his glowing blade down on the magical restraints. Chibi Master looks absolutely terrified as a massive boom echoes through the chamber. The energy explosion is so bright it fills the entire panel. Jack slices through the chains like they're made of paper. The motion blur and blue sparks show just how much soul aura he put into that swing. The massive chains shatter into pieces, falling away from the Master. The unbreakable bonds made from dragon bones have finally been destroyed. Master is in total disbelief, realizing those legendary dragon bone chains are actually gone. She looks like she just witnessed a literal miracle. The Master starts free-falling from her platform. Jack reaches out with his hand, screaming for her as the cave starts to shake violently. Jack catches her just in time with a heavy thud. He's got her safe in his arms, but they're definitely not out of the woods yet. Jack looks down at her with a protective gaze, telling her he is nothing like that coward Julius Teslin. He's out to prove that his loyalty is the real deal. He leans in close, telling her that instead of just using words, he's going to show her through his actions what a real disciple looks like. Master just stares at him, looking like a confused little chibi. She's got no idea what to make of this kid who just dropped in and changed her entire world. The ceiling starts coming down in massive chunks. The shockwave from Jack's attack was so powerful that the entire mountain is literally falling apart. Jack stands his ground as the blue lightning sparks around him. He tells the Master to hold on tight because things are about to get really bumpy. A massive boulder crashes into the floor with a loud boom. Jack is shielding her with his own body as the rubble piles up around them. Jack's eye glows with an intense blue light. He's entering a state of total focus, preparing to use a high-level technique to save them both. He holds his sword vertical and declares that the earth he stands on belongs only to him. He's creating a literal no-entry zone for the falling rocks. Mana surges upward as he commands that nothing be able to trespass or even approach his position. The sheer pressure is blowing the dust away. Master recognizes the move as one of the beginning 4 techniques known as Mountain. It's an ancient style based on Sun Tzu's Art of War. Jack fully activates the defensive technique, his blue aura forming an impenetrable dome of light that blocks out the darkness. Boulders smash against his mana shield with a series of massive bangs. The ground is shaking, but Jack isn't moving an inch. The blue energy swirls around them like a protective cocoon, vaporizing the smaller debris before it can even touch them. We get a wide shot of the cave-in, with Jack's blue dome shining like a beacon in the middle of all the dust and falling stone. The entire mountain peak explodes with a massive flash. The explosion is so huge you can see it from miles away. A massive pillar of white light and dust shoots up into the sky. Jack didn't just survive the collapse, he basically nuked the top of the mountain to get them out. Jack is kneeling in the wreckage, panting for air with Master on his back. She looks at him from behind and asks the question of the century, just who are you? Master is clinging to Jack's neck like her life depends on it. It's a surprisingly soft moment between two people who were just in a death struggle. Jack gives a weak, bloody smile and says he already told her. He's exhausted but happy that she's finally safe and sound. He repeats it one more time. I'm your disciple. His bandaged hand grips his sword, showing that he's still ready to fight for her. Master looks at the crater around them, stunned. She wonders how someone so young can use soul energy like that. He's clearly far beyond any normal prodigy. Jack looks back at her with a bright smile, proposing that they travel the world together for the next 13 years. He's already planning their new life. Master gently touches his face, her expression a mix of awe and suspicion. She's starting to realize this kid might actually be telling the truth. She starts squishing his cheeks with both hands. Jack explains that this is her old habit of checking if someone is lying, her own personal lie detector test. Chibi Jack gets his face pulled and stretched while he complains that it's not very reliable. It's a hilarious and wholesome return to their old dynamic. Master stares deep into his eyes and asks one more time if he's really from the future. The tension is back, but it's more about curiosity now than fear. She stops and thinks for a second, concluding that it's more like regression than time travel. She finally admits that it seems he's telling the truth. Jack lets out a huge laugh, relieved that she finally believes him. He's so tired that he starts wobbling on his feet, his energy completely spent. Jack faceplants straight onto the ground with a grunt. He's pushed his kid body way past its limits to pull off that rescue. Master crawls over to him and scolds him, saying it's rude to force a relationship on someone like that. She's acting all grumpy, but you can tell she cares. They lie together in the crater under the sun. Master argues that if he hadn't forced it, they never would have met again, making Jack smile. Jack gives a cheeky grin, asking whose disciple she thinks he is. She admits he's way too good at arguing for someone who looks like they're dying. Jack introduces himself properly as Jack. Master just gives a quiet huff, her way of accepting the new name and their new future together. The camera pulls back for a final wide shot of the massive crater Jack created. He yells out that he'll be in her care in this life too, and the legendary duo is officially back in business. Fast forward 5 days, and we finally arrived in the Assemble territory. It looks like a standard peaceful town, but you know peace never lasts for our guy. Jack looks absolutely drained, rubbing his eyes and groaning at his master. He's wondering just how she managed to stay silent for 5 days straight. The master just stares back with those intense, unblinking eyes. She's definitely got something heavy on her mind. Jack is trudging through the busy streets with Master hitched on his back like a permanent backpack. He's genuinely annoyed that she hasn't said a single word since they left the cave. He checks in on her, asking if she's still collecting her thoughts after nearly a week. He jokes that spiderwebs are going to start forming on her lips if she doesn't pipe up soon. Master is lost in thought, remembering her first impression of Jack. She originally assumed he was just some random descendant of the Teslan house, but she quickly realized that wasn't the case at all. She notes that it should be physically impossible for someone as young as him to tap into the power of the soul. As a black cat leaps across the rooftops, Master's voice echoes in Jack's head. She starts to explain that, fundamentally, the power of the soul is something far beyond ordinary mana. Jack just gives a cheeky smile, totally comfortable with her presence. She asks if he's actually waiting for her to finish that deep philosophical sentence. Whack! Master lands a punch right on Jack's head. He just laughs it off, thinking how nostalgic it feels to get smacked around by her just like in his past life. While standing in a shop, Jack continues his lesson, explaining that soul power is a rare gift. Even geniuses who reach the level of mana masters can rarely ever touch it. The atmosphere turns dark as Master points out the grim reality. She tells Jack that the amount of murder karma amassed in his soul is completely abnormal for someone his age. Jack just gives her a bright, slightly unsettling smile. He's completely embraced the monster he used to be. He laughs and tells her that even if he wanted to spill the tea about his past life, she's been playing the silent game for 5 days. He's really pushing her buttons today. Master hits him with another harsh truth while they're out. She claims there's even more blood on his hands now than there ever was on hers, which is a terrifying thought. She looks at him with a piercing gaze and asks if he's ever stopped to think about it. Jack just looks back, totally clueless, and asks about what. She asks why he thinks a chance of a lifetime-like regression was actually given to him. Jack is more interested in his meat skewer, looking completely caught off guard by the deep question. He takes a big bite, finally processing her words. He realizes that while he was just vibing, she's spent the last few days having an existential crisis about his time travel. A memory of a girl crying in the ruins of a city flashes by. This is the weight Jack carries from his previous life. We see a vision of knights charging into a brutal battle. The cycle of war is something Jack knows all too well. Jack stands tall in the middle of the street, looking out at the town. He's finally ready to answer her. He admits he has no idea why he regressed, but he's not going to lose sleep over it. He figures if some higher power sent him back, they'll show him their objective eventually. Master asks what happens if no one ever approaches him. Jack just gives a casual shrug, basically saying that's that, and moves on to pet a local dog. He looks up at her with a genuine, heartfelt expression. He tells her that the time he's spending with her right now is actually the most important thing to him. Jack flashes a wide, toothy grin, looking like a totally different person. He's decided to live this life for himself and her, not just for revenge. Master calls his words pretty and asks what his next move is. Jack just laughs and declares he's going to find some loyal allies to join his side. As he looks at a happy pup, he thinks about how he really needs to start building his own crew. He can't change the future alone. He remembers the massive energy explosion from 5 days ago when he rescued Master. That kind of power always comes with a steep price. He recalls the night he brought her with him, surrounded by blue soul lightning. He was putting his life on the line to get her out of that cave. A flashback shows Jack getting sick against a tree while Master watches. He admits to himself that he felt like absolute garbage after using that much power. He confesses that he had to secretly chug 2 high-grade potions just to stay upright. He was basically at death's door for the entire 5-day trip. Back to reality. Jack knows his body is in a rough state and he needs a guardian he can trust. He suggests they do some light shopping and finally get some proper rest. He also notes that he needs a new sword since his current one is trashed. He starts scanning the street, looking for a decent weapon shop. Crash! Suddenly, someone screams and slams right into him. Talk about a rude awakening. A basket of bright yellow flowers spills all over the pavement. Someone moans as the scene descends into chaos. A young blonde girl is sprawled on the ground, clutching her head in pain. She's apologizing profusely, saying she was just in a huge hurry. Jack holds out a hand to help her, saying he wasn't looking where he was going either. But then he stops dead, sensing something very unusual about her. He watches her scramble to pick up her flowers, thinking about how he just said he wanted an ally. He realizes with a smirk that some of the flowers are still in one piece. Jack calls out to her, and she jumps back with a terrified yes. She's frantically checking if he's hurt, looking like a total nervous wreck. Jack holds out a bag of gold and asks her to become his chick or comrade. The girl just stares at him, completely confused by the random job offer. She repeats comrade with a shocked look on her face. Jack just offers her a single flower and tells her she'll get the gold if she joins him. The girl lets out a massive scream of terror. She probably thinks Jack is some kind of weird, noble creeper and looks ready to bolt. Jack stands there holding a bag of gold, looking a bit awkward as the girl rejects his offer. She tells him she simply can't receive that much money for some flowers. Jack gives a small smile and asks how much she would be willing to take. He's determined to hire her no matter how weird he looks. The girl blushes and stammers that 1 shilling would be plenty. She's clearly not used to being offered a fortune for a basket of weeds. Jack drops a coin into her hand with a casual flick. Then, here, he says, sealing the deal on his own terms. He hands back the basket and tells her all the flowers are hers now anyway. He's essentially paying her for the interview. The girl sprints off with a huge smile, waving goodbye and wishing him a nice day. Jack is left standing there, watching his new chick disappear into the crowd. Jack suddenly stops, realized he's being watched. He turns his head and spots the girl looking back at him from an alleyway. Jack gives a little wave or thumbs up, looking pleased with himself. The interaction was short, but it clearly left an impression on both of them. Jack walks off with a smirk, thinking he finally found the gem he was looking for. He reveals the shocking truth. That girl was actually a vampire. Master is peeking out from behind his shoulder, and Jack admits he never expected to run into a vampire in a place like this. Master looks skeptical, asking if he only invited her because he knew what she was. Jack just laughs, keeping his secrets close for once. As the girl runs happily through town, Jack notes that he chose her because she's talented enough to hit the 10-circle rank if she really puts in the effort. Master is fuming in her thought bubble, unable to believe Jack couldn't even tell a basic fact like that. She declares she has a lot more to teach him if he wants to survive. She starts cackling, telling him that everything depends on his effort. Jack just sighs and says he's the same as always, even after traveling through time. The vampire girl stops in an alley, her face full of curiosity. She thinks to herself that Jack's face looks strangely familiar, like she's seen it somewhere before. We get a beautiful shot of Master walking through a field of purple flowers. It looks like a peaceful memory from her long past. In the memory, she's walking through the lavender, approaching another blonde-haired woman who is laughing. The woman turns around, her long golden hair catching the sunlight. This must be someone very important to Master's hidden history. Master's eyes go wide as she finally remembers. She's shocked to see a resident of that forest in a random town like this. As the sun sets over the town, Master thinks this is a truly strange turn of events. Jack just chirps that he'll make sure to guide her safely to their destination, totally oblivious to her discovery. We kick things off with a bit of world building, learning that in this world, vampires are the only race with enough raw power to actually go toe-to-toe with dragons. We find Jack out on the town, stopping by a local blacksmith shop to find a new blade. The woman running the place seems more than happy to talk his ear off while he shops. The shopkeeper brings up a specific sword from 10 years ago, back when the vampires were at war with the dragons. She claims it's so light even a total novice could swing it, which sounds like the perfect sales pitch for a kid. We get a quick flashback to that war, where the vampires weren't just fighting for sport, they were desperately trying to escape the Magic Beast forest. Unfortunately for them, the war ended with the dragons winning completely. You can see the pure carnage as fire rains down on the battlefield, proving that those dragons do not mess around. Jack's mind flashes back to the blonde flower girl he just met. He realizes she isn't just some random escaped vampire, she's the child of a high-ranking one. Back at the counter, a cat is just chilling on top of some ledgers. Jack's internal monologue is cold as ice as he thinks about how he couldn't care less about vampire politics. The shopkeeper is still rambling on about the sword's legendary quality. Jack looks absolutely done with her yapping and just wants to finish his business. She calls him a terrific customer, but Jack just lets out a pained groan, thinking about how annoying this all is. He's clearly not here for the small talk. He finally drops the coin and grabs the blade, calling out to his master. It's time to get out of there and move on to the real objective. Walking through town, Jack tells his master that he's made a decision. When she asks what he's talking about, he drops a bombshell, telling her he's found his very first subordinate, and this is just the beginning. Through a shard of memory, Master Valentine looks skeptical. She asks if he's really sure about this, but Jack's mind is already made up. Currently hitching a ride on his shoulder, she asks what he's actually thinking about, able to tell his brain is working overtime. We see Charlotte at a market stall trying to buy some meat. Master points out that fundamentally, children have no sins, trying to see if Jack is feeling guilty about his plan. Charlotte walks away, looking small and vulnerable. Master hits Jack with a sharp question, asking him if he's really going to do this and testing his resolve. She calls him out, asking if he's just coming to this conclusion to rationalize his decision. She knows him way too well. We get an extreme close-up of Master's eye. She's staring right into his soul, waiting for him to slip up or show a crack in his plan. But Jack just bursts out laughing. He thinks it's hilarious that his master is this worked up about it, and he's clearly enjoying the banter. The scene shifts to the town at sunset as Jack starts telling a story from 400 years ago. This is where the deep lore starts to kick in. In the past, his master made a non-aggression pact with the kings of every race, including the dragons. She was the one who kept the peace back in the day. The terms were simple. All non-human races would stay out of human business. It was a formal agreement meant to stop the endless cycles of war. After that, all the other races packed up and moved into the Magic Beast Forest. It was supposed to be a safe haven for everyone. But again, that was 4 centuries ago. A lot can change in that amount of time, especially when the person who enforced the pact is gone. Little did he know what was coming next. We see a tombstone being visited. Most of the original kings who signed that deal are long dead, because no one can outrun time, not even legendary rulers. The problem is, even after the pact was technically over, the other races couldn't actually leave the forest. They were trapped. We get another shot of dragons in battle. The once peaceful forest had turned into a survival of the fittest nightmare. The dragons, who had lived for thousands of years, were still bound by the pact, but decided to interpret it creatively. They started oppressing the other races instead. They kept a lethal eye on everyone else, making sure no one could ever escape. Since the dragons themselves couldn't leave, they decided no one else would either. Jack looks at his master and says her original decision was right, but then adds a dark twist, saying the dragons should have been killed from the start. In a flashback to his past life as the Sword Ghost, he admits that once he found out the truth, he went on a rampage and killed every single dragon he could find. Talk about overkill. Back to the present day under a bright sky. The heavy history lesson is over for now. Master is watching Charlotte interact with a local butcher. She seems genuinely concerned about what's going to happen to the girl. Jack gives his master a soft smile, acknowledging her presence. He's way more relaxed around her than anyone else. A close-up of hands clenching a cloak shows that Master is clearly feeling some type of way about the current situation. This decision would change everything. Jack tells her there's no need for her to feel any guilt, trying to take the emotional burden off her shoulders. Charlotte is seen hauling a bucket away from the market. She's working hard for someone her age. Jack looks his master in the eye and reminds her that whatever anyone says, he is her disciple after all. He's got her back no matter what. Master Valentine finally lets out a sigh and gives in. She tells him to do as he likes, officially giving him the green light. While walking past a fruit stall, Master gives a final warning, telling him that at the very least he should not let her drink his blood. That's an ominous request. Jack is totally baffled. He's wondering why she's specifically telling him not to let the girl feed on his blood. We get a hilarious chibi Jack stuffing his face. He thinks children should only be fed the best of food, clearly missing the point of his master's warning. The sun shines over the town. It's time to head to Charlotte's place. A close-up of Boots walking across a wooden floor ramps up the tension as they enter the house. Jack is already inside, casually handing a massive bag of gold coins to a shocked Charlotte. Talk about a generous first day on the job. Charlotte is looking at Jack with a mix of awe and confusion. She's wondering why he was talking to a doll earlier and thinks he's a total weirdo. But things are about to get worse. She remembers Jack saying he wanted her to be his comrade. She's still trying to process the fact that her life just changed in an instant. Charlotte is holding a container of red liquid, orc blood. She notes it's been a long time since anyone spoke to her so affectionately. She looks over at her mother, who is lying sick in bed. She's convinced that once her mom drinks this orc blood, she'll finally get better. We get a sepia-toned flashback of Charlotte's mom telling her as a child to never drink human blood. It was a strict rule they lived by. a silhouette of a mysterious uncle appears, sipping wine. This guy seems like the one providing for them from the shadows. The flashback confirms the rule. Charlotte must never drink any other blood except what her uncle gives her. It sounds like a gilded cage. Back to reality. Charlotte pushes through the door, announcing that she's home like everything is normal. She looks around the quiet house, asking if her mom is sleeping, trying to be quiet so she doesn't wake her. Charlotte hears her mother coughing and rushes over. Her mom weakly asks if that's her, adding that they have a guest. Charlotte looks around in a panic, wondering where the guest is, and she didn't see anyone when she walked in. Jack casually speaks from a chair in the corner of the room, asking if she's finally here. He's been waiting for her this whole time. Charlotte is absolutely terrified, her eyes widening as she backs away. Jack just gives her this cool, calm look like he owns the place. Charlotte falls over in total shock while Master's voice commands her from off-panel to lift herself up and show her face properly. The sick mother starts to sit up in bed, her long hair spilling over her shoulders. The atmosphere in the room is heavy. The mother recognizes the visitor, remarking that it's been a while. Master Valentine asks why she's living in such a pathetic state in a dumpy village like this. And then comes the big reveal. Master identifies the woman as Vivienne de Royale, a noble vampire progenitor. This shabby family is actually vampire royalty, and that's when everything changed. We start off with a shot of a quiet stone building in town under a clear blue sky. It looks like a normal day, but the atmosphere is about to get way heavier. Outside, Charlotte is busy playing with some birds, totally in her own world. Jack is watching from a distance with a skeptical look, muttering that she's blessed to be so carefree. Jack is peeking through a window, keeping a close eye on things with his mana detection. He's really hoping that his master being inside doesn't lead to a total disaster. A speech bubble pops up from behind a closed door with a simple word, signaling that the interrogation inside is officially underway. Inside the room, we see a woman lying in bed, looking incredibly frail. She looks up at the master and asks who she is, even wondering if she's a vampire hunter sent to finish the job. The master introduces herself as Valentine Milos, and the woman's eyes go wide with total shock. It's clear she's heard that name before, and it's not making her feel any safer. Master looms over her, revealing that she's the one who forced the woman out of the Magic Beast Forest years ago. She bluntly calls herself the woman's mortal enemy. Talk about an awkward reunion. The woman is trembling like a leaf, her face full of terror as she chokes out a question about what happens now. She's clearly expecting the worst from the legendary mage. Suddenly, the woman starts coughing up a massive amount of blood. Her condition is way worse than it looks, and the stress of seeing Master isn't helping. She's gasping for air and clutching her chest while Master just watches with a stoic expression. Her heavy breathing makes it clear she's on her last legs. We get a quick glimpse of her past, where she's been cursed to live like a human doll. She can only regain her true form for one single night every month. What happens next is hard to believe. Master doesn't show much sympathy, telling her to stop stalling and answer the question. She's on a mission for information, and she isn't leaving without it. Master asks the big question: why would a high-tier vampire progenitor be hiding out in a dumpy village like this instead of staying in the forest? We get a close-up of Master's cold, analytical eye. She's reading the woman like a book, trying to spot any lies. Master notices the woman's hands are shaking and deduces that she hasn't tasted blood in a long, long time. She's literally starving herself to death. The woman looks up with a sad, weary expression. She asks Master if she's actually feeling sad for her after all these years of conflict. A quiet shot of the building exterior as the conversation continues. Master reflects on the fact that a massive amount of time has passed since they last met. We see a flashback of the woman in her prime, powerful, elegant, and intimidating. It's a sharp contrast to the broken person lying in that bed now. She admits she doesn't resent Master for what happened in the past. It sounds like she's finally found some peace, even if it's in a miserable situation. Another flashback shows Master protecting a group of hooded figures. If she hadn't intervened, the vampires might have been wiped out by an angry mob of humans centuries ago. Back in the present, the woman agrees to finally answer Master's question. She's done hiding her secrets. She brings up the Magic Beast Forest, the place where everything went wrong for her kind. She explains the power structure of the forest. There are 5 tyrants who dominate the territory, but ruling them all from the shadows are the 2 lords. These are the real heavy hitters Jack was talking about earlier. A flashback shows the vampires desperately trying to escape the forest. They were being hunted down and had nowhere left to turn. We see a shot of a tiny, sleeping baby Charlotte. Her mother was carrying her through the snow, praying for a miracle. The mother remembers how small and beautiful her daughter was back then. It's a rare moment of maternal warmth in this dark story, but fate had other plans. Suddenly, the memory is interrupted by screams of terror as a massive battle was raging all around them. The woman found herself face to face with a gargantuan red dragon. She thought it was the end, but the dragon actually spoke to her instead of burning her to a crisp. She says the dragon only showed her mercy because she looked so pitiful. It's a humiliating truth for a progenitor to admit. Master repeats the word mercy with a skeptical look. She knows dragons aren't exactly known for their charity. The woman explains the deal. The dragon allowed them to live as long as they stayed in this village and only drank the blood of cows and pigs. A total downgrade for a royal vampire. Outside, Jack is watching Charlotte as she hums a happy tune while walking away. He's probably wondering how she can be so cheerful knowing what her mom is going through. Master is visibly disgusted, calling the situation miserable. She can't stand seeing a powerful being reduced to a beggar. A close-up of the mom looking exhausted and defeated. Master notes that she's a progenitor of royal blood, a being that should be overpowering everyone else. And yet, here she is, just waiting for death in a shabby village. The fall from grace is truly tragic. Back outside, Jack is losing his patience. He asks Charlotte when she's going to leave, wanting to get on with his own mission. Charlotte gets super nervous, fidgeting and saying her uncle will be back soon. She warns Jack that her uncle really doesn't like unexpected visitors. Jack stops in his tracks. He asks about her uncle, his eyes getting sharp. He tells her this is important, sensing a new variable in the plan. And this is just the beginning. Jack gets right in her face, demanding she tell him more about this mysterious uncle. Charlotte looks totally anxious under his intense gaze. Charlotte is shocked that Jack is so interested in her uncle, and she's already starting to get defensive. A chibi Charlotte starts backing away, suspecting Jack is just a scammer trying to get to her rich uncle. Jack just looks annoyed, thinking she must really think little of him. Jack lets out a bored sigh, saying it's boring just waiting. He's trying to goad her into spilling more details while they kill time. Charlotte thinks about it and admits that her uncle is indeed very rich. She's got this thoughtful look while she lists his perks. She says he's a good person who gave her and her mom this house and even brings them food every 3 days. He's basically their sole provider. Jack asks what kind of food, and Charlotte innocently says it's cow and pig blood. Jack has an internal moment of disgust, clearly finding it gross even if it's for vampires. Jack gets serious again, telling her to listen carefully about her uncle. He's about to drop some hard truth when someone interrupts them. A voice says hello from off-panel. Jack whips his head around, looking totally startled by the sudden presence. A silver-haired man is casually sitting on a stone wall, asking Charlotte if she went and made a new friend. He's got this super chill but dangerous vibe. He looks Jack dead in the eye, saying he doesn't think he's ever seen him before. The tension in the air just spiked by 1,000%. Charlotte is overjoyed, shouting for her uncle and running toward him. The secret benefactor has finally arrived. Jack looks at the man with a wary expression. He realizes this is the person Charlotte was bragging about, and his instincts are going haywire. The silver-haired man smirks at Jack, saying he looks like a child of a noble house based on his fancy clothes. He's totally unfazed by Jack's noble status. He stands up and his presence becomes absolutely suffocating. Jack realizes the truth. This man isn't human. He's a dragon. Talk about a high-level boss appearing in the starter zone. We get a close-up on a glowing red eye as the man lets out a mysterious hum, sensing something interesting about Jack as well. Inside the room, the progenitor mom hears the commotion outside. She looks at Master and weakly asks her to call her daughter for her. The situation is about to explode. The silver-haired man stands there with a cool, arrogant air, noting that his house has quite a few unexpected visitors today. Jack and Charlotte just watch him, the tension in the yard rising with every word he speaks. He looks down at Valentine with a twisted little smirk, asking if she can even hear him. Valentine just stands her ground, her back to us, as she prepares for whatever this uncle is about to throw her way. Valentine's voice rings out, commanding Jack to bring Charlotte and the mysterious man inside. The silver-haired dragon looks a bit surprised, clearly not expecting to be ordered around. He leans in with an intrigued expression, asking Valentine what she's over there mumbling about to herself. He's clearly finding this entire situation more entertaining than threatening so far. Jack reaches for the door handle, thinking to himself that his master is definitely calling for him. He doesn't hesitate for a second, ready to follow her lead regardless of who's watching. He steps into the room with a creak of the door, inviting the others to join him. He asked the dragon man if he didn't come here specifically to see what's going on, practically daring him to enter. Inside, Valentine is perched on the bed next to the dying vampire. She bluntly calls the woman a toy in her final moments, showing zero mercy even as death approaches. The interior of the house is simple and rustic, a far cry from the high-stakes drama happening within its walls. The shadows stretch across the floor, making the atmosphere feel even more ominous. Jack's footsteps echo through the quiet room as he approaches the bed. Every step is heavy with the weight of the situation they've all walked into. The woman in the bed gasps in pure horror, her eyes nearly popping out of her head as she recognizes the silver-haired man. It's clear that his presence is the last thing she wanted to see on her deathbed. He casually rests a hand on Charlotte's head, asking why she looks so shocked. He mocks her reaction, saying she looks like she's just seen a ghost, while he remains perfectly calm and collected. He sits back with a dismissive wave, promising not to interfere in their little family reunion. He tells them to say whatever they need to, while poor Charlotte is already breaking down and crying for her mother. Charlotte collapses onto the bed, desperately asking if her mother is in pain. Her mom can barely choke out her name, her strength fading fast as the end nears. She tries to force some orc blood down her mother's throat, convinced it will save her. Her mom gently pushes it away, telling her daughter that it's already too late for medicine. The mother's eyes are full of regret as she looks at her daughter one last time. She apologizes for leaving right after Charlotte went through all that trouble to get her a birthday present. She grips the blanket with what little strength she has left, heartbroken that she hasn't been able to do anything for her child. The shaking shows just how much pain she's in, both physically and emotionally. Charlotte lets out a blood-curdling scream as her mother's condition takes a final turn for the worse. She's in total denial, pleading with her to stay as her world falls apart. Jack just stands there in silence, his expression unreadable. He's watching the tragedy unfold right next to a dragon who seems completely bored by the whole thing. Jack reflects on the fact that originally, there was no reason for him or his master to even be here. They've essentially walked into a personal hell that has nothing to do with their mission. He thinks about how they only met these people by pure chance. Following them here was just a whim, and yet here he is, watching someone draw their final breath. But fate had other plans. He looms over the sobbing girl and addresses the mother by name. He's cutting right through the emotional chaos to get down to business. Jack drops a massive bombshell, asking Vivienne if she can trust him with her daughter's life. Charlotte is absolutely stunned, her face a mask of confusion and grief. He admits he'll have to find a reason for this later, but since time is running out, he's keeping his offer simple. He's essentially volunteering to take over as Charlotte's guardian. He asks the one question that would matter most to a dying parent, giving her a chance to decide Charlotte's future before it's too late. Jack lists out the possibilities, asking if she wants power or glory for her kind. He's testing her true desires as her life slips away. He even offers revenge, asking if she wants the heads of the dragons who ruined her race. The silver-haired man just listens, his face remaining a stoic mask. The dragon man lets out a mocking laugh, clearly finding it hilarious that a human child is making such grand offers. He's showing his true colors as a predator who views everyone else as insects. Vivienne's hand shakes as she begs Jack to get closer to her. He agrees immediately, leaning down to catch her final words. She notes with a weak voice that Jack is nothing like any other student she's seen. She can sense the unique power and resolve coming from him. She finally admits that she has no more worldly wants or needs for herself. She's ready to go, provided her one final wish is granted. Her only wish is for her daughter to be happy and live a life where she can actually smile. It's a humble request from a woman who was once royalty. She asks for his name one last time, and he gives it to her with a firm voice. He's officially taken on the responsibility she's handed him. She loves the name, calling it splendid. She asks him one last time if he can really handle the burden of protecting her daughter. He gives her his word with total confidence, stating that he can and he will. He isn't just making a promise, he's stating a fact. He tells her to rest easy and not to worry about the future. He's got everything under control from here on out. Vivienne's final words are a simple thank you. The light through the window makes the moment feel strangely peaceful for a deathbed scene. With her last bit of strength, she tells Charlotte she loves her. It's the final goodbye of a mother to her child. Charlotte whispers her mother's name into the silence, waiting for an answer that she knows is never going to come. The reality is finally setting in. She loses it, screaming for her mother to wake up and open her eyes. The room is filled with the sound of her pure, agonizing grief. She asks what she's supposed to do now that she's all alone. Her world has been completely shattered in a matter of minutes. Jack watches her in silence, his eyes full of a strange mix of pity and resolve. He knows exactly what it's like to lose everything. Outside, the world keeps turning as if nothing happened. The peaceful town scene is a cruel contrast to the tragedy that just occurred inside. The only sound left in the room is the muffled sobbing of the girl who just lost her mother. It's a heavy, oppressive silence. Jack turns and starts heading out, carrying his master as usual. He's finished what he came for, even if it wasn't what he expected. He lets out a small, bitter laugh as he walks. He's clearly affected by what he just witnessed, despite his cold exterior. The dragon man is still over there, chuckling to himself like some kind of psychopath. He thinks the entire scene was nothing more than a joke, but things are about to get worse. He completely loses it, bursting into a fit of insane laughter. He's clearly not right in the head, even for a dragon. Both Jack and his master stare at him with cold, murderous eyes. They've officially had enough of this guy's nonsense. He wipes a tear from his eye, mocking Jack's promise. He thinks it's hilarious that Jack thinks he can save someone who's already marked for death. Jack doesn't even let him finish, launching a massive mana-infused strike right at the dragon's face. He's done talking. The impact is so strong, it blows out the side of the building. Jack is putting everything he's got into this hit to shut that guy up. The explosion sends him sailing out into the yard while the rest of the house falls apart around them. It's a total mess of flying wood and stone. He lands with a flourish, calling Jack a rude young lord as if he just got mildly inconvenienced. He's still got that arrogant smirk on his face. He gives this predatory, wide grin as flames start to lick around his face. The real fight is finally about to begin. The Dragon Man's aura explodes outward, shaking the entire yard. He notes that Charlotte's friend is definitely going to be trouble. He leans in with an intense gaze, promising to teach Jack a lesson. He asks for his name, but then suddenly stops, sensing something peculiar about the kid. He's genuinely confused, noting that he can't sense even a single drop of magic from Jack, and yet, the pressure coming from the boy is undeniable. Valentine pipes up from Jack's shoulder, calling the Dragon Man a talking doll. She's really good at getting under people's skin. Valentine starts dropping some heavy lore, calling him out for being a mere 200-year-old hatchling. She's exposing his entire history while he just stands there listening. He doesn't say anything, just lets out a low, menacing growl. The look in his eyes says he's about to stop playing around and get serious. He bellows out, demanding to know how they could possibly have all that top-secret information. His power is surging out of control now, turning the sky dark with his rage. The Dragon Man is losing his mind, screaming about how they could possibly know secret information like that. His aura is flaring up with red flames as his patience hits 0. Jack just lets out a tired sigh, thinking about how all dragons seem to have the same trash personalities. Master Valentine, currently a tiny figure on his shoulder, tells him to let her down so she can stand on her own. Jack reaches up and gently sets the tiny master down. He might be a legendary warrior, but he's still a respectful disciple when it counts. Valentine stands tall, her long green hair flowing as the Dragon Man stares in disbelief. He chokes out her name, Valentine Milos, as if he's seeing a myth come to life. He's sweating now, gasping in disbelief as he realizes he's standing in front of the legendary immortal necromancer. This isn't just a regular mage, this is a continental threat. We get a glimpse of her dark past, a field of skeletons and death. Yeah, she earned that title through a whole lot of trivial but terrifying slaughter. Valentine hits him with some high-level lore, dropping the names of the 2 Dragon Lords, Behemoth and Voldemort. The Dragon Man's face goes pale, realizing she knows things only the highest-tier being should know. Valentine explains that only dragons themselves and those who have faced them directly know the true names of the lords. She's essentially telling him that she's way out of his league. The sober-haired man crosses his arms, looking deeply suspicious. He's wondering how the heck Valentine Milos is even still alive after all these centuries. He drops the act and reveals his own identity, Galactus Machiavelli of the proud and supreme Fire Dragon tribe. He's trying to regain some of his dignity after being schooled on his own history. The scene shifts to a wide shot of the town. Even though they're in a shabby place, the level of power currently gathered here is enough to level the entire region. And this is just the beginning. Galactus lets out a cold laugh, looking down at Charlotte, who's still crying on the floor. He admits his only plan was to dispose of the daughter that his toy gave birth to. This guy is actual human trash. Valentine isn't playing around anymore. She stares him down and tells him to go back this instant, her voice dripping with authority. The Dragon Man just laughs it off, touching his chin with a mocking grin. He asks if she really just tried to order him around, reminding her of the verbal pact they supposedly have. We get this epic shot of a massive red dragon looming over a fortress. He starts grandstanding about how supreme dragons like him were merciful to every race except humans. The dragon's tail swishes over a group of terrified commoners. He claims they only spared those other races out of pure pity, treating everyone else like bugs. Back in human form, he gives this absolutely vile smirk. He can't believe a specter is telling a high and mighty dragon to just walk away. The screen goes white with some ominous dark text bubbles. Valentine's voice cuts through his ego, telling him he's seriously misunderstanding who he's dealing with. Valentine is floating in midair now, looking down on the dragon. She tells him that his idea of the dragons showing mercy is completely wrong. Then the real bomb drops. She tells him the one who showed mercy in the end wasn't the dragons, but her. She's claiming credit for sparing the races that the dragons thought they were pitying. Galactus' eyes go wide as he realizes the sheer scale of the lie he's been living. He stammers out in confusion while Valentine just keeps that cold stare. In a flashback to a formal pact between a knight and a dragon, Valentine asks if he finally understands why she divided the dragons and the humans in the first place. We see a long mural showing dragons flying over human cities. Valentine's narration explains that she was the one who drew the lines and forced the dragons to stay in their lane to prevent a total massacre. Back to the present. Valentine is surrounded by a terrifying red and black aura. She tells him to stop with the nonsense and asks how a mere specter of the past like him could possibly know the truth. Galactus lets out a long, annoyed sigh. He's clearly over the history lesson and is ready to get back to being a violent jerk. Jack steps forward, calling him a lizard. Galactus is offended, but Jack tells him he was only listening this long to be polite. Jack hits him with the ultimate disrespect, asking how a four-legged beast dares to act so arrogant toward his master. He tells the dragon to try acting more human if he wants a conversation. Galactus snaps, launching himself forward with a roar, screaming that he will rip Jack to shreds. He's officially lost his cool. Galactus swipes with his claws, aiming to end Jack in a single hit, but Jack is already moving. Jack dodges the strike with incredible speed. He's moving so fast he's basically a blur, making the dragon look like a slow amateur. Jack is in mid-air, his white coat fluttering behind him. He's already lined up his counterattack while Velactus is still finishing his swing, and that's when everything changed. Jack lands a massive kick right to Velactus' chest, putting some serious weight into the hit. Velactus is sent flying across the yard, tumbling with a heavy thud. He lets out a pained cry as he hits the ground hard. We see a close-up of the Dragon Man as he groans in pain. He's clutching his chest, looking genuinely shocked that a lowly human just rocked his world. Velactus is on his hands and knees, gasping for air. Jack is standing right there, his shadow looming over the defeated dragon. Jack delivers the final humiliation, putting his boot right under Velactus' chin and lifting it up. He tells him that, starting now, he better speak to his master with some damn courtesy. Velactus is vibrating with rage, calling Jack a bastard and questioning how he dares to do this to a dragon. He's still clinging to his ego even while staring at Jack's boot. Jack starts glowing with that scary blue mana again. He commands Velactus to stop the ridiculous babbling and lower his eyes before he decides to end him for real. Suddenly, Velactus grabs Jack's boot with a firm grip. He calls Jack a mere insignificant creature, and you can feel a massive power surge coming. Velactus releases a shockwave of red energy, screaming and asking if Jack thought he could just do whatever he wanted. He's trying to flex his dragon strength to break Jack's hold. Valentine is just watching from the sidelines, looking totally bored. She knows Jack can handle a lizard like this without her help. The camera pans down to the wooden floorboards as dust and smoke fill the room. The pressure in the house is becoming unbearable. Charlotte is peeking through the smoke, looking absolutely horrified. She can't believe her friend is actually fighting her uncle like this. Jack is busy brushing the dust off his shirt. He's complaining that it's gotten so dirty and that Ron is definitely going to nag him about the laundry later. Priorities, man. Jack stands in the middle of the debris, looking toward Charlotte. He asks her if she sees now as he prepares to drop some harsh truths about her family. We get this demonic-looking shot of Velactus in the background. Jack bluntly tells Charlotte that her uncle is actually nothing more than irredeemable trash. Charlotte is breaking down, sobbing as her entire worldview is being shattered by a guy she just met. Jack looks down at her with a serious, almost pitying expression. He's not being mean, he's just forcing her to face the reality of the situation. Jack reaches out and grabs her hand. He tells her to take a good, long look at Velactus' shameless face so she never forgets who he really is. Velactus is surrounded by a swirling vortex of fire. Jack reveals the truth, that he's the one who killed her people, her father, and treated her mother like his plaything. Talk about a brutal reality check. Charlotte is trembling like crazy, stuttering in denial while Jack just tells her firmly that he knows. He's not going to let her hide anymore. Jack reminds her of the promise he made to her mother. He told her he'd take responsibility, but he admits he still needs Charlotte's own consent to help her. Jack draws his sword with a sharp metallic glint. The blade shows he's ready to back up his words with some cold steel. Standing tall against the backdrop of the dragon's flames, Jack tells her that the only thing that matters right now is her answer. He's giving her the choice to change her fate. Jack gives this wide, predatory grin as he looks at the dragon. He tells her he'll show her, sounding more like the sword ghost than ever before. Jack launches himself into the air, charging straight at the flaming dragon. He's about to show everyone exactly how powerful a person who takes responsibility can be. Let the fight of the century begin. The standoff is getting intense as Jack and Velactus stare each other down. Jack's got a firm grip on his sword, looking like he's just waiting for this lizard to make a move. Velactus lunges forward with a horizontal slash, but Jack is way too smooth. He parries the strike with a sharp metallic sound, barely breaking a sweat. The Dragon Man isn't slowing down, creating cracks in the pavement as he dances around Jack. He's fast, but Jack's eyes are locked onto his every movement. Velactus flashes a wicked grin, clearly thinking he's got the upper hand. Meanwhile, Jack just gives him a blank stare. He's heard all this villain monologuing before. Velactus stomps his red boot down with a heavy thud, preparing to launch another explosive attack. He's trying to use raw physical pressure to break the kid. Jack stands his ground, his hand reaching for his blade. He's completely focused, ignoring the dragon's flashy posturing to find the perfect opening. Velactus leaps into the air, closing the distance in a blur of motion. He's playing for keeps now, aiming a high-speed strike straight at Jack's head. The two exchange a series of blindingly fast strikes, creating a flurry of motion lines. It's a high-level duel, but Jack is keeping up without using a single drop of mana. They're moving so fast, they're basically flying across the courtyard. Jack dodges a lethal swipe by an inch, maintaining his perfect composure. Velactus smirks, mocking Jack after the exchange. He tells the kid he thought he was some amazing mana user, but it turns out he's nothing much. The Dragon Man suddenly stops, his eyes widening in confusion. He realizes something is very wrong, but he hasn't quite processed what Jack just did. Strands of silver hair fall to the ground. Jack didn't just dodge, he used that last exchange to give Velactus a free haircut. Jack points at his own head and hits him with the ultimate disrespect. He tells Velactus that his fluttering hair was bothering him, so he fixed it, and now it looks better. Velactus is absolutely fuming, his face darkening with rage. He calls Jack an insolent bastard and declares he won't stand for this humiliation any longer. The Dragon Man finally stops playing around and unleashes a magic attack called Wind Cutter. Massive blades of air pressure shoot out toward Jack. Jack is right in the center of the vortex as the air blades close in. Any normal person would be shredded to pieces, but Jack just stands there looking bored. Jack swings his sword in a wide arc, completely dispersing the wind cutters. He literally swatted away a dragon's magic like it was a fly. Velactus looks like he just saw a ghost, his jaw practically hitting the floor. He chokes out in disbelief as he realizes his magic had zero effect. Tiny Master Valentine is watching from the side, looking totally unimpressed. She notes that her disciple just dissolved the magic of a dragon with pure technique. Before Velactus can react, a hand reaches into the frame and grabs him by the face. Jack moved so fast the dragon didn't even see him coming. Jack slams Velactus's head straight into the stone floor with massive force. The impact creates a shockwave that rattles the whole area. This decision would change everything. Velactus is flat on his back, coughing up blood and gasping for air. The pained sounds say it all. This supreme dragon just got humbled hard. Jack stands over him, looking like he just remembered where he left his keys. He lets out a surprised sound as something finally clicks in his head. Jack realizes why the guy felt so familiar. He tells the dragon he finally remembered his weak presence and drops his full name, Velactus Machiavelli. Jack asks if he's the child of Luca Machiavelli from the Magic Beast Forest. He's got this casual, knowing grin that makes the dragon's blood run cold. Velactus is struggling to speak through the pain, bubbles of blood forming on his lips. He's terrified, asking how this human kid could possibly know his father's name. Jack leans in close, his eyes glowing with that predatory yellow light. He clarifies that Luca is one of the 5 dragons currently managing the forest, showing he knows way too much. We get a brutal flashback to Jack's past life. He's standing in front of a massive, decapitated dragon head. He was the one who personally beheaded Velactus's father. Velactus is staring up in pure horror, his world shattering. Jack notes that back then, he never saw this guy, figuring he either died an untimely death or was hiding in the countryside. Jack laughs and mocks him for acting exactly the same way as his cowardly father. He asks who he thinks he is, while Velactus can only tremble on the grass. Tiny Master Valentine pipes up, reminding the lizard who she is. She calls Jack the first and last disciple of Valentine Milos, and the one Velactus was stupid enough to belittle. Velactus is having a total meltdown, unable to comprehend how a human could destroy a dragon's soul speech. He's realizing he picked a fight with the wrong duo. Jack just smirks, looking down at the strongest life form in the world with pure contempt. He's finding the dragon's pathetic state absolutely hilarious. Jack places the tip of his sword right against Velactus's eye. The threat is loud and clear. One wrong move, and it's game over for the lizard. Jack gives him a simple command: apologize to his master for his insolence within 5 seconds. He's standing there with blue lightning sparking around him, looking like a god of war. Velactus tries to keep a tiny shred of dignity, asking what happens if he doesn't while staring down the blade. Poor choice of words, buddy. Jack gets even colder, promising to turn the dragon into dust so fine that no one will ever find a trace of him. He's talking like he's taking out the trash. He adds that he'll do it just like how he did to someone else, referencing the many enemies he erased in his past life. The pressure in the air is suffocating. Jack starts the countdown to 5. Velactus is sweating bullets, realizing this kid isn't bluffing. Jack keeps it going at 4. Master is just chilling in the back, waiting for the apology or the execution. Jack gets to 3, then 2. The tension is through the roof as the final second approaches. Suddenly, Velactus sprouts wings and zooms into the sky. He actually chose the secret 3rd option, running away like a coward. The Dragon Man is soaring away as fast as he can, admitting he's in a bad spot. He's officially abandoned his pride to save his skin. He tells himself he must fall back and warn the other dragons about this human monster. He's terrified that a kid like Jack even exists in this world. Jack just watches him fly off, looking actually surprised for once. He mutters that he didn't think he'd actually run away while rubbing the back of his head. Jack's expression goes dead serious again as he releases a massive surge of blue mana. He says he didn't want to use this, but the situation has changed. Electricity arcs across Jack's body as he activates a high-level technique called Soul Sword Post Form. He's not letting the lizard escape that easily. Charlotte looks up from the ground, watching the dragon fly away while Jack prepares his ultimate move. She has no idea what kind of madness is about to happen. Velactus looks over his shoulder and sees a terrifying blue light gathering behind him. He gets a massive chill, realizing he's still in the danger zone. A massive blue vortex of mana opens up in the sky, swirling with incredible power. Velactus screams in terror as the heavens start to split. Jack stands below, invoking the 4 realms' first form, Sky Realm. The entire area is consumed by a blinding, holy light. Velactus is caught right in the center of the beam, his wings fluttering uselessly. He's screaming in terror, unable to process what kind of monster he's actually facing. The final shot shows the dragon being pulled into the massive mana storm. He realized too late that Jack isn't just a human, he's something far more terrifying than any dragon. We're jumping straight into chapter 36 of Legendary Youngest Son of the Marquis House. The fiery title card sets a pretty intense mood for the start of this update. The silver-haired dragon, Velactus, is sprinting through a pitch-black void like he's being hunted by a demon. He's gasping for air, completely baffled as to why he can't seem to put any distance between himself and the danger. Check out the look on his face. This dude is absolutely terrified. He's having a total meltdown, wondering how a lowly human like Jack could possibly be faster and more overwhelming than a literal dragon. And then we get this nightmare fuel. Jack's massive, shadowy face looms over the tiny, fleeing dragon like a predator watching an insect. Velactus is screaming internally, realizing he's trapped in Jack's personal domain of fear. He finally loses his footing, stumbling and hitting the ground with a heavy thud. His pride and his legs have both officially given out under the pressure. Velactus is flat on the floor, groaning in pain and reaching out as if he's trying to claw his way back to reality. The Supreme Dragon is nothing but a shivering mess at this point. We open on a nightmare vision of the dragon Velactus cowering in fear. He's begging Jack to stay away, totally broken after getting a taste of that soul sword power. Then we see Jack's perspective, looming over his prey like a literal demon. The scream of agony tells you everything. This lizard's ego just got vaporized. Jack bolts upright in bed, gasping for air and drenched in a cold sweat. Looks like even a legendary regressor can't escape a good old-fashioned trauma dream. He stares up at a fancy chandelier, realizing he's staring at an unfamiliar ceiling. Classic regression trope right there. He looks around the posh room, completely lost. One minute you're nuking a dragon, the next you're in a 5-star hotel. He scans the room, spotting a set of massive double doors. He's desperately trying to figure out where the hell he is. Jack sits there looking like a tiny child in this massive bed. He's wondering where he is, and honestly, same buddy. The doors creak open, and Ron steps in, looking stressed but relieved. He's been waiting for Jack to wake up for what feels like forever. Jack's eyes nearly pop out of his head when he sees Ron. He didn't expect his butler to find him this far from home. Ron goes full worried, mom mode, holding up fingers and checking for brain damage. Jack just brushes him off with a tired groan, telling him he's fine. Jack tells Ron to stop treating him like a baby and demands to know why he's here. Ron looks a bit sheepish, probably hiding just how panicked he was. Jack immediately asks about Charlotte and his dollmaster. Priorities. People. Ron explains that Charlotte is safe and sound, currently sleeping in the next room after getting a bath and some fresh clothes. Ron admits he has no clue who the girl is or where she came from, but he could tell she was in rough shape. We see a flashback of Charlotte looking absolutely spent. She's been through hell, so a long nap is exactly what she needs. Ron starts to mention the doll, and you can feel the tension in the room shift. Valentine, still in doll form, is just chilling on a nearby chair. She asks if they're talking about her, sounding as grumpy as ever. Jack gives her a cheeky wink and a good morning. He's really pushing his luck after being unconscious for days. Valentine hits him with a reality check, telling him it's evening. Ron is losing his mind in the background. The doll is actually talking. Valentine acts all indifferent, saying Jack is free to wreck his own body however he wants. She's definitely salty about him passing out. Jack just laughs, knowing she was actually worried sick. Ron is still staring at the doll like he's seeing a glitch in the Matrix. Ron is having a full-on breakdown. He can't believe it's talking, saying it sat there for 3 days straight. Yeah, welcome to Jack's weird life, Ron. Jack cuts the comedy and gets serious. He makes Ron swear to listen carefully to his next words. He points right at the doll and drops the bomb, telling Ron that person is his master and to show her some damn courtesy. Ron looks like he wants to argue, but the look on Jack's face tells him this isn't a joke. He's sweating bullets. Ever the loyal servant, Ron bows and swears it. He might not get it, but he trusts Jack's judgment. Jack asks for the short version of what happened while he was out. Time for some plot catch-up. Ron keeps it simple. The family found the dead escorts near Arbeloa. That much blood was bound to attract attention. Naturally, the Marquis found out about the massacre. You can bet the second mother was screaming for Jack's head. The family sent an investigation squad to track Jack down. This red-haired knight judged that Jack was the only clue they had. It didn't help that people saw Jack hanging around Arbeloa with Jane. His cover was blown from the start. They followed the trail of rumors and mana signatures all the way to the Asenbol estate. They were right on his heels. We see a vision of the blue vortex in the sky. That much power being unleashed was like setting off a flare for every mage in the area. Someone, likely Jane, found Jack collapsed on the ground. They couldn't believe a human could survive whatever happened there. Ron explains they found Jack in a mana discharge zone, looking like he'd been through a blender. Jack was found unconscious and bleeding out. He just takes it in with a cold expression, asking what happened next. Since he was in critical condition, they rushed him to the local temple. Jack basically lived on top-grade potions for 3 days. Jack looks at the empty bottles and asks the most important question, wondering if they were strawberry-flavored. Priorities, man. Ron confirms it, making Jack wonder how they even knew his favorite flavor. Probably a lucky guess, or Ron being a goat. Jack pivots to the real issue, asking why Ron is here instead of protecting Elizabeth back at the manor. Ron looks incredibly awkward, rubbing his neck. That nervous expression is never a good sign in this family. Turns out Elizabeth was ready to go on a warpath to find Jack. The Marquis had to stop her and sent Ron along with the official investigation squad instead. Jack is genuinely shocked. He can't believe the Marquis sent Ron. That's a huge gamble for the old man. Jack just smirks. He thinks his father is an even bigger moron than he originally thought for letting Ron leave the house. Ron tries to continue, looking a bit grim. He's glad to see him, but there's always a but. The door swings open, and the red-haired investigator walks in. Jack doesn't even look bothered, just asking what he wants. The investigator looms over the bed with a serious look, remarking that the third young lord is finally up. Time for the real interrogation to begin. The scene starts with a shot of the closed doors to Jack's room in the temple. Everything seems quiet on the surface. But inside, the tension is through the roof. Gonzalez, the vice captain of the Iron Blood Knights, has just barged in to start his interrogation. He introduces himself formally, explaining that he's the one in charge of the squad looking into the disaster where all of Jack's escorts were slaughtered. Before getting to the questions, he starts throwing shade. He mocks Jack for traveling with a commoner child like Charlotte, telling him he's not living up to the dignity of his noble name. He keeps comparing Jack to his older brother Phelan, basically calling him a disappointment. This guy really loves the sound of his own voice. Ron is ready to throw hands for that level of disrespect, but Jack calmly holds him back. He's curious to see where this official investigation is actually going. Gonzalez thinks he's in control, telling Jack to answer honestly. He mentions the expensive potions Ron used to save Jack's life, probably trying to make a point about wasting family resources. Jack is reaching his limit. He decides he'll tolerate this guy's attitude exactly 3 times before he loses it. He looks up with those terrifying yellow eyes and agrees to talk. You can almost feel the bloodlust behind that calm expression. Gonzalez actually recoils for a second. Jack notes that in the original timeline, a guy like this wouldn't even have the courage to look him in the eye. He asks the big question, what happened to the 25 elite knights? Jack just gives a dry response, saying it's nothing worth mentioning. Jack starts telling a story that's actually the truth. He explains that his own guards weren't there to protect him, but to cripple him. He describes the plan to repeatedly break and heal him like it's a funny joke. He mocks the horrified look on Gonzalez's face as he drops the brutal details. Gonzalez is speechless. He clearly wasn't briefed on the Marchioness's secret orders to torture the third young lord. He tries to regain control of the room, telling Jack to stop making things up. He's desperate to get back to the official version of events. Jack ignores him and keeps describing the scene. He remembers Raison telling him not to resist while drawing a real blade. He details the sick cycle of violence they had planned. It was a 4-day marathon of torture that no 14-year-old should have survived. Jack calls them savages with a completely straight face. Gonzalez is so rattled he can only mutter for Jack to continue. Jack pretends to forget the name of the captain he killed. Gonzalez provides the name Raison, probably thinking Jack is just traumatized. Jack mentions the final threat, Raison's plan to permanently cripple his ability to use mana. This is the part of the story where things stop being playful. Ron realizes Jack is about to drop the real truth. Jack casually admits that since Raison went too far, he simply ended the man's life, killed him, just like that. The vice captain looks like he's about to have a heart attack. He literally can't process the words. A supposedly talentless boy claiming he killed a 6-circle master? It sounds insane. Jack gets annoyed and asks if the guy is deaf. He's done being the victim and is ready to show some of that sword ghost energy. He delivers the final blow to the vice captain's ego. He admits to slaughtering every single knight in that forest, looking like a pint-sized demon of war. The room goes dead silent as the investigator tries to reboot his brain. Gonzalez starts spiraling. He can't accept that the family moron is actually a mass murderer who wiped out his subordinates. He screams, asking if that even makes sense. He's completely lost his professional cool. Jack tells him plainly, if you try to kill him, you die. He asks Gonzalez if he really looks like he's bored enough to tell fairy tales. Gonzalez loses it and moves to grab Jack, calling him a newborn puppy. Ron steps in, but Jack is already moving to handle this personally. In the blink of an eye, Jack catches the knight's hand. He calls the vice captain a servant and tells him to get lost, making Gonzalez grunt in shock. This kid's presence is just on a completely different level. He's radiating pure authority now. Jack launches the vice captain like he's a piece of trash. The power in his small frame is absolutely terrifying. Gonzalez slams into the wall and falls to the floor, coughing up blood. That throw probably broke a few ribs. Jack says that's 3, finishing his count. He calls the vice captain a son of a bitch, and you know things are about to get even worse for Gonzalez. The interrogation is officially over, and the power dynamic in this room has been completely rewritten in Jack's favor. Ron panics, worrying that Jack is overexerting himself. Jack just lets out a tired sigh. Using that much pressure in a weak body is exhausting. He slumps back down, his energy completely spent after that burst of violence. Ron is right there to catch him. Jack admits to being dizzy but immediately pivots back to business. He's got more orders for his loyal butler. Ron notes that the guy Jack just wrecked is a 7-circle knight. That's a huge flex for a 14-year-old with no mana circles. Jack calls Ron out, asking if he's bored of acting like a weakling. He's giving his butler permission to stop holding back. He grips Ron's clothes with a firm tug, making it clear that the time for hiding is officially over. Ron tells Jack he shouldn't have to carry this burden alone. He admits he was wrong to let Jack handle everything by himself. He thinks back to their old lives, realizing that even if Jack is a master, he's still in a child's body right now. He decides it's time to step up. Ron promises to treat Jack like a real person, not just a weapon or a lord to be followed. He's taking his role as a guardian seriously. Jack agrees, and you can see a bit of the weight lifting from his shoulders. He doesn't have to be a monster 24/7 if he has people he can trust. Jack hits him with a rare, genuine smile. He's genuinely happy that Ron is finally on board with his plan to change the world. Jack snaps back to reality and calls out to the man on the floor. The nice moment is over. It's time to deal with the trash. Jack reminds Ron that this ranking knight has been a problem for a long time. He's basically handing Gonzalez over to his 9th circle butler. The narration starts off with a high-tier compliment, making sure everyone knows that Ron is an absolute beast in the kitchen. But knowing this family, cooking usually means something way more painful. Check out this gourmet spread. The food looks amazing, almost too good to eat. It's the kind of 5-star meal that makes you forget your butler is actually a hidden 9th circle mage. The scene goes grayscale as the narrator asks if we're actually talking about food right now. The answer is a cold, hard no. We jump back to the room where Ron is absolutely taking Gonzalez to school. He's moving with a speed that a regular servant definitely shouldn't have, catching the vice captain completely off guard. It's an absolute beatdown. Ron is delivering a flurry of strikes, looking like a pro martial artist. The sound effects of the impacts tell you everything you need to know about Gonzalez's bad day. Gonzalez is reeling, coughing up blood as he tries to process what's happening. He's clutching his chest and screaming about a damn servant actually daring to lay hands on him. Ron doesn't give him a second to breathe, winding up for another massive swing. He's got this intense, focused look that shows he's actually enjoying the cooking process. Gonzalez is in full panic mode, shouting at Ron as he tries to scramble away. He's calling him a slippery son of a bitch, which is pretty rich coming from the guy who was just acting all high and mighty. Ron weaves through the air like smoke, his movements perfectly calculated. He's treating a 7-circle knight like a training dummy, and he isn't even breaking a sweat. Ron lands a devastating blow that sends Gonzalez staggering back with a pained grunt. The impact is so hard it practically vibrates off the panel. Outside in the hallway, the guards and maids are huddled together, totally creeped out by the sounds coming from the room. They're wondering if it's even possible for someone to be getting wrecked that hard. Jack is just chilling on the bed, watching the whole thing like it's a private movie screening. He's got this bored, analytical look, probably thinking Ron could have finished this 10 seconds faster. Jack's eyes narrow as he analyzes Ron's movements. He's wondering where he's seen a style like this before, realizing there's more to his butler's past than even he knew. Even though Jack has seen Ron fight in the past, something about this performance is different. He's looking for the familiar patterns of a true master. We get a flashback vision of Ron's true power, a massive glowing mana circle that lights up the whole room. This is the 9th circle mage that the world has totally forgotten about. Jack notes that while Ron is a 9 circle, his foundations actually lie in magic, not martial arts. It makes his current close combat performance even more impressive. Gonzalez is looking like a total mess, bruised and bleeding as he struggles to stay on his feet. He can't believe he's being dismantled by a guy who looks like a normal servant. Ron just stands there with his hands up, looking perfectly calm. Jack realizes Ron must have an insane amount of close combat experience, probably from fighting people way stronger than this knight. Jack starts wondering if Ron is actually a spy from the Tolkien Empire. It's a dark thought, but in this world, everyone has a secret agenda. Jack gives a dark little smirk, deciding it doesn't matter who Ron was. He thinks to himself that Ron is Ron, and since he can't beat the guy anyway, he might as well enjoy the loyalty. Gonzalez tries one last desperate move, screaming at him to hand something over as he lunges forward. He's clearly lost his mind from the humiliation. The vice captain goes for the kill, calling Ron an arrogant prick. He's swinging with everything he's got, but you can already tell how this is going to end. Ron's eyes go ice cold as he watches the attack coming. He's done playing with his food and is ready to wrap this up. Ron catches the strike and flips the script, sending Gonzalez flying into the air. The speed and precision are just on a different level. Ron slams Gonzalez face first into the floor with a massive thud. The vice captain lets out one last pained cry before his lights go out. Jack watches from the bed, feeling a bit bad for the guy, but not really. He notes that Ron has endured so much disrespect for so long just for his sake. Jack finally calls out to Ron, making the butler stop in his tracks. The cooking session is officially over. Ron turns around, looking totally refreshed and satisfied. He's got this refreshing aura around him, happy to have finally let off some steam. Jack checks his internal clock and asks what took Ron so long to cook a single ingredient. He's really giving his butler a hard time today. Ron looks a bit embarrassed, while Gonzalez is just a groaning pile of limbs in the background. The power dynamic in this room is hilarious. Ron drags the dazed Gonzalez back over toward the bed. The vice captain is basically a zombie at this point, totally broken by the beating. Ron gives Jack a bright smile and says he's finished. It's so wholesome, it almost makes you forget the violence that just happened. Jack checks the time, 1 minute and 12 seconds. He tells Ron he needs to work out a little more next time. Absolute savage. Ron just gives a submissive okay with a little tail wagging effect. He's the world's most dangerous but obedient servant. Jack turns his attention to the guards at the door, telling them to do their jobs. They're stuttering and apologizing, terrified they might be next on the cooking list. The room goes quiet as the guards scramble away. Jack is finally ready to have his quiet talk with the vice captain. Jack leans in close to Gonzalez, his eyes glowing with that predatory light. He tells him they should have a nice, quiet talk, which sounds more like a threat than an invitation. Jack mocks his cool name and mentions how his father probably thinks very highly of him. He's playing mental games with the broken knight now. Gonzalez is still trying to act tough, calling Ron a lowly servant through gritted teeth. He really hasn't learned his lesson yet. Jack's face goes dark as he asks if Gonzalez finally understands the situation he's in. The vice captain is speechless, the fear finally overriding his ego. Jack laughs, saying he didn't really expect an answer anyway. He points out that the case is fully resolved now, isn't it? He gives a happy little hum, saying they found the culprit and the motive. He's essentially holding the vice captain's future in his hands. Jack evaluates Gonzalez, mid-30s, decent talent, vice knight captain material. He's doing some long-term recruitment planning. Jack notes that it's a waste to kill him. He's looking for pawns, and a 7-circle knight is a pretty valuable one. Gonzalez is trembling, asking what he wants. Jack just looks him dead in the eye with a serious expression. Jack leans in and whispers the forbidden carrot, asking if he wants to become an 8-circle. That's the kind of offer no knight can refuse. Gonzalez is totally blindsided. He gasps in disbelief, his brain likely short-circuiting at the idea. Jack puts a finger to his lips and shushes him. He tells him they should make a little promise, just between them. The recruitment drive is officially moving to phase 2. Jack is leaning over a terrified Gonzalez, clearly cooking up a new scheme. Ron watches from the side, sweating bullets because he knows exactly what that look on Jack's face means. Despite the chaos, Ron has a little fanboy moment in his head. He's genuinely touched seeing how much his young master has matured, even if mature in this case means being a manipulative genius. Ron reaches out and tentatively pokes the doll on the shoulder. It's a bold move considering who's actually inside that fuzzy exterior. Master Valentine just stares back with those big, unblinking eyes, letting out a sharp hum. Ron immediately freezes, probably realizing he just poked a sleeping dragon. Ron immediately drops to one knee, showing the proper respect Jack demanded. He starts to introduce himself formally, treating the doll-sized master like the legend she truly is. Master Valentine cuts him off with a bombshell, noting that he's inherited the energy of the legendary sword family. Ron's eyes go wide in total shock. He didn't expect her to see right through his cover that easily. Master Valentine, still chillin' in her doll form, starts dropping some serious truth bombs on Ron. She calls him out for inheriting the energy of the legendary sword family, and Ron looks like he's about to have an existential crisis. She calculates the math right in front of him, noting that he reached the 9-circle stage approximately 20 years ago. It's pretty wild to see a fuzzy doll school a 9-circle master on his own timeline. Valentine gets real, pointing out that someone with his power must have been a big shot in the sword family back in his mid-20s. And yet, here he is, playing the role of a lowly servant. Talk about a major career downgrade. The room goes dead silent as Ron just kneels there, unable to even look her in the eye. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a butter knife. She keeps the pressure on, saying he had the potential to become a 10-circle master who could even control souls. We see a vision of a legendary warrior, making us wonder just what kind of badass Ron used to be. Ron finally snaps out of it with a shocked gasp. Valentine just repeats her question about the 20-year gap, not letting him off the hook for a second. Valentine is digging deep now, asking if it's really been 2 decades since he last touched mana. Ron is sweating bullets, realizing his biggest secret is officially out in the open. The text confirms it. It's been 19 years to be exact. That is a long time to keep your power level hidden under a butler uniform. We get a shot of the fancy Marquis estate while the narration explains the history. Ron hasn't used his mana even once since he arrived with Jack and his mother. Total dedication to the cover story. But recently, things changed. Ron is seen brooding in the garden at night, admitting that he finally had no choice but to tap into that power again. We see a flashback of Ron tailing Jack's carriage in the middle of the night. He was using his high-level mana to stay completely invisible while keeping an eye on his young master. Valentine waves it all away, saying that part doesn't really matter anymore. She's already on to her next point. She asks the million-dollar question, doesn't he miss the life he gave up? It must sting to be disrespected by people way weaker than him every single day. She's genuinely curious if he's actually satisfied just being a servant to a child. You can tell she thinks he's wasting his insane talent. We see Jack unleashing his soul aura, and Valentine admits she was wondering where a kid got that kind of monster talent from. But I guess Ron's past provides a few clues. She asks Ron if he even knows the truth about Jack. Why would a legendary warrior from the Sword family risk everything just to protect this one boy? Ron stays silent for a beat before revealing that this is actually what Jack told him himself. These two definitely have a deeper bond than a typical lord and servant. Ron gives this soft, knowing smile, admitting that Jack has a general idea about his past. He appreciates that the kid doesn't try to go out of his way to pry into things he's not ready to share. He's confident that Jack knows the details but simply doesn't mind. Now that is some top-tier mutual respect. The narration jokes that if Jack were listening to this convo, he'd probably just ask what the Sword family is and keep it moving. Back in the present, Jack is done with the Master Butler therapy session and is back to being a menace. He tells a battered Gonzalez to keep everything they're about to do in mind. Jack gets right in his face, saying he hates repeating himself. Normally, he'd rip the guy's mouth open for being annoying, but since Gonzalez looks like he's on death's door, he'll be merciful. He grabs Gonzalez by the face and asks one more time if he wants that Vice Knight captain position. Talk about a terrifying career coach. Gonzalez is shaking like a leaf, barely able to choke out a response while Jack just stares him down. The power gap here is absolutely hilarious. Jack lets out a tired sigh, realizing he's not going to get a straight answer. He decides to just skip the talk and get to work. Jack's eyes start glowing with that scary yellow light. He warns Gonzalez not to dare move or even think about circulating his mana if he wants to survive. A close-up of Jack's hand as he prepares to do something that should be physically impossible. Gonzalez lets out a pained scream as Jack slams his glowing hand onto the knight's chest. This definitely isn't a regular massage. We get a cool visual of blue mana tendrils snaking into Gonzalez's body. Jack is literally hacking into the guy's internal energy system. The camera moves deeper, showing mana flowing through the bloodstream. This is some high-level soul surgery Jack is performing. He reaches the core, seeing the glowing mana circles rotating around Gonzalez's heart. Jack's eyes flash orange as he mutters that he's found it. He's zeroed in on the target, and things are about to get really flashy. We see the 7 mana circles clearly now. Jack notes they're enveloping and rotating around the heart, the standard setup for a 7-circle master. Jack gives this absolutely wicked smirk. He tells Gonzalez not to think too badly of him, which usually means something very painful is about to happen. He starts rewiring the mana crystals with his soul energy. The blue light is swirling around the pink circles, completely overriding the original structure. Gonzalez is in total agony, gasping out and asking what he's doing to his mana. His whole world is being flipped upside down. Jack just grips him tighter, making the knight scream in pain. The pressure in the room is starting to crack the floorboards. Jack commands him to stay still, reminding him that if he wanted the guy dead, he'd already be a corpse. He's actually helping the guy in the most violent way possible. He hits him with a dark smile and asks if he doesn't agree. Jack is really leaning into his villain era right now. Gonzalez finally goes limp, his body unable to fight the sheer pressure Jack is outputting. The mana circles start spinning at a frantic pace, glowing so bright they're nearly blinding. The 7 small crystals merge into one massive, pulsating mana heart. Jack just performed a forced level up on a 7-circle knight. A massive shockwave of mana explodes through the room, blowing out the windows and rattling the whole building. The new mana crystal stabilizes inside Gonzalez's chest, glowing with an intense pink light. It looks way more powerful than the old ones. The mana pressure is so thick, you can see the aura radiating off Gonzalez. He's practically a human battery at this point. The light finally starts to fade, leaving the room in shambles. That was one hell of an upgrade session. Gonzalez is still laying there with his eyes squeezed shut, trembling. He looks like he just survived a car crash. Jack leans over him and tells him he can open his eyes now. The scary part is over, mostly. Jack stands up and wipes the sweat from his brow. He says it's all done, acting like he didn't just break the laws of magic. Gonzalez checks his own heart and his face drains of color. He can't believe it, he's an 8th circle. He can't believe a kid just forcefully raised his rank. Jack flops back onto the bed, looking completely drained. He mentions that the upgrade will only last for around 3 to 5 months, so basically, he just gave the guy a very powerful trial period. Gonzalez sits up, looking at Jack with pure terror and awe. He gasps, asking just who in the world he is. He's starting to realize he isn't dealing with a moron at all. We get another shot of his heart, now powered by those 8 circle crystals. It's an insane power boost, but it comes with a very heavy price tag. Jack just looks at him with those cold, predator eyes. He says Gonzalez's name, and you know a big demand is coming next. Jack gives this smug little smirk. He's got the vice captain exactly where he wants him, hooked on a level of power he could never reach on his own. He spells it out plainly. Gonzalez no longer has a choice in the matter. From now on, he belongs to Jack and has to do every single thing he's told. Jack walks over to the window to watch the sunset, looking like a true mastermind. He adds the final threat, telling him that if he refuses his request or can't do it, he will die. The atmosphere in the room goes ice cold. Jack tells him that not only will he die, but it'll be in a way so horrible the knight can't even imagine it. Jack turns back with a wide, manic grin and asks if Gonzalez has heard the rumors. He mentions the ones about him learning black magic. Talk about an epic cliffhanger. We get a quick flashback to the fountain incident where Jack absolutely wrecked his older brother, Phelan. This was the moment everything started to change for the Valentier family. After Jack was tossed into jail, the Marquis decided to do some damage control. He spread a very specific rumor through the household to cover up the embarrassment. The rumor was that Jack had secretly learned black magic. You can see the servants in the halls whispering about it like it's the hottest tea in the kingdom. Back in the present, Jack tells Gonzalez that the rumor isn't just a story, it's a straight-up fact. He mocks the knight, saying he should know better than anyone since he just got a front-row seat to Jack's power. Jack clenches his fist with a sharp sound effect. He's done explaining himself and is ready to establish the new hierarchy in this room. Jack points a finger at the floor and gives a single, cold command for him to kneel. The once arrogant vice captain is now just a shivering mess at Jack's feet. Gonzalez sits there looking completely defeated and small. He's realizing that his life is officially in the hands of a 14-year-old monster. Jack looms over him, telling him he better remember every single word he's about to say. He wants his orders engraved into the guy's very bones. Order number 1. Gonzalez has to head back to the Marquis house immediately. He's going back as Jack's secret double agent. Order number 2. He has to report to the Marquis that Jack knows absolutely nothing about the massacre. We see the Marquis in his office, totally unaware that his investigator has already flipped sides. Gonzalez mumbles a submissive yes, while Jack gives him this bright, innocent smile that is 100% fake. This kid is a terrifyingly good actor. Jack drops order number 3, and it's a big one. He tells Gonzalez that in 3 months' time, his real mission begins. The order is a literal purge. Gonzalez is to eliminate at least 40 knights and vassals associated with the Marchioness. Jack is systematically dismantling his stepmother's power base from the inside. Gonzalez looks like he's seen a ghost, screaming in total shock. He didn't expect the kid to be this bloodthirsty. Jack leans in close, reminding him to keep that order in mind. He's making it very clear that this isn't a suggestion, it's his new life purpose. We get a close-up of the artificial mana heart Jack forced into him. Jack reminds him that it's not just a power boost, it's a leash that he can pull whenever he wants. Gonzalez finally yields with a heavy sigh. He realizes there is no way out of this contract without losing his head. Jack lets out a satisfied sigh as he leans back. He's loving how easily this elite knight folded under pressure. Jack reaches out and grabs Gonzalez's shoulder. He's back to playing the role of the friendly young master. He tells Gonzalez not to be so scared and pulls him into a half hug. The psychological manipulation here is just top-tier work. Jack promises him huge benefits as long as he stays loyal to his big bro. Calling himself the guy's big brother while being half his size is the ultimate power move. He points out that Gonzalez is already an 8-circle user now. He's reminding the knight that Jack is the only one who can give him that kind of power. Jack gives him this intense look, promising even more benefits if he follows orders. He's got the carrot and the stick working perfectly. Jack whispers the final temptation, asking if he wants more. He's acting like a literal devil tempting a soul with forbidden power. Gonzalez is just staring into the void, totally broken. Jack laughs at how quiet he is, mocking him for playing hard to get. Jack mentions that he noticed how much Gonzalez used to order Ron around back in the day. You can tell Jack has been holding a grudge for his butler's sake. We see a flashback of Ron doing all the dirty work, like butchering meat in the rain. It's clear the other knights treated him like garbage. The knights used to bully Ron and laugh at him while he was just trying to do his job. This is the karma Jack was talking about earlier. Jack smiles and tells Gonzalez that it's his turn now. From today, he's going to be Ron's personal errand boy and serve as his hands and feet. Ron stands in the background with a slight, satisfied smirk. Seeing the guy who used to bully him now forced to serve him must feel pretty damn good. Gonzalez manages to choke out a yes, while Jack just chuckles. He tells him to do his best and promises to check in on his progress with Ron later. Jack is finally bored and tells the knight to get lost. We see a funny chibi shot of Gonzalez getting literally kicked out of the room. Jack closes the door and thinks to himself that he's officially acquired chick number 2. The collection is growing. He thinks back to the first chick, James, calling him a dumbass. He really hopes this new one is at least a little more competent. Ron asks if Jack is finally finished with his meeting. He's ready to get back to his regular duties. Tiny Master Valentine is also there, looking comfy in her chair. Ron confirms everything is done and ready for them. Jack stretches out with a long yawn, complaining about how starving he is. Using all that soul energy really works up an appetite. Jack is about to head out when he realizes something is wrong. Ron is staring at him with a deadpan expression. Ron asks if he's really going to go out dressed like a total mess. Jack realizes he's still in his dirty, torn clothes from the fight. We get a shot of the messy bed and the empty potion bottles. The room is a disaster zone after that mana explosion. Ron, being the absolute goat, already prepared a fresh set of clothes. Jack is seen changing into a sharp white outfit, looking like a nobleman again. Jack thanks Ron for having his back yet again. He's ready to finally go out and find a decent meal. Suddenly, the door creaks open and someone rushes into the room. Jack is already losing his patience, shouting about who dares to disturb his dinner plans. He's in a mood. Charlotte lunges at him and gives him a massive bear hug. She's clinging to him for dear life. Charlotte is sobbing into his shirt, telling him how worried she was. She thought he was never going to wake up after that dragon battle. Jack just stands there with a blank, slightly awkward look. He's not exactly a hugs kind of guy, but he doesn't push her away. Jack calls out to Ron, saying he's going to step out for some fresh air. He needs a minute to process the sudden vampire affection. He tells Ron to get some food ready for when he gets back. Charlotte is still hanging on like her life depends on it. Ron bows respectfully and tells him to enjoy his walk. He's probably just glad to see Jack acting like a normal-ish kid for a second. Jack is struggling to walk because Charlotte won't let go. He notes how insanely strong she is even without feeding. Vampire genes are no joke. They eventually make it to a balcony overlooking the city as the sun sets. It's a peaceful, high-budget scenery shot. Jack gets serious and starts off with an apology. He tells her he's sincerely sorry for destroying her family's home during the fight. They both look out over the city in silence, the sunset bathing everything in gold. Charlotte finally whispers a soft no. She turns away, her long hair catching the light. She says that even if the house was still there, it wouldn't matter anymore. She explains with tears in her eyes that her mother is gone. Living in that empty house all by herself would be completely meaningless anyway. It's a real heartbreak moment to end the chapter on.